Good morning, everyone. I hope I am audible to all. If anybody is having any audio issues, could you kindly put it up in the chat box before we proceed? I'll give you a minute. Okay, I believe nobody is having. I'm sorry, everyone. I would like to apologize for the lag in the between. We had an audio issue that was going on. Just give me a minute. All right. So hopefully we have resolved the audio issue that has been happening. May I request all the participants to please go on mute before we go ahead with the sessions? Okay. So good morning, everyone. Once again, I am your host for the day, Juaria. So for any of your queries or any of your doubts regarding the conference, you could ask me. You could put it as a direct message in the chat box to me, and I would be happy to respond to any of your doubts or anything that you have. Once again, my name is Juaria, and I would be the host for the day today. And on that note, let us begin the day with our welcome. I would like to welcome you all to the International Conference on Communication Systems, ICOCS 2022.
Unmute yourself. Your voice is not audible. Unmute yourself.
I am on mute actually. Is it audible now?
The voice is. We're already unmuted.
Is it audible? Once again, hello. I hope I am audible now to everyone. If I am audible, please put up a thumbs up in the chat box so that I know that I'm audible. Okay, on that note, let us proceed with the conference. So I would like to welcome you all to the International Conference on Communication Systems, ICOCS 2022, organized by the Association of Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP. To say a few words about IFERP, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication is a multidisciplinary professional organization dedicated to research and development within the field of science, engineering, and technology. IFERP is a preponderant body that has brought technical revolution and development of science and technology. The IFERP Forum constitutes of professional experts and oversees technical leaders. There is no stone unturned to strengthen the spheres of science, engineering, and technology. These days, IFERP is one among the leading publisher of research papers in its prime quality peer-reviewed journals, Continuing and Analysis magazine. To say a few words about the conference that we have gathered on for this day, one of the primary motives of the International Conference on Communication Systems, ICOCS 2022, to be held on the 29th and 30th of April 2022 is to spur unique discoveries in terms of countering conventional challenges faced in everyday engineering activities and technologies. Technology is progressing at a very fast pace, which currently is weighing heavily on the Earth's bounty of natural resources and causing serious damage to the environment. The price for this large scale and mass expansion in all forms of daily life is being paid for in the form of climate change. Today, dangerous pollution levels and global environmental degradation endangers the very existence of life on our planet. Now, more than ever, there is an urgent need for professionals from all sectors of engineering and science to come together and work together to find sustainable solutions to sustain economic growth without harming the environment in any way whatsoever. It is unquestionably necessary to devise new strategies and improved technologies that are environmentally self-sustaining. Scientific discoveries and technological innovations to meet the demands of the waste management, energy sector, the manufacturing sector, industrial automation, transportation, and other sectors must now focus on the ecological footprint. The conference will cover topics from diverse disciplines to bestow their innovative schemes for sustainable growth. On that note, once again, I would like to welcome all of you to our conference, and I am your host, Juveria, for the day today. Let us welcome our honorable dignitaries for the conference, MD and the founder of Technoride Group, Mr. Sid Kumar Chajar, and our eminent keynote speakers from all over the group, Professor Dr. Stephen Furnell, Professor of Cybersecurity, University of Nottingham, England, United Kingdom. Professor Dr. Razik Yaqub, NASA Faculty Fellow, NASA Glenn Research Center member, United States. Thank you for joining us even during this pandemic situation, and thank you for imparting your expertise with us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across India who have spared their valuable time and energy in enlightening us with their latest research studies. On that note, moving on, I would like to welcome Mr. Sid Kumar Chajar, MD and founder of Technoride Group, to give the welcome speech for the conference. Sir, the floor is all yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Very
and
good
to start
morning.
off, sorry to interrupt. To say a few words about Mr. Sid Kumar, so I would like to give a small introduction about him so that we save him the time and he could impart us more knowledge rather than introducing himself with us. Mr. Sid Kumar Chajar is an entrepreneur, investor, philanthropist, and founder and managing director of Technoride Group.
He has 8 years of experience in organizing scientific conferences. He has completed his education in engineering from SRM University, Chennai, and MBA from St. Peter's University, Chennai. He is now pursuing doctorate at IIMT Meerut now. He is interested in doing several socio-academic activities for the welfare of the society. Under his guidance, IFERP has become one of the fastest growing organizations in Asia. His organization received the Best Scientific Conference Production House of 2018 from APB. With success knowing no limit, Mr. Sid attributes his fame to teamwork and the entrepreneurship spirit, which together have enabled him to transform risk to opportunities. And we need all this to handle the ever-changing environment of the world that is involving education and technologies. As you can see, he is a very accomplished individual, and we are very thankful for you to gracing this conference with your presence. Please go ahead with your speech, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Joeria, for your warm welcome. Very good morning to distinguished guests, eminent scholars, delegates, committee members, participants, and students. On behalf of IFERP, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to the International Conference on Communication System, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. When borders are closed and travels are restricted, the technology gives us the opportunity to share our knowledge and present our works using virtual platform. On this special occasion, I am very grateful to express my deep appreciation to our eminent speakers who have joined here to share their knowledge and vast experience with the student community. I welcome our keynote and invited speakers, Professor Dr. Stephen Farnell, Professor of Cybersecurity, University of Nottingham, England, United Kingdom. Dr. P.K. Jain, Associate Director, Frequency Management and SATCOM Planning, SATCOMPO, ISRO Headquarters, Department of Space, Government of India, Bangalore. Professor Dr. Rajiv Yakub, NASA Faculty Fellow, NASA Glenn Research Center, Senior Member, US. Along with our speakers, I welcome all the organizing committee members, session chairs, distinguished guests, eminent scholar, delegate, participant, and student of this fruitful International Conference on Communication System, who present both breadth and excellence in industry experience in university research and government policies, making and reflect their broad interest, excitement, and concern across society in how communication system and other new technology will influence and share our future. Communication system has become the emerging trend of challenges for all of us, for engineering profession, scientists as well as researchers and academicians, with the main purpose to the development by media, by technology, and by applications areas. Communication system development plays an important role to bridge the harmony of the human well-being and the nature through the new advanced technology. The International Conference on Communication System goal is to provide the knowledge, enriched and innovative technical exchange between from the academia and industry in the field of communication system as listed at the related topic of interest. We encourage all of you to actively participate in the discussion and hope the conference can provide a good platform to the exchange the information of development and innovations as well as new collaboration between scholars, academics, scientists, and practitioners. This time, if we want to advance our technology to benefit everyone, we must proactively and thoughtfully reinvented the future of work. Reinventing the future of work needs to be a whole society effort, and finding long-term solution will require ideas and initiative from every quarter. Getting this right may be among the most important and inspiring challenges of our time, and it should be a priority for everyone who hopes to enjoy the benefit of a society that healthy and stable, because it offers opportunity for all. I am convinced that those of us leading and benefits from the technology revolution must help lead the way to a future in which technology works for everyone. I believe IFERP can continue to be a leader in this work, and I hope many of you will seize the opportunity to join us. While concluding, I would like to welcome all the conference participants who are awaiting to share their knowledge and experience and to explore better way of education our future leaders. I take the opportunity to welcome each one of you and express our gratitude in your agreeing to participate in this conference. To put a conference of this magnitude together is not a small talk to the tent. I would like to welcome and I express my sincere gratitude to all our coordinators, organizing committee members, advisory committee members, and session chairs. I welcome all once again on behalf of entire IFERP group of International Conference on Communication System. Finally, I want to announce that IFERP is providing seed funding for the student and research scholar for their innovative project ideas for proof of concept, prototype development, product trials, validating market entry, and commercialization. The participant can utilize this seed funding opportunity by visiting and applying in IFRP website. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be part of this wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir, for your wonderful speech and for the warm welcome that you have given us. And thank you for taking the time out from your busy day to give us this wonderful welcome. And on behalf of everyone over here, we wish you all the success, and we wish IFERP also all the success that is there. Now, I would like to welcome our first keynote speaker for the day, Professor Dr. Stephen Furnell, Professor of Cybersecurity, University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. Dr. Stephen Furnell is a professor of cybersecurity at the University of Nottingham in the United Kingdom. He's also an adjunct professor with Edith Cowan University in Western Australia and an honorary professor with Nelson Mandela University in South Africa. His research interests include usability of security and privacy, security management and culture, and technologies for user authentication and intrusion detection. He has authored over 350 papers in referenced international journals and conference proceedings, as well as various books, book chapters, and industry reports. Professor Dr. Furnell is the UK representative to the Technical Committee 11, Security and Privacy within the International Federation for Information Processing, as well as the Editor-in-Chief of Information and Computer Security and a fellow board member of the Chartered Institute of Information Security. Professor, we welcome you to our conference and we are eager to listen to your knowledge and part today. Please go ahead, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. Always interesting to listen to my own bio being read at me. It's wish I hadn't written so much now. So, hi everybody. Good morning. Thank you for joining me for this talk. As you can see, hopefully on the screen, the topic of the session that I'll present is about cybersecurity, and I'm posing the question of whether cybersecurity is getting better with age. So let's explore a little bit about why I'm asking that question and what that might mean. So over the years, I think it's true to say we've seen a lot more recognition of security, cybersecurity as something that is seen to be important. So certainly if you look at what organizations will say about cybersecurity, they're not shy about saying that it's important to them, it's a priority, etc., etc. And many individuals now recognize that we have online threats that are facing us and protection that we ought to be using as a consequence of that. Now, it's all very well saying it, and it's quite easy to say it sometimes, but in reality, when you look at what's actually going on, you sometimes get the impression that things are not moving quite as fast as they perhaps ought to. And many things, despite being known about as potential problems and areas of protection that we need, tend to remain unaddressed from year to year. So over time, as I say at the bottom of the slide here, our technology and the use of it, what we're using the technology for, that's advanced quite significantly. We've got more and more uses for the technology that's available. But security, apart from perhaps changing its name from computer security and IT security to cyber security, well, perhaps less has changed in that respect when we look at certain aspects of what needs to be done. So which takes a bit further. So a little bit of background on how I thought I might approach this talk in terms of, well, okay, if things haven't changed, then what might I be able to sort of use from past slides, past presentations over the years, and still actually be able to say, okay, this is still true. So how much does our attention towards cybersecurity really change? Would my slides from 10 to 15 years ago, or things that I had published 10 to 15 years ago, still be relevant to say today? Could I perhaps get away with directly reusing an old slide set? Probably not. From my perspective, can I do a presentation without making reference to passwords? We'll find out about that. And more generally, are we learning the lessons that we ought to be learning as the years go by? So let's explore these questions. So, all right, so this question about getting better with age, let's look at this sort of what happens over the passage of time. Here's an example. Here's me about 10 years ago. And here's me now. I'm not necessarily sure this is improving with age. Maybe cybersecurity can do better than that. Let's have a look. So see how the technology is advanced. So if we go back, well, a couple of decades now, this is the sort of thing that you might well have recognized as your technology of the era. If you were a mobile device user, it was what we would now consider to be a fairly basic mobile phone. The connectivity was on second generation mobile networks. You couldn't do all that much with the technology compared to what you can do now, but you could make voice calls, you could send text messages, and the storage capacity, well, it would let you store about 250 names and contact details for those individuals. Our security was based on a personal identification number. That was the way you could authenticate yourself there. Jumping forward a decade, well, we were then into the era of smartphones more particularly. So as an example, the iPhone 3GS. Now the connectivity is a bit more extensive. So we've got not only cellular networking, but also wireless LAN connectivity, personal area networking via Bluetooth, etc. Far greater storage capacity, a far greater range of data getting stored because of the apps being used. So all manner of sensitive information perhaps being stored on the device, but the security was still basically a PIN. That was our method of authentication still, despite the fact that the technology itself and its capability and its data had advanced quite considerably. And if we take ourselves forward, to roughly now, then we've got the iPhone 13. If we stick with iPhones as our sort of technology under the microscope there, the iPhone 13 Pro Max, to give it its fairly short name. Even more connectivity, we've now got near field communication added in as well. Storage has gone up, processing's gone up. Essentially, this really is, as I've called it there, your life in your pocket. If you think about the range of data you're actually storing and carrying around with you. Now, the security on the device, it's got a bit more advanced. We're now using, on this particular device, Face ID. So you've got a biometric that's ostensibly providing your security, but actually sitting under that, if you essentially bypass the biometric, you've still got the passcode. And so if somebody's still chosen, let's say for the sake of argument, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as their passcode, then that's the only thing that's actually securing that device because the biometric is just there as a usability level. So let's move. Get the slides to move. So if we go back again 20 years, what did we need to think about as home users? What were our concerns in terms of security? And for those of you that were around then, here's a reminder of the technology, the operating system that you might have been using. And for those of you that weren't around then, this is the operating system that some of us were using, Windows ME, Millennium Edition. So our main threat vectors as individual home users, well, there were recognized threats on email. So we had malware, for example, spreading via email, worms and viruses. We had an ongoing risk of the system could fail. You might have a hardware failure and could lose your data if you've not got it backed up. And we had the looming threat of the so-called Millennium bug, which luckily, thanks to the efforts that people made to safeguard systems and put corrections in place, didn't have such an impact as people were fearing. Our relevant technologies for security, well, we had antivirus, we still have that today, and we had backup. To be thinking about. And obviously in the wider security context at the organizational level, you would have had things like firewalls, intrusion detection, all of that was around. But for the home user, these were more the things that were facing them. Plus, of course, the use of things like passwords in terms of authentication on their devices sometimes, and perhaps on online systems. If we jump forward 10 years, well, okay, things have changed a bit now. We're now into the era where Windows 7 had come along, just to set ourselves in the technology context. Where the threats could come from, well, things have now advanced quite a bit, because basically any of our online applications could be a route by which threats could face us, in terms of malware coming, in terms of social engineering, etc., etc. Relevant technologies for the home user to consider, well, now we've got a bit of a broader landscape. We've got now the need to keep our systems updated is far more of an imperative, because if you don't keep the software updated to protect against discovered vulnerabilities, then malware and other forms of attack can exploit you more easily. We still need to consider backup. Put your hands up if you're doing backups regularly. You should be doing that. And beyond just antivirus, we're now thinking in terms of wider internet security protection for the home user device. So anti-spyware, personal firewalls, identity protection, etc. So a broader landscape of things that the home user ought to know about and ought to know that they need. Taking us forward a little bit further to today, well, how's the technology landscape now changed? Well, okay, we still have our sort of what we could call our traditional IT devices, our desktops and laptops, and our phones and tablet devices have come along in that sort of period to join them. But of course, today we also have a wider range of connected devices. We have pretty much smart everything. And I've got a small range of sort of the other types of smart device that we might have connected within our homes and within organizations as well in some of those cases. So a lot more of our stuff is online, and much of it is storing data about us or data that we want to protect nonetheless. And so we actually need to be thinking about the security protection on a range of devices we wouldn't otherwise normally have considered. All right, so taking us back a bit then, and this perhaps still has some resonance for people today amongst this wider range of devices. We still face a situation, I think, that mirrors what was published here back in, what was it? I'll read it. 2007 was this paper colleagues and I wrote about assessing the perceptions of personal internet use. So basically individual end users in a home personal environment. And there were various reasons why at that point people, well, perhaps they recognized that they ought to use security, but there were some barriers in their way. So, well, not knowing what the threats were, perhaps not understanding what the threats were. So no knowledge of them at all, or knowing about them but not really appreciating what it meant. So lack of knowledge in some cases. And then moving more towards the sort of, okay, I know about problems, but I don't know what to do about it. So not knowing how to secure their computer. So they know there's something they should secure things against, but not knowing how to do it, and not understanding, even when they've got the security packages, how to actually make effective use of them. So varying proportion of respondents there, but a range of potential barriers that people were facing then. And I think if you were to talk to, if you like, general end users, so not the non-technical, but very much IT using community of users, you still find a lot of this coming to the fore today. Another study around the same period that tried to go in a little bit further and find what their rationale and reasoning was about it. So some quotes from our end users of the sort of the mid 2000s period, or 2008 this was actually. So I think when I'm using antivirus to scan my computer, that's enough. That's all I need to do. I just need to make sure there's antivirus on there. That's protecting me to the extent that I need. I don't care, because I've got all my files backed up. It doesn't matter if something affects my computer. I've got a copy of it, so I'm protected, was the perception. Don't have any problems so far because McAfee was always downloading stuff. It works by itself. I don't need to do anything. So sort of abdicating responsibility. We feel we've got the protection, and so that's all we need to think about. Whether we have a sense of responsibility, okay, so recognize that everybody has some level of responsibility. So quite a lot of recognition of, we do have a responsibility to do something, but also some indication of, okay, the providers, it's those providing us the technology that ought to do something. We should be aware, but somebody else should protect us. So perhaps varying senses of responsibility amongst different users, depending who we talk to. And again, this is something that's likely to be mirrored today. Whoops, go forward. And okay, if we recognize the responsibility, to what extent are we then willing to enact that responsibility? Well, that was perhaps less positive from our 2008 era users. Well, I don't care. It's not that I've had problems with viruses that I need to be worrying about looking for information about protecting myself all the time. And when I go online, that's not what I'm going on there for. I'm not going about my business trying to look how to protect myself. I've got something I actually want to do productively, was the focus of the second quote there. So again, this, if we were to talk to people today, you'll find some of the same opinions coming through. So there's a recognition that the technology is perhaps at risk of threats, but our willingness to take the steps to protect ourselves still today is perhaps patchy. And this applies actually to individuals and also to organizations when we get to look at that. Then we come back to the issue of, well, okay, how confident are you in the protection that you've got? And again, back in 2007 here, we see a range of levels of confidence. So half of the people were satisfied about it, a fifth were very confident, but we have a good third there that were, well, either worried or not at all confident. So you've got a third of users, perhaps, that are a bit cautious about the level to which they're actually protected. So this is how it was then. And I say, well, perhaps you could sort of sit and think, well, yeah, but everything's got better today. There's far more protection. So perhaps today's users can sit back and relax a bit more because technology will do it for them. I don't think that's actually the case, because there are areas where we still, and there's plenty of evidence to show this, where we fail. In terms of enacting our, if you like, cybersecurity hygiene behaviours that we as individuals and also organisations, when you sort of think more widely, ought to be practising. Now, one area is persistent use of weak passwords. Now, I shall delve into passwords a little bit further. I'm not going to escape talking about it, so I failed that particular question that I put at the start. We're also fairly inconsistent, shall we say, at patching our system. So applying updates when there are patches available, updates that we need to download to plug security holes. And that, just to reiterate, is where much of the malware, much of the potential for attack is able to exploit our systems. If there's a known vulnerability, then that is something that malware can exploit. We don't back up our data as much as we should do. In some cases, we overshare personal data. So things that we place online via social networks and things that we're willing to share with other people more casually can put us at risk in terms of then leading to a compromise of our identity or indeed of our systems if some of our personal data might give clues to, for example, things like passwords. Falling for social engineering scams. So things like phishing messages, they're still extremely prevalent. They've been prevalent since the mid-2000s, around 2005, 2006. We saw the growth in phishing sort of begin to spike then, and it's not stopped. And having, despite the fact it's been a recognized threat since what, the late 1990s, or in fact the late 80s rather, not even the late 90s, I'm going back even further. Malware has been known about initially on PC platforms, but it has subsequently spread to certain mobile platforms, particularly Android, and we still aren't taking the level of protection as a society, perhaps, that we should be doing. Of course, hopefully, many of you are sitting and thinking, well, I've got malware protection. I know my protection's up to date. And if you are, good. But many people don't, and there's plenty of evidence to show this. But let's home in on a particular issue in a moment, which is around the issue of passwords. But let's consider first of all, what happens over time to different things? So, okay, over time, if we have a tree, we water it, the tree will grow. Okay, so the tree gets better, it gets stronger, it gets bigger, whatever you want to say. By contrast, we have a lump of cheese, we just leave it, well, cheese goes moldy. So it doesn't get better over time, it actually gets worse, unless you like moldy cheese. And if we've got water, well, water, if you just leave it, water stagnates. It doesn't get better either. Why am I asking or saying all this? Reason is that, well, what does cybersecurity do over time if we just let it be, or if we don't give it the attention that it needs? Well, over time, does it naturally improve? No. So it doesn't naturally improve. If we leave it unattended, if we don't do the, if you like, the preventative maintenance, installing updates, installing new systems, new signatures for malware, etc., it gets worse because new vulnerabilities will be uncovered and we won't be protected against them. Does the level of threat reduce? No, typically the level of threats gets worse as well. We've seen this over time. More problems are discovered, more problems emerge, and moreover, they affect a wider range of things. So whereas 20 years ago, we'd have been really just considering the sort of threats facing our PC devices, our desktops and laptop type devices, well now and over time since, we've come to need to consider our mobile devices, our smartphones, protecting them against the various threats, cloud technologies, and our Internet of Things devices, our smart devices. All of this comes into the frame for consideration. And do we learn from the past and feed the lessons forward? Missing a question mark at the end of that question. Well, sometimes. Sometimes we do. In some cases, particularly if we've experienced a breach or an incident of some sort, that perhaps gives us a lesson that we learn from and we take action more proactively subsequently. But actually, things can be extremely variable in terms of the extent to which lessons appear to be learned and followed and taken forward. I mean, for example, we've known that there are problems with malware on each type of device that we've tended to adopt and utilize. So it's happened on desktop and laptop devices, it happened on mobile devices, it's happening on smart devices. But our default posture when releasing and adopting and using many of these devices seems to be to consider them without malware protection by default. So user communities need to be encouraged to adopt the same sort of protection on each new generation of device. But let's look, as I say, going to this issue of passwords, an example, as I say here, of a lesson that just doesn't seem to get learned. And this, just to give you some context, this is the top 10 list of the most common passwords as published by originally Splash Data from 2012 to 2019, and you would find earlier versions of this list as well. And then the last couple of years, the same sort of thing, but from NordPass. So what can we see here in our top 10 list of passwords, most common passwords across the years? Well, one thing we can see is a fair degree of commonality, particularly on that top line. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 being the most common password for the last 9 years seems to be a fairly consistent lesson that we don't seem to be getting. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, for context, is not a good password. It's a very predictable choice, as we can see here. And why do people choose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Well, because many devices and systems ask for 6 characters as the minimum length of password that will be accepted. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is a fairly easy and memorable password to type in and provide. However, of course, it's very predictable and therefore providing very little protection at all to anyone's account or device that's protected with that. And similarly, the other passwords, particularly if we look at the 2021 list, the most recent one from late November, early December last year, we can see many simple sequences in there, sort of numeric sequences, QWERTY on the keyboard, and of course our old favorite, although it's dropped in popularity just a little bit, the word password. And so none of this is rocket science stuff. All of it is very predictable. They are common passwords, therefore they will be the sort of things that will be tried by an attacker if they're password spraying across accounts to see, okay, I've got a set of accounts, will any of these common passwords work against them, or will the most common ones work, for example? And okay, people are making these poor choices, they're making them consistently, so therefore perhaps it's the people's fault. And this tends to be how the release of these findings tends to get promoted from year to year. So some quotes from the accompanying media coverage. So people are doing exactly what they're not supposed to do. It seems the only criteria there, password had to fill, was, can my fingers reach it without my brain getting involved? Just to read the last one. Unfortunately, passwords keep getting weaker and people still don't maintain proper password hygiene. Bad people, it's the people's fault because they're doing silly things, is the general message that we get here. And of course, okay, ultimately, it is the people that were making these poor choices. But is it their fault that those choices were made and were allowed to be made. So put yourself in the position of somebody making that choice. Do you know any better? And is anything stopping you making that choice? Clearly, in those cases, no. So yeah, let's think about it. Passwords, quite clearly, we know it, again, from various studies over the years. I mean, since the late 70s, people have been flagging up, if not before, people have been flagging up common problems with the way passwords are used and the way people understand and make use of them. So the implementation and the usage. So passwords, we could argue they're a broken mechanism. We need replacements, and we've got things like biometrics and token-based technologies, and we've got the use of two-factor authentication to supplement passwords. So there are adaptations or alternatives that can be made, but in many cases we still see passwords as the only thing between an attacker and getting into a system, for example. We know, we've had many decades of this now, that passwords won't naturally improve themselves over time. User behavior clearly doesn't naturally improve either. I've showed you a decade's worth of the behavior not naturally changing on the previous slide. So either we need to change the method of authentication, or we need to support people better in using this method that we keep putting before them. So that leads into some research findings from some studies that I've done over the years. And this actually dates back to 2007 was the first year that I actually did this. And I've done another version of the same sort of study this year, and it will hopefully be appearing in print in the next couple of months. And what this long-term study has done each time is looked at the level of password guidance and the enforcement of password rules by a range of leading websites. So websites that when you go to them as a user, you're asked to create an account, password protect that account, and then that is the security that's provided for your account to prevent imposters getting in. So looking at these over the years, what I've tended to notice is that there's quite often a lack of guidance for users about what they ought to be choosing, what a good password looks like, and quite a variable level of enforcement of the rules that we would consider to be good practice around passwords. So let's look at the results from the latest version of the study. So this is the 2022 findings, and you're the first people to actually see this. So I looked this time at the 10 sites that are on the left. They were selected from what's called the Alexa Global Top 500 websites. So the most popular 500 websites, I took the top 10 from the list that were English language sites that use distinct login mechanisms. So, for example, YouTube is in the top 10 list, but it uses the same login as Google. So I didn't put that one as a distinct entry because it would have given the same results. So what we're looking at across the chart here. Firstly, do the sites enforce a minimum password length? Well, yes, they all do, but the minimum length is variable. And I would say the better ones, even though that still isn't a particularly long and strong password, is starting from where you have 8 characters, or in the case of Yahoo, it's a range of characters lengths depending upon whether you've used different character types. So if you've used alphanumeric characters and punctuation symbols, Yahoo will let you get away with a 7-character password. If you're just using one single type of character, just alphabetic, for example, it requires a minimum length to be at least 9. So it's a bit adaptive there. Do the sites prevent the user using their surname as their password? So would they prevent me using Fernell as my password? So in many cases, no, they wouldn't, unless the user's surname happened not to satisfy the minimum length, and then it might get blocked for that reason. But ordinarily, no, many of them aren't filtering out the user's surname. And on creating a sign up to a website, you're quite often asked to put your name in. And if you're not asked to put your name in, it would be a good thing to put, because then you can filter to see if the user is using their name as their password. Does it prevent the user from using their user ID as their password? And most do, but some don't. And again, that's an obvious thing to prevent them using as the password, because we know many people just try and use the same thing for username and password. So we ought to stop it. Do they prevent the use of the word password as the password? We saw that as one of the common choices across the years from the Splash data and NordPass data. Most sites now do that. Back in 2007, that was a bit variable when I did the first version of the study, but notably, one of them still lets you get away with password as the password. Do they prevent the slightly more advanced and creative use of the word password if you put the first letter in uppercase, put a number at the end of it, and a punctuation symbol? So the old favorite password 1, which isn't in the top 10 list from those common passwords, but it is further down the list. Password 1 exclamation mark. If you've got something that's saying to people, use upper and lowercase letters, a number and a punctuation symbol, password 1 is a choice that many people gravitate towards. And these websites, well, a couple of them realize that and block it, but 8 of them don't. Do they prevent you using dictionary words? And again, across that list of top common passwords, many of them in the earlier ones particularly were dictionary words, and we can see that there's a variable level of enforcement there. Do they force you to use a combination of upper and lowercase and or numeric and or punctuation symbols? Now, the current guidance today from people like in the UK, the National Cyber Security Centre and the National Institute of Standards and Technology in the US, their digital identity guidelines from 2017, they actually now suggest not to enforce complexity or composition rules and to better encourage users to choose longer passwords rather than ones that are complex through use of multiple different character types, because it makes it more difficult for users to remember all the different characters. So here I've marked them in green, i.e. good, if they're not enforcing composition rules. Do they allow site or users to use 3 random words, which is again common guidance now for how to select a long password, is take 3 words, they can be 3 dictionary words, and just join them together. So you get a long string that now isn't a dictionary word in its own right, and so it's harder to brute force attack it. Most of the sites allow you to do that. Microsoft Live does, but only if you use upper and lowercase characters there because of it enforcing composition rules. And does it enforce, or does it allow rather, browser-generated passwords? So we know now that our browsers can suggest passwords for us. Luckily, all of these sites do. You will find still there are many websites that don't allow the browser-generated passwords to be used because sometimes they're too long, or sometimes they don't generate the right character combinations that the websites are looking for. And do the sites offer any sort of extra protection that users can enable as an option, for example? And yes, most of them do offer, in particular, the opportunity to enable 2-step verification so that you can have, for example, the requirement to input a secondary code that's texted to your mobile phone or generated by an app. So many of them offer it, but it's not enabled by default, and they don't necessarily lead the users to it very actively. So over time then, how have things improved? Well, yeah, to some degree, things are a little bit better now. So all of the sites now enforce a minimum password length. More of them prevent the use of the word password. Slightly more of them prevent the use of the user's user ID as their password, etc. But it's still not perfect. And just going back to that list of things, why shouldn't all sites prevent the user using their surname, their user ID, the word password, the string password 1, and prevent dictionary words in a more comprehensive way? These are standard things that, you know, at least one of the sites there, Yahoo, seems to be doing all of this. So why wouldn't all sites do this as well? And if we look at some of the sites, or the sites that were common to the first version of the study and the most recent ones, so the ones that have been consistent all the way through, we can see, well, some level of improvement for some of the sites. So, for example, Facebook, back in 2007, there were various things that it allowed at the time that it now wouldn't allow. So there are now restrictions against using your surname, your user ID, the word password, etc. Similarly for Yahoo, it's improved. But Amazon, for example, has not particularly improved. The only thing that's changed there is that it now has an enforcement of password length, and the fact that it doesn't enforce composition rules is now a good thing rather than a bad thing, based on the wider guidance in circulation. I say the one area of improvement was the password length that sites were allowing. So we can see over time here that we've gravitated towards requiring longer passwords as a minimum length. So back in 2007, 2 sites allowed a 1-character password, and only 1 site required an 8-character password as a minimum. Jump to 2022, now more of the sites require 8 characters than less than that. So a slight improvement, I think, over 15 years of activity. But of course, our cybersecurity literacy is more than just needing to know about passwords. We need to know about antivirus, authentication more generally, backing up, updating our systems, protecting ourselves on networks, protecting the range of devices. I've got a mobile device there as an example, a range of devices, protecting our general online use and protecting our privacy are the things those are meant to be signifying. So a whole range of cyber hygiene behaviors. Now, guidance is available. There's plenty of it around. Here's a couple of examples. One from the US, the Stay Safe online site there, which incidentally flagged up that the 5th of May is World Password Day. So quite topical, me mentioning passwords. And Get Safe Online from the UK. And there are examples of such sites globally. So there is guidance available, but can we rely on people to come into contact with this guidance and be made aware of what they need to do? Certainly, if we look at what organizations do about it, the answer seems to be, well, no, we can't rely on them to be providing the training, the education and awareness. And again, jumping back in time to various surveys from years past, we see that generally about 1/3 of organizations in whichever year and whichever survey you choose seem to suggest they're doing something to provide training, awareness, education about security for their staff. And so for the other 2/3 of organizations and the staff involved, not necessarily sure what level of awareness they might have. And this tends to be the same right up to today. And this is from the UK Cybersecurity Breaches Survey over the years. And what this is showing is the level of compliance with our National Cybersecurity Centre's so-called 10 steps to cybersecurity. Well, as they were until recently. They slightly changed the steps now, but this survey series was measuring them against this set of labels. So this is a set of results we've got here. And we can see that generally the things on the left, the more technical types of control, they tend to be used by the majority of organizations. But if we look in the middle there at user education and awareness, it tends to be around sort of 30%, so around that 1/3 of organizations saying they're doing something in that respect. It dropped to just 9% in 2021, so it got even worse. So just to explain some of the differences, the secure configuration one dropped when the qualifying criteria was not only do you update your systems, but do you do the updates within 14 days? Then more organizations, oh no, we don't necessarily do that. The education awareness one dropped to a far lower percentage when it wasn't just, do you have a policy for your users, but do you actually train them? So it got worse there. And the one that seems to have improved only improved because the definition of having an incident management process became a bit more permissive. So, I mean, across the board, what we see there is user education awareness. The thing that would help people understand what they're supposed to do about security is the bit that we're giving the least attention to. In the same survey, those organizations were asked what priority did they feel their organization gave to cybersecurity, and 77% claimed that security was a high or fairly high priority for them. So just for fun there, I've marked where 77% is on that chart and shown you how many of those 10 steps on average come to that level of attention. We can see that it's not many. So our level of attention to security, and we can see it over the years again, so this getting better with age, this chart, it looks pretty much the same shape for all of those controls really over the years. So things are not necessarily changing all that much. So some conclusions off that then. As we move forward, the need for baseline cybersecurity literacy for people and baseline measures such as these 10 steps here actually becomes just more important. It's not going to become less important to protect ourselves. We need to ensure for users clarity of the message that we want to convey and also effective routes for communicating it. What I haven't talked about in the presentation here with the passwords is actually how the sites communicate or not, the rules and the enforcements that they actually want to have in place. That again becomes quite variable. The providers of the devices and services we use, they have a part to play in doing this. It's not just their problem. Organizations that are using the technologies, if they want their users to use them effectively, perhaps they have a role to play in helping to promote the message as well. And unfortunately, I suppose the overall conclusion from the various little bits of evidence that I've been able to show you there is security practice, what we do about it, doesn't seem to be advancing anywhere near as fast as the things that we need to protect and secure. So back to the beginning, just to answer those questions. Give my slides from 10 to 15 years ago. Some of the early ones still work today. Well, yeah, to some degree they did, because the messages are still true. The things that people said then, they would still say now. No, I couldn't get away with directly using an old slide deck. Didn't really expect that I could. I couldn't get away without mentioning passwords somewhere. And more significantly, are we learning the lessons as the years go by? Unfortunately, I don't think we are, or not as uniformly or as well as we could do. If you want to see something, a monitor, what actually changes over time, something you could usefully watch, because we did the first one of these surveys this year, a longitudinal cybersecurity survey. The first wave published earlier this year. You can find, if you do a search for cybersecurity longitudinal survey, you'll find this on the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport website in the UK. And you'll be able to see subsequent version of this in later years, and you'll be able to see if anything changes there. And other than that, talked a little bit longer than perhaps planned, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Professor. Thank you for imparting your wonderful knowledge with us and for spending your time. I understand that it's a different time zone over there, and thank you for staying up and spending your energy and time with us and imparting this knowledge with us. I'm sure everyone has benefited largely from this, from learning about cybersecurity and the importance of passwords and how they can be categorized. Thank you for that, Doctor. Now, I would like to invite our next keynote speaker of the day is Dr. Rasik Yaqub. He's earned a PhD from Tokyo, Japan, and in wireless communication systems, and he is also an MBA holder from New Jersey, USA in marketing. He is an inventor of technologies in cybersecurity, wireless communications, and smart grid with 40 plus issued patents. He has been an inductee of New Jersey Inventors Hall of Fame since 2014. He received an award of excellence in scholarship and research, Alabama AM University Huntsville, an award of Innovator Young Faculty, and an award of Outstanding Engineer Educator from the Dean of the College, and an Outstanding Engineer 2020 award from IEEE Region 3. He has 25 years of experience in the industry, government, and academia in the USA. Currently, he is serving as an associate professor to lead cybersecurity, wireless communication, and smart grid. He steered 4G LTE research and standardization efforts as an executive director of Toshiba America Research, directed cybersecurity training efforts as a department head of NIKSUN University, and led research and development team to develop wireless charger and media hubs for the automotive industry as a director of global R&D TechWorks. He remained as a senior consultant to the state of New Jersey to secure $87 million grant for 4G LTE deployment for first responders, a spokesperson in 3GPP for the Department of Homeland Security, an invited researcher in NASA Glenn Research Center, Cleveland, OH, to lead cybersecurity of aerial vehicles in 2019, and artificial intelligence-based fault detection and prediction in 2021. He also remained an inventor for Wells Fargo USA for cybersecurity of fintech. Dr. Rasik Yaqub is he would be delivering the keynote today, and we welcome him onto the floor that we have. Doctor, the floor is all yours. Please go ahead with your speech.
Yep. Now, first of all, thank you very much for such an extended introduction. I really appreciate that. The topic of my talk today is 5G and beyond. And before I start my talk, I would like to express my thanks to IFERP, and more specifically to Ms. Pooja, the Scientific Relations Institute for Engineering, Research and Publication for facilitating this conference and also my talk. I'm also thankful to the International Conference on Communication System organizers for organizing such a wonderful event. Coming directly to the topic, the contents of my talk are: what is 5G? And then I will move forward to the features of 5G, that's what 5G offers us. And then I will explain what are the enabling technologies of 5G, and then we will touch upon the 5G core network. And finally, we will see what is the 5G functions virtualization. So with these 5 different areas, I will try to end my talk in 30 minutes, that is allocated to me. So coming to what is 5G, well, 5G is a new technical standard after 1G, 2G, 3G, and 4G. Well, where 2G was basically just for voice communication, and nothing could be done using 2G phone. It was specifically for voice. When we moved to 3G, then we started transmitting data as well as voice. So this network was capable of handling 2 types of traffic, data as well as voice. However, this was purely circuit switched network for voice, and it was packet switched network for data. So this was a little too complicated because it had 2 different types of networks, one specific for voice, one specific for data. So then we moved forward to 4G, so that there is only one network which could handle both voice as well as data, and that was IP-based network. And 5G is further evolution to 4G, where 4G was mostly for human, 5G will be for people as well as for things. So 5G is basically to connect everyone as well as everything in the world. What are the features of 5G? The number 1 feature is higher data rates. And what do I mean by higher data rates? I mean, the data rates could be 1 to 10 gigabit per second. And what does it really mean? It means that you can download a 4K movie in 30 seconds. So that is the speed of this network. And let's take a little bit deeper look into the speed. If we consider 2G, it was capable of downloading this video in 1 week because the data rate was 115 kilobit per second. And then we moved forward to 2.5G, which was called Edge network. The speed was comparatively better, more than double, 384 kilobit per second, and we could download this movie in 3.5 days. And when we moved to 3G, we could download the same movie in 1 day. But still, the customers were not happy. They could not wait for whole 1 day to download one movie. So we moved forward towards 4G, and the same movie could be downloaded in 1 hour because the data rate, the speed of the network was 70 megabit per second. 5G gives us 10 gigabit per second. Means this movie can be downloaded in seconds. And this is comparable to optical fiber, where 500 gigabit per second speed could be attained. And when the 6G would come, that would be basically closer to the optical fiber speed. Now, 5G's second feature is that it has massive capacity. And what I mean by this is that nowadays a user can use maybe 2 gigabytes in a month, or maybe 5 gigabytes in a month. But with 5G, it would give the capacity of 36 terabytes per month per user. So it has massive capacity. It can meet the demand of the massive demand of the consumers or the subscribers. Then massive density, that is another feature. And what do I mean by density? It means that even a single base station would be able to handle 300 users per base station. So there would be a lot more devices that would be handled by a single base station. And then it would be capable of homogeneous as well as heterogeneous handover. Homogeneous handover is between the similar technologies, and heterogeneous handover is a handover between different categories of technologies. For example, IEEE based 802.11 Wi-Fi to cellular network. So it is heterogeneous handover. And then the next feature of 5G would be that it would offer very low latencies. And what do I mean by lower latencies? Let's go to the next slide. If I have a coverage of 20 miles with a bandwidth of 10 megahertz, that is, if the 5G is operating in low band, then the latency is 10 milliseconds only. And if I go to a higher tier and I operate my system in mid-band, that is up to 2.5, 2.6 gigahertz, then the range or the coverage would be 10 miles, the bandwidth would be 20 megahertz, and the latency would decrease a little bit. And similarly, if I keep decreasing the coverage and keep increasing the bandwidth, you would see that the 5G network offers a latency of just 1 millisecond. So it is very fast network. And it, because of this low latency, it is very attractive for different applications. For example, autonomous vehicles, or maybe for smart grids, or any application that requires near real-time transmission. Then comes the spectrum. Spectrum is another feature that this 5G would operate in very high frequency spectrum, which is in the range of 3 gigahertz to 300 gigahertz. And the next one would be the better user experience. Better user experience means that the user would be having better quality of service, better performance, better network efficiency. So they would be even more satisfied compared to 1G, 2G, 3G, or 4G. And then lastly, this would provide a lot more applications with better performance. For example, vehicle-to-vehicle communication. For example, it would provide better security and reliability, and it would provide better coverage. And more important for all the consumers is that the battery life would be 10 years, and compared to today's consumption, the battery consumption would be just 10%. So if your cell phone runs out of the battery in one day, using 5G technology, it will go for several days, and you don't need to charge it for several days. Now, another big thing about this 5G is that it offers sliced core network. And what do I mean by sliced core network is that, well, it would provide the mobile broadband for the mobile communication services and for the mobile subscriber. But let's imagine that in future there will be things talking to each other. A refrigerator would be talking to your cell phone, or a refrigerator may be talking to your air conditioning, or your washing machine is talking to your weather server if the weather is good or bad, and based on that it would making the decision to wash the clothes. So these machines probably may not be in motion. These will not be like a cell phone user traveling from one place to another place, So most of the machines that are stable, they have different requirements compared to the users, compared to the mobile user. So there would be a separate slice for that kind of services. And then again, if we talk about electric vehicles or autonomous vehicles, they may have completely different requirement compared to this. They require a very, very less latency compared to a human user. So they would provide a separate slice for that kind of critical infrastructure usage or critical applications. And other applications. So this network will be sliced according to the latency, according to the required speed, according to different requirements. So this network would be sliced based on the application. Now, what would be the enabling technologies for 5G? The enabling technologies are millimeter wave. And what do I mean by that is that since 5G will be operating in 3 gigahertz to 300 gigahertz, when I convert this into wavelength, it comes out to be millimeter wave. So it would be operating in a very high frequency band. Then, since the frequencies are higher, higher frequencies cannot travel longer distance. Therefore, there is a need to develop smaller cells. So the cells would be like 200 meter or 300 meter range. Instead of having 4 kilometer range cell, we will be having smaller cells. So there is a need to develop the microcell technologies. And this microcell technology will enable 5G technology. Then massive MIMO, we will need better antennas. We will need the massive antennas that could provide massive data and dense users. Therefore, special type of antennas will be used, which are massive MIMO, and MIMO stands for multiple input, multiple output. And then we will be using beamforming technology, because we don't want to radiate the energy in all the direction, because it is just a wastage of energy. We would direct the energy, we would transmit the energy only in that direction where the users are. If the users are not on the right-hand side, we would not transmit any energy on the right-hand side. For example, on the right-hand side, there is an ocean, and on the left-hand side, there is a land. We don't need to transmit any energy on the ocean side unless there is a ship or cruise or a boat or something with the cell phone. Then we can transmit energy or beam the energy in that direction. And then it would be full duplex, and network virtualization would be offered. And what is network virtualization? I will talk about this in the coming slides. I will briefly explain the core network because I have already consumed 15 minutes, so I have 15 more minutes on my time. So I would try to end my talk within the next 15 minutes. The core network architecture looks like that there is your cell phone that is actually trying to connect to this data network. So that is the basic scenario where I want to get some information from the internet, or I want to connect to some corporate network, or maybe the public landline telephone network. So basically, there would be something like a pipe would be established between this cell phone and the network so that the data could flow. But how this pipe would be established, how this pipe would be set up, well, there would be a base station, and this cell phone will be actually talking to the base station. Now, this base station would be connected to the AMF, and AMF stands for Access and Mobility Management Function. Means that, for example, if you just landed in America, your cell phone will try to connect to American network, right? And that would be called access to the network, right? So your cell phone is trying to access the network. Or maybe you just recently purchased a new telephone and it will try to connect to the network. That would be the access. It is trying to get the access to the network. It is trying to register itself with the network. And mobility means, since you will be moving from one cell to another, one city to another city, this guy will take care of your mobility. It will keep your credential, and it would know your exact location where you are, and your call would be forwarded to that location with the help of this entity. The next entity is SMF, which stands for Session Management Function, and that would perform the management functions. For example, when you hit the send button and when you hit the end button, this is the whole session. So during the entire session, the session management entity will take care of your session. For example, if you started your call using the voice only, so you initiated voice call only, but then you decided to add the video because you are at a beautiful spot and you want to show the video of that area to your friend. So you added the video. It means your session is no more voice session. Now it is voice as well as video. So this session management function will be capable of handling your session. And of course, it would charge you accordingly. Earlier, it was just voice, then you added video, then you added text, then you started streaming video or something like that. So it will track how your session is proceeding, and accordingly, it will charge you. And that was the main function of SMF. Then there would be a UPF, that is a user plane function, and it is not related to the management of the call, but it would be related with the user data. So the user data, whatever he's talking or whatever he's streaming, should be transmitted to the second end faithfully and dedicatedly. So user plane would take care of the user's traffic and not the signaling or the session related or the management related data. UDM is basically an entity where your database or profile is stored. Your billing address, your credit card number, your home address, your name, your last name. So this kind of data is stored. And before you start making a call, UDM will first authenticate you, whether you have paid the bills, whether you are authorized to use this service or not. So UDM is kind of the brain of this network from billing point of view, from authorization, authentication, from security point of view. And the next one is PCF, which stands for Policy Control Function. And this entity will basically be in charge of policy. If you are roaming in America, what is the policy of your service provider with AT&T in America? This guy would understand that what kind of policy I need to apply, because you are now not in India, but now you are in USA, or now you are in UK. So this policy control function will apply the same policy which is applicable to you in that situation where you are in. So, I have already explained the functions of these entities here in this slide. So let me skip these few slides where I have the functions explained in detail, so I can skip these. And the reason I'm skipping is that I have already explained these functions in a bigger block diagram. Now, network functions virtualization. The network that I showed here, it is hardware. This AMF is hardware. It is a big server. Similarly, this SMF is a hardware. It is a big server. It is a big computer. UPF is a server. It is a different entity, different server. Maybe AMF is manufactured by, for example, Nokia. SMF is, for example, manufactured by Siemens Network. UPF is, for example, manufactured by some other vendor, and UDM by some other, and PCF by other. So this time they decided that, well, we have to buy different hardware from different vendors, and then we have to see if they are compatible, they are talk to each other. And the biggest drawback is that they charge a lot of money for selling these devices. So they came up with an idea that why don't we have a software, big server, which they call off-the-shelf server or COT. So here they came up with an idea of a COT server. So instead of having this AMF as a hardware, they moved it here as a software entity. So there is no hardware here, just a software program which interprets AMF will be created here. So AMF is virtualized in this COT server. Similarly, this SMF is going to be virtualized. It is a software function in this COT server. So instead of having the hardwares, several hardwares, they just want to have one big server where this would be an application. Just like your telephone have several apps, this COT server will have several apps. One app is called AMF, the other one is SMF, the third one will be UPF. So all these entities, UDM and PCF, all these entities will be sitting here in the form of a software instead of hardware. So now this is called network functions virtualization. So there will be no separate hardware for everything, but there would be the app for AMF, app for SMF, an app for UPF, an app for PCF and UDM. So there would be just one server. The biggest advantage of this would be that the operators don't have to spend a lot of money on buying these hardware, but it would be just a program. It would just be an application, just an app that they would purchase and install in a big server. So that would be a lot of cost saving. And this COT server would be managed by this management and orchestration, MANO. And MANO is basically a key element for NFV architecture. It coordinates resources for the cloud-based application, and it manages the life cycle of VNF and network services. And again, what are the advantages? As I mentioned, it will be a lot of cost saving. And if these functions are put in the server, that would be even further cost saving, because then we don't have to buy a server as well. So it would be just a cloud-based server. Now, my last slide is what is beyond 5G. 6G is beyond 5G, and the difference between 5G and 6G would be that if you take a look at this spectrum, we have infrared, we have ultraviolet, then we have gamma rays and X-rays, and here we have microwave and radio wave. 6G would be actually operating on this area. So here, 6G will be operating, so it would be even higher bandwidth or spectrum. 5G was operating up to here, 300 gigahertz, but 6G would be operating in terahertz, so even higher band. Thank you very much, and I hope I finished my talk within the specified time of 30 minutes.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor, for your wonderful speech and for imparting your knowledge with us. It has really been informational as well as knowledgeable to all. On that note, I would like to announce that let us take a 15-minute break before we begin the technical sessions for the day. And before we break, I would like to announce to all the participants a few reminders of the guidelines that has been communicated to you. So kindly note that you will be having a presentation time of 8 to 10 minutes. 10 minutes being the maximum. And if you would be exceeding the time limit, then myself or the session chair have the authority to cut you in and to ask you to speed up your presentation. So kindly please adhere to the time limits. And the second thing is, while you are presenting your work, kindly put it on the slideshow mode that is available on the PPT presented so that you better view it. And the Q&A session will happen after each of the presenters have presented it, and it is up to the session chair. So kindly have your presentations ready and ensure that you are of time management as well as proper presentation. Thank you. It is great. Welcome back to the conference, everyone. I'm sure all the participants are here and we have our session chair also with us. Before we start the technical session, I would like to request the participants and the dignitaries, if possible, please do turn on your cameras so that we can take a group picture of the conference. It is a request to all of you to please turn on your cameras so that we can take a group picture for the conference. I see lots of faces. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you to all who have been turning on your cameras. Thank you so much. Yes, we shall wait for a few more minutes before taking. It's just for a minute, people, just for a minute. Yes, everyone, just for a minute, just turn on your cameras. We will take a group picture and then we can begin the technical session. Okay, I see some faces here. So let us go ahead and take a pic. All right, so on my count, everybody just give your best smile that is there. All right, so on 1, 2, and 3. Smile, everyone. Okay, let's take another pic. All right, so once more, 1, 2, and 3. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you for your cooperation. On that note, we will be starting the technical session for the day. So the first would be technical session 1. And for that, I would like to invite our session chair. So our session chair for technical session 1 is Ms. Surbi Saroha, Department of Computer Science, Meerut College. Session chair, I honorably ask you to preside over the technical session. So on your go ahead, can we start the technical session? You can give me a thumbs up on the screen or a verbal go ahead as we start the session.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. Once more, let me remind all the participants. Yes, please. All right. Once more, let me remind you all on the guidelines that have been given. So kindly limit your presentations under the time limit of 8 to 10 minutes. Me or the session chair have the authority to cut in and cut short your presentation if you are exceeding the time limit. Please be mindful that there are a lot of people who would be doing the presentation. So please be mindful of the time. Also, I would like to request that all of you please present on slideshow mode in your system so that we would view your presentations better. And last, the session chair will be having a Q&A after each of the presenter has presented their work. On that note, I would like to say all the best to all the presenters. May the best paper win. Let me call on the first presenter of the day. The paper title is Food Ordering App Like Zomato, and the author is Ganesh Midori. So can we have Ganesh Midori to present his paper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please, Ganesh, go ahead and present your paper.
Ma'am, is this screen is visible?
Yes.
Yes, we can see your screen. Go ahead.
Full screen. Hello.
Yes, continue. Open your camera if possible. While presenting, you open your camera. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am. Wait.
So, good morning, everyone. Myself, Neeraj Dumbre. Our project topic name is food ordering application like Zomato or Swiggy. Our author's name is Akansha Sirsat and our guide is Professor Sujata Gadu. Next. So, Professor Sujata Gadu ma'am is our project guide, currently working as an assistant professor at Terna Engineering College. She provided guidance throughout the project. Next slide. Next slide. He's our author, Ganesh Metidudi. Next slide. Our co-author, Akansha Sirsat.
Your slide is not moving. The slide is on the first slide only, and keep it on the presentation mode. Okay.
Presentation. It's not.
Please put your presentation. Ganesh, please put it on presentation mode, and also the slide has not been moving. Kindly please sort out your technical issues.
Yeah, ma'am. Present. Ma'am, it's now visible.
Yes.
Yes, it's visible now.
Okay, ma'am. So I'll start over. Good morning, everyone. So good morning, everyone. Myself, Neeraj Dumbre. Our project topic's name is food ordering Sirsat, and our guide name is Professor Sujata Gadu. Next slide. So Professor Sujata Gadu ma'am is a project guide currently working as an assistant professor at Terna Engineering College, Nerul, and she provided us guidance throughout the project. She can be contacted at the given below mentioned email ID. Next slide. He is our author, Ganesh Metidodi, co-author Akansha Sirsat, and this is myself, Neeraj Dumbre. We all hold a diploma in information technology and currently pursuing the last year in Bachelor of Engineering Information Technology. So, talking about the abstract of our project, as we know that the changing technology is significantly affecting our lives, it has also affected the food and restaurant industries in recent few years. So, in our system, we are building the application which will help the users to place order from the restaurant around which will be stored in the database wirelessly. Also, the restaurant owner can modify menu items. This provides comfort and lessens the human blunders or mistakes. Next slide. Okay, before the technology era, as we know that every restaurant had their own contact number to accept the orders and get them delivered. But how many numbers can a user have for various restaurants? So our application gathers all the restaurants at one place. That is our application Food Express, and it is an application that sets up food menu online. So scope of our project or our project focuses on the people who are constantly migrating from cities to cities for any kind of purposes, which may include the student for studies or the employees for career purpose. The main goal of our system is to reduce the use of manual entries and maintain the restaurant's function in an effective way, which will eventually help seller to be just online without worrying about the delivery part. Next slide is a proposed system which will be explained to you by Akansha.
Hello, ma'am. we have implemented 3 applications, that is user applications, seller application, rider application, and one web portal, that is admin portal. Moving system, and after logging in, you will have dashboard, and you will have dashboard where all the restaurants can be shown. If user wants to search for a particular restaurant, then he can do that. After searching restaurant, user can add that food item to the cart and place the order. After placing the order, user will make the payment, and this whole data gets stored in the database. Next is moving toward the next application, that is seller application, where seller have to register their restaurant. After registering the restaurant, seller will accept or reject the order according to the restaurant owner will get their amount, which will be stored in the restaurant earnings, and this whole transaction history or data gets stored in the database. The next is rider application, where rider after accepting the order, which will be ready to deliver, rider will be get notified about it, and rider will pick up that order. After picking up the order, rider will deliver that order to the customer, and after that the rider's amount gets stored into the rider's earning, and this whole data gets stored into the database. And the last aspect, that is web portal. The last aspect, that is web portal, where admin can block and unblock all the types of users. Also, admin will be able to see the particular restaurant earnings and riders earnings. Thank you, ma'am. Next slide will be explained by Ganesh.
Yeah, ma'am. Coming to our data model, this is our data model. We have used backend as Firestore database. This is our following entities we have encountered during the developing of our app. We have used items such as users. They are following fields and the email ID for registering with the email, and sellers is concerned the following fields and attributes which will be used to a seller ID. And we have used Firestore database in such a way that it consists a document type model. So when we are accessing data, we are getting the whole data in a bunch. We can easily to access and manipulate data. This is the implementation screenshot. After coming to the latest technology, we have many users for many searches. For example, using Android Studio, using Java, Swift, for example, building Android app, and we have to use Swift for developing an iOS app. So it's for coding a double work for us. So we have used a Flutter, which is a common language. The advantage of using a Flutter is that it can use for both Android and iOS by using a single code. So we have used Flutter for this advantage, and we have built the following application till now. This is the snapshot for the implemented system. It consists of splash screen, the login screen, and the registration screen. And about this is a batch menu where the menus will be appear, and this is a Pizza Hut screen where the user drawer we can see new orders, history, mining, and sign out. And this is a menu page where the user can add the systems. And these are the following screenshot where uploading the menu, and this is for showing the menus and uploading the menus to the users, and this is uploading new item to the menu screen. So this is the above implementation for users by user splash screens, user registration, and users login purpose. And this is a user task where the users has the following dashboard and drawers such as home, my orders, history, search, add restaurant, etc. And second is the user's home page where you can see the restaurants for users, and this is the user seal addresses for selected addresses. And this is the menu page when user clicks on the particular menu. For example, if your Pizza Hut is a restaurant, after clicking over here, you will get the menus for Pizza Hut. It is a veg menu. On going to the veg menu, you also follow tomatoes, pizza, etc. After clicking on that items, he has to he will access a description screen where he can add select the quantities and add to the cart, and we will see the item has been successfully added. And after that, he will select the addresses over here, and then he can place the order. And then it will be going to a seller's app where he can see the new orders and manages accordingly. Conclusion, ma'am. Coming to conclusion, we have been developing an app for which will be used for both iOS and Android. We have been we have been completed till now the sellers and the users app. We are pending with the writers app, so we will be completed that soon. And these are the following references we have used for in our project. Thank you, ma'am.
I have a question. My question is like, what is different from Swiggy and Zomato in your app?
Yeah, ma'am. Basically it's a clone app. It's not like any major difference, but we are focusing on small scale industries, like because Swiggy and Zomato are registering only the authorized restaurants. So we will giving an advantage for sellers perspective, where users normal vendors can also register themselves by only clicking the simple registration task.
Thank you. My question is done.
Yeah, ma'am.
Next presenter.
Thank you for the presentation. So I would like to invite the next presenter. The next presenter is Shiva Narayana Reddy on user-centric biomedical document ranking model using Hadoop framework based on genetic disease. So Shiva Narayana Reddy, we are ready for your work.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, you are audible. Please go ahead.
One second, ma'am. I'll be sharing my screen. I hope the screen is visible.
Yes.
Good morning to all the people of chair. Myself, I'm Shiva Narayana Reddy. My title, basically, I'll start with my title and then give my introduction. So I'm basically working on my thesis, which is related to gene-based disease identification. And from that gene-based disease identification, I'm trying to pull out the ranking-based gene identified diseases. Based on that gene-based ranking identification, I'm able to deliver my output. I don't know to how much extent I could clearly, relevantly show you that within the span of 10 minutes, but to an extent, I'll show you my models which I have deployed through this particular paper. So the title is User-Centric Biomedical Document Ranking Model using, so this is Hadoop framework, and I'm trying to use my gene-based identification through Hadoop framework. So coming to my introduction, I'm Shiva Narayana Reddy. I'm working as Associate Professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering from a reputed autonomous institution, that is Gitanjali College of Engineering and Technology from Hyderabad. I have totally around 16 years of experience, teaching experience. And my research area includes this data mining, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. Till now, I've published around 10 research papers in reputed journals, which are almost under Scopus listed. So I've been guiding various projects under undergraduate and postgraduate level also. So coming back to my context, for this task, for my aspect, we are trying to use a data set that is called as PubMed data set. Okay, so it is an open source data set actually. The reason why we are going for this particular ask is nowadays the volume of diseases have become very much high. Diagnosing those diseases is becoming very difficult from day to day. So and moreover, providing a medication to a disease is very much, I mean, I don't know, can I say it easier? Because once it is diagnosed, once a disease is diagnosed, providing a, one moment, my camera is not on actually. Is it okay if I'm not?
If you can open the camera, it
Yeah,
would be very good.
yeah. Sorry. I could not go through that. One second, my presentation. One second. Sorry for causing a disturbance. So the volume, I'd like to make it in a crisp. So the volume of diseases have been increased day by day. So to improve the diagnosis part, isn't it? To improve the diagnosis and pull out that as fast as possible. So this particular, I hope my algorithm would be very much useful to diagnose any sort of disease based on this ranking model which we have deployed. I have deployed. Okay, so for which the basic inputs are from MESH. We have used biomedical ranking models utilizing MESH words. MESH words are the recognized medical repository terminologies. Okay, based on that words, we try to start our ranking. Okay, I'd like to give you an example. So MESH words are the medical recognized terminologies. Medical recognized terminologies will be in a library, that is NLM, National Medical Library. And when a user types some word through a search engine or okay, in my search engine, it will definitely relate to the National Medical Library verbals and then provide a ranking to it, isn't it? And collectively, I mean, from all these words, we'll group up a ranking and from which we will try to diagnose the disease actually. And I would like to go through the last point over here. This research actually uses the gene and illness data sets to construct a new Hadoop-based document ranking methodology. This is what I wanted to say. I'm constructing a model using Hadoop-based document for which a ranking methodology is used. This is the basic graph through which I would like to give you some knowledge. It depends upon the number of hits, the number of terminologies provided, and from there it will match to the NML, that is medical library, from which an appropriate ranking will be provided. I've given a generic process, but actually we have got. So there are a lot of different document ranking methods out there. So what is special in my particular ranking model? So for that, I've built in three steps of ranking: content-based rankings, usage-based ranking, and then link-based ranking. I hope all the computer science people are familiar with all these things. All right, content to content matching is done, and on that a ranking is given. Usage, every user might try to provide his own verbal this thing from which some ranking is provided, and then through some links we get using all those links and mapping those links, there will be a separate ranking. So basically the steps followed in my particular presentation, in my particular processes: data preparation phase, pre-processing phase, and disease ranking phase. These are my steps over here. Preparation phase, where I've written a normal algorithm. So have to, I mean, the data set which is available online might not be appropriate to my usage, isn't it? So I have prepared it in such a way that I could use it to my particular process and it would be helpful. In a pre-processing phase, as we all know, it will try to remove the noisy data or unwanted things which are there in the data set to reduce it, and then use a relevant data which is specifically used for my particular process. Then we have gone for gene to disease ranking phase. This is my actual ranking model which I have deployed, and verbal to verbal ranking is given. Okay, and this particular picture explains about the proposed model. Actually, as I said you, I'm trying to pulling up medical repositories from a PubMed repository, which is an official repository from National Medical Library. From there, preparation phase, then we have gone for pre-processing, and then gene-based ranking phases given. This is my proposed model. And as I have said you, I've built a small algorithm for preparing my relevant data set, okay, for which I would I've clearly mentioned there the inputs are used, also the gene related databases. And the output would be definitely the ranking for the diagnosis, what we are trying to expect. This is a small thing. And under the pre-processing phase, this is already known from the repository. We are trying to collect different diseases, that is dog set. Eliminating the noisy data means by removing all these stop words, stemming them, tokenizing and all these things. Then the final set is grouped at last, from which it is sent to the ranking purpose after throwing it onto my model. Basically, this is the formula which has been used for the purpose of verbal to verbal ranking base. Okay. So the first gene D1, DI, J, and then first one is R, second one is T, right? R is nothing but the input which we have taken, and T is nothing but the word which we want to measure it. The comparison is done between R and T, and then that is ranked accordingly using the formula over there. I could show you the experimental results clearly from my model. Actually, if you could see all these things, there are different ranking measures like chi-square rank, mutual info rank, and probabilistic rank. Earlier rankings for different aspects, that is for diabetes, leukemia, cancer, and brain disease, the result set matching of the diagnosis and to which appropriate nature the diagnosis was made. And earlier it was for diabetes, it was around 32.67 by using chi-square rank. It is 39.12 by using info rank, 39.86 by using probabilistic rank, which were the earlier ranking models, and the proposed ranking model which I have followed, to which I could achieve 27.654. For example, if I take for diabetes. Similarly, if you could see for leukemia, cancer, and brain diseases, I could find out a marginal difference, a relevant, appropriate difference with all the other ranking models which were deployed earlier. And what I want to say from here, this is the graphical representation of what I have. I can bring out from the numericals what I've shown you earlier. But the last conclusion, what I want to, it's my perspective, as I am using Hadoop-based model and then building my own ranking-based model to predict this diagnosis from the earlier ranking models to my model. Would suggest in future, if any enhancement to this has to be made, from my part or to my knowledge, a map, as I said, a map reduce framework would be used in the future to expand this work to an ensemble gene categorization and ranking model. And that's it. I hope I've given you sufficient information from my side, and I'm open for any queries.
Yes, I have a question. Can you elaborate more on Hadoop? You said Hadoop platform you are working on. So can you elaborate
Yes,
more?
Hadoop platform, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm using, ma'am, I'm using some, see, basically on a Hadoop platform, I'm using some machine learning techniques. And then from those machine learning techniques, I'm able to make, I mean, my first task is to make the relevant data sets from the available PubMed repositories so that I can appropriately match to the user queries which are related to medical terminologies, and then provide a ranking based approach to that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Next presentation.
Okay, moving on to the next presenter. I would like to call upon Jasmine Jinita for the coronary artery disease prediction and analysis using machine learning technique. So can we have Jasmine
Yes.
Janita, please?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Good
Janita,
afternoon.
we can. Please go
Yes.
ahead.
Yes. Shall I share my screen?
Yes, you can share your screen.
First,
Mr. Shivanarayana, can you please unshare your screen? Mr. Shivanarayana, can I please ask you to unshare your screen? Okay, thank you. Please go ahead, Janita.
Yes. Yes, good afternoon. This is Jasmine Janita. I'm a research scholar from Vistas Institute of Science and Technologies and Advanced Studies. My topic is coronary artery disease prediction and analysis using machine learning techniques. My research supervisor, Dr. S. Mangair Karasi, research supervisor, Mangair Karasi, School of Computing Sciences, Vistas. My abstract, coronary artery disease contains huge variety of heart-associated illnesses. The scientific affiliations generates a huge quantity of scientific information associated with the diseases. Nowadays, most of the diseases happen based on heart problems. So this prediction using machine learning is a recent trend. It is more efficient algorithms are available on machine learning. So this I have chosen this machine learning algorithms. In my proposed research work, 8 algorithms, 8 machine learning algorithms I tried to use: gradient boosting algorithms, decision tree, random forest, SVM, KNN, and logistic regressions. And so all the classifier algorithms I have used and analyzed that which algorithm out of that SVM, support vector machine, and KNN are the best algorithms. They are given the results. In KNN, I use this 10-fold cross validation, attempting out of getting the best performance. And compared to other algorithms, gradient boost, adder boost, and gradient boost algorithms give accuracy of 86.88%, and random forest algorithm, it gives the efficiency 88%, and most high accuracy I received by using K-neighbors algorithm and support vector machine algorithm. So the medical practitioners can choose this best algorithms to predict the data. that is, the patients have a disease or not. The prediction is here. The description of my project is, as I already told, machine learning is the most efficient technology for predicting the diseases based on constructing models and training and testing the data. Machine learning in my heart disease prediction, the data set I chosen from UCA repository data set. It consists of totally 76 attributes, but most important attributes are chosen. Out of that, 13 attributes are chosen for predicting the diseases such as cholesterol, blood sugars, sex, age, like that. In this research, I have used 8 classifier algorithms: logistic regression, KNN, SVM, naive-based decision tree, random forest, and AWS gradient boost algorithms, getting the highest accuracy algorithms. And the algorithms, the proposed system, I used to follow the following steps. First stage, I have chosen the data set from the UCA repository. Data visualization. Actually, the data set is analyzed by using data visualization part. For that, C-born and pair plot functions are used to analyze the data set. Why we used to analyze the data set is the data set is equally balanced. For example, when we using the data set in our data set, I can see in the next slide. Okay, anyway, data visualization is done by the C-born and pair plot functions. After that, choosing the data set and choosing the training and test area into the data set. Based on algorithm, I have different. That is, I have chosen different test data and different train data. Some algorithms gives the best result when I'm choosing the training data as 20%. Some algorithms gives when I'm choosing training data as 30% best accuracy. So based on that, I have chosen the test and training data set. And
sorry to interrupt. A lot of noise is coming from background. Can you mute your mics, rest everyone? Apart from the presenter, mute your mic, please. A lot of disturbance.
Yes.
Yes. Continue, please.
Yes, ma'am. Before.
Can you open your mic, Janita? Sorry, not mic. Your video. Your video is not visible.
Your video means yes, ma'am.
The presenter, please open your camera when your turn is there.
I'm not able to maximize my
okay,
Zoom
okay.
window.
Okay, okay.
Zoom window. That's why. Yes, ma'am. Wait.
Continue. Sorry.
Can you see my video?
Yes.
Shall I proceed now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So the algorithm steps is once I split the train and test data, I have applied the algorithms. Then by using that algorithm, I have trained the model, and the predicting accuracy, the results are displayed by using confusion matrix, and also the input data I have chosen from the user by using Flask design. Sorry, I was in near to the meeting, that's why disturbance. Sorry. Okay, so the first the screen, this screen is actually showing the distribution of data. Actually, the data set, the target attribute, it shows that the person is having heart disease or not. Okay, the target attribute values are 1 represents the patient is having heart problem, and the attribute value is 0 represent the patient not having heart disease. So in the graph, we can see that it is nearly 160 data, totally 303 records are in the data set, and 160 data shows that the patient is having heart disease, and 140 data is showing that the patient is not having heart disease. So that the distribution of data is equivalent, it is available. So the data set is we have chosen for testing the accuracy of disease prediction. Okay. And then the diagram plot function. Plot function is also used to give the comparative study for all the attribute wise, for example, age is a particular age limit, people are having mostly affected by the heart disease, and gender, for example, male when compared to male and female, male are mostly affected by the heart disease, like that. Each attribute we can analyze the comparative by using plot function. Then in my research, I use this heat maps. Heat map are used to show the data set highly correlated. For example, which attribute or which features are mostly correlated with the target attribute, or which one is lessly correlated with the target attribute. That can be identified by using the heat maps. So once by using heat map, all the attributes are compared. From the chosen the attribute which are mostly related with the target attribute, that attributes only chosen for further modeling, that is checking and training and testing the model. Then in my research, all the accuracies of all the models, results values are displayed by using the confusion matrix diagram. So this only the confusion matrix. I was shown this output of SVM classifier. So in this SVM classifier, 91 test data are found. Out of 91 test data, 33 are found correctly. The patient without heart disease, 49 are found correctly. The patient is heart disease. So like using this confusion matrix, all the models are, all the outputs are shown by using this confusion matrix in my research. Next to conclusion. In this, this is the final comparison of all the attribute, all the algorithms. In my logistics regression algorithm, I see the output. The result is 89%, and K nearest neighbor algorithm classifier got the result accuracy is 90%. So in this K nearest neighbor algorithm, I use these 10-fold cross validations. In my paper, I showed that. If suppose I have chosen 10 nearest neighbor, or that is how the attributes are related, that can display. Then decision tree classifier, it is actually a weak learner, so there's only the less accuracy algorithm. And then gradient boosting classifier, AdaBoost, and random forest boosting algorithm. So out of this K nearest neighbor algorithm and SVM are giving the highest accuracy percentages, 90%. So in my future work, I plan to increase the boosting algorithm, boosting in weak learners, applied to boost the algorithm by using gradient boosting or AdaBoost boosting enhancement to the weak learner algorithms. So this is about my research work, and these are the research reference papers I have used.
Janita, go to the back slide, the table, the comparative table which you have shown.
Yes, yes.
This 8th slide. 8th slide.
Yes.
This is not the 8th one. Before conclusion.
Before conclusion. It's not moving by seeing. Yes, ma'am, this one.
Yes, this one. So can you explain what are these numbers for, like 33, 7 to 48? What it depicts, and can you elaborate more on this table in this start?
This is true positive and true negative values. This one is false positive and false negative values. So actually, this trend data, it is in SVM. I have classified the record into 20% as training and 80% as test data. So out of the test data, 91 test data. Sorry. Yes, out of the 91 test data, 33 is found as correctly as patient without heart disease. That is false, true negative. This one is true positive. 49 are found correctly with the heart disease.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Shall I stop, ma'am? presentation, ma'am.
Yes, yes, yes. We can move to the next.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation, Janita. Moving on to the next presenter, we have CH Sriya, who will be presenting on Pareto optimization of product material selection. Can we have CH Sriya to present her paper?
Yes, you're audible. Share your screen.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to present a paper on paper optimization for product material selection. Myself, author C.S. Shreya, co-author Monica, and my guide, Dr. Veena. She helped us through the algorithm and helped with us getting the output. So, Pareto optimization is where we choose the product materials. Here, for choosing product materials, we have taken a sample of kitchen supplies, forks, spoons. So the product materials are a list of metals for forks or spoons like alloy, steel, aluminium. The goal is to develop an application for product designers to determine a product material based on various objectives. This application is developed considering the product designers has no prior knowledge. We give a GUI where a list of product materials are visible, and the product designer can choose what all the materials he wants to choose for his products. Once he chooses, we'll optimize it. And then after optimization, it will calculate the fitness function using differential algorithm. Once the fitness function is calculated, it will print whether the product is toxic or not based on the bound range. And then here the GUI layout we have given as box layout. The GUI helps us to get the output. Yes, this is considered based on the waste management. Once there are so many product waste managements, toxic materials are released, and then so we are planning to control the waste management before the product is created, so that instead of solving it after creation of the product, we can delete it before itself. So the actors here are user, and input is selecting the checkbox, and input the GUI application is used. So this is the modules and function. A data set is considered with economical, mechanical, and physical environmental properties. Once the data set is created, when the user selects, it goes to the backpropagation neural network and differential network for calculating the fitness function, where the fitness function each individual measures with respect to the objective function. Objective function decides whether it's maximum or minimum to the actual value. So for this project, normal Python is used, and for GUI, PyQt5 is used. So this is the sample of GUI we have created. So here the product designer will select the products he wants for the designing. Once the fitness function is calculated, it will print the fitness function. Since it's cobalt, copper, and glass, it's printed. If it is lead, it will print the function is toxic, and then the product designer can choose the other material which is similar to fitness function. So this is the conclusion. Choosing a product of eco-friendly and reducing waste management. Yes.
Can you open your camera?
Yes.
Yes. Your topic is Pareto. So what does it mean?
Pareto is where we select minimum comparison of products with one another. Like where one we reduce the one factor and without affecting the other factor, and we give the optimize function.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, presenter. Moving on to the next presenter, we have Shruti Ravi presenting on visual image caption generator using deep learning. Can we have Shruti Ravi, please?
Good morning.
Good morning, Shruti. You're audible. Please go ahead.
1 second.
So as a request to all the participants, kindly turn on your video cameras as well so that we can see you while you present.
Ma'am, I'm not able to turn on my camera. Excuse me?
Okay, fine, then carry on.
Yeah. So my project is on visual image caption generator. I'm using deep learning for this. I'm currently a computer science student at Satyabama University, Chennai. And this project is entirely for my final project. What image captioning generator usually means is like it's a very important topic in artificial intelligence, where we use both image processing and computer vision. What I aim to see is like how we can implement this in human computer interactions and video annotations. The dataset I've used is Coco dataset from 2017. It's from I've scraped it from cocodataset.org. The algorithms I've used in this project are CNN and long short-term memory. CNN is basically where it tries to understand the individual image, and long short-term memory is used to generate the predict the next sequence of the word. I've used long short-term memory over RNN because when we use RNN, it gives us a vanishing gradient, but we don't want vanishing gradient over here. And why I've used CNN over RNN is because CNN is more powerful and it's more suited for images and videos, where RNN is used only for text and speech. And it's also very fast when compared to RNN. It's like 5 times faster than RNN. So I've used CNN instead of RNN. What happens in this model is that CNN, we input an image, and then CNN scans the image left to right, top to bottom, and pulls out the important features of the image and objects. And then it converts, CNN identifies the objects, and then it converts to long short-term memory to generate a sentence. Long short-term memory actually predicts what the next word can be. Like, it goes through the, when CNN goes through the image, long short-term memory looks at the image and also predicts like, okay, first we might need a giraffe, and then we might need grass, and then road, and then it tries to predict what it is. And then at the end, when we input the image, it what happens is it gives a perfect sentence. Excuse me. It gives a perfect grammatical English sentence. This is the implementation. Like, I've inputted an image first, and then and then I written the code for it to generate a image. Generate a caption for the image. What I want to see, what future further developments I want to do is maybe use more languages other than just English for the captioning, and train with more images than just just 200 images. And this is the references that I've taken. That's it. Thank you, ma'am.
So when you insert an image, it automatically tells you the English part of it, right? That's what you want to tell.
Yes, ma'am. When we implement, the user inputs an image, and then what he gets as an output is a direct sentence. It's like a Google Lens. When you put an image, it searches through everything that Google has to show you, and then it gives you the results, right? It's almost exactly like that. But instead of wide scope like Google, it's like it's on a smaller range.
And what is the role of CNN here?
The role of CNN is to just scan the image and then 1 second. Like I said, CNN extracts the information for a long short-term memory to understand what sentences it should generate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the next presenter, we have Srinidhi Jaganmohan, who will be presenting on brain tumor detection using EBT through image segmentation. Can we have Srinidhi Jaganmohan?
Yes, 1 second. Let me just present my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good afternoon all. So our project paper it is titled Brain Tumor Detection Using Edge-Based Detection Technique Through Image Segmentation. Me and my teammates have been working on this paper to produce the best outcomes and accuracy. So our guide is Guru Subramanian, and he is an associate professor working under Sri Sai Ram Engineering College in the computer science department. He has published a few papers in networking as well as machine learning. And my teammates are Niveta N and Kavipriya M and I'm Srinidhi Jaganmohan, and we've worked on a few projects like plagiarism detection technique using optical character recognition before. Okay, so for our abstract, so it is well known that AI has developed a lot and has contributed to human society. Neural networks is a small component under a big umbrella of artificial intelligence. Brain tumor detection in its earliest stages is quite a challenging task to detect in a medical field. This paper provides a model that helps detect tumor through image segmentations. The segmentation is achieved through edge-based detection techniques such as canny edge detection algorithm. For optimization, genetic algorithms with CNN is used to improvise detection, and feature extraction through gray level co-occurrence matrix is used. This paper makes use of algorithms like support vector machine, where accuracy is improved. This will in turn help detect and diagnose the type of tumor present, which helps the doctors make an accurate and early diagnosis to save patients entirely.
So this project proposes a model in which the MRI scan images will be collected as the input, and the data set consists for the MRI image will be trained to classify the tumors as a normal no tumor or a malignant or a benign tumor. So in data sets, we are using 70% of the data set for testing the module and 30% for the validating the training model. So the MRI image collected as the input will be pre-processed to avoid the noises. Then the pre-processed images will be segmented using the canny edge-based detection along with the thresholding algorithm. So for an optimized solution, genetic algorithms used in the segmentation. So this is followed by a feature extraction using a gray level co-occurrence matrix and a convolution neural network for training the dataset in the feature extraction. So after the extracted image, the classification is done using the support vector machine SVM to differentiate the cancers and non-cancerous cells. So this is the architecture. The MRI image will be sent as an input to the model and it will be pre-processed. Then there's a image segmentation will be done to extract the image, and then the extraction will be done. Then after that, it will be sent to the SVM classifier, and comparing with the data set, it will be differentiated as with whether it is a malignant or a benign tumor.
Kavipriya.
The data sets are used for better comparison with the user input. The data sets used in this project are obtained from a collection of MRI scans from the open source data website named kaggle.com. These raw MRI images are taken from a private medical facility, and the size of these images vary on their wide scale. Approximately 2,600 images have been collected from the training the model. These images have been classified into 4 classes, which is glycoma tumor, meningioma tumor, pituitary tumor, and node tumor. With the dataset used, 70% is used for testing the model, and the remaining 30% of the dataset is used for the validation testing. Image segmentation. Image segmentation is the process of assigning a label to every pixel in an image, such that pixels with the same label share certain categories. It is dividing the visual image into segments to simplify the analysis of the image. Each segment consists of a set of pixels. The proposed image will be segmented using canny edge detection technique along with threshold algorithm. Canny edge detection based technique is used to detect the image, and the threshold algorithm, the edges will be connected in a smoother manner. To get an optimized solution for segmentation, CNN with genetic algorithm is used. Genetic algorithm is used in image enhancement and unbiased optimization technique.
So for our feature extraction, this paper uses grade level co-occurrence matrix. Grade level co-occurrence matrix gives us the second order statistical data for gray levels between neighboring pixels in an image. The tumor segment of the brain has like a different texture than the rest of the brain scan, and the skull edges are ignored. This feature information is extracted from the tumor present images. It can be used to further classify the type of tumor present. In simple words, pixels from the image are converted to a machine readable format and given to a matrix for particular image. So there's like a matrix where different level of gray levels are recorded, and then the difference between these gray levels are calculated, and a comparison procedure formula is executed.
So after the process of the image segmentation and feature extraction with the help of GLCM, this model is to analyze the type of brain tumor detected. So we are using the SVM support vector machine, which is a supervised learning algorithm that can use for the classification or regression. So it is best to use in the case with a hyperplane approximately dividing the different type of data. So this data is separated based on difference in the features, thus classifying the type of tumor found. And SVM also works well with a clean data set. So this model is built to detect the presence of tumor, and if detected, the type of tumor present is also detected. Then with the usage of canny edge detection, CNN with genetic algorithm for improvisation, and SVM for classification, accuracy of the model is increased greatly. So this helps to classify the tumor, which is classified into four labels: glycoma, meningioma, pituitary, and a normal node tumor.
Okay, so concluding this paper aims to solve the following problems with an effective solution. Detection of brain tumor is achieved initially with the help of image segmentation using canny edge based detection technique, and then it's improved using convolution neural network with genetic algorithm for improvisation. The segmented images are mapped as yes or no, that is the tumor present or tumor absent. The segmented images then undergo feature extraction for better enhancements where if tumor is present. And then the feature extraction is done to enhance the information extraction for better understanding of the images on a binary level. This is done to further classify the type of tumor detected using support vector machine classification system. And through validation testing, we found out that under classification, we have a 76% accuracy, and under edge detection techniques using canny edge based detection techniques, we have an improved accuracy of 91%. Yeah, so these are the images mapped mapped to yes and no files. And this is the model that we have obtained. This is the model accuracy also that we have obtained. And this is the final web application product where we can drag and drop image files, MRI image files. And with these images being put into the model, we can, the model will give us the output of if there's a tumor present or no.
Okay, when you were telling about the types of the tumor, can you explain me all the types, like how, like fourth one I understand new tumor, but all the three remaining types, what is that is little tumor, or where the image of that, how it will detect?
Okay, so we have 4 classes. That is glycoma, that is like present in the middle of the brain, and then the meningiotumor, where you can mostly meningioma tumors, as you can see, like in the images, if you see itself here, it's like present at the top of the brain. Like you can see through the images, the top of the brain scan is taken. And for pituitary tumor, here also the top of the brain scans is taken, but it's mostly near the eye area.
Okay.
It's so it's like differentiated like that, so it'll be easier for the training model to recognize what type of tumor it is, since we're already training it.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, moving on to the next presenter. I'd like to call upon Mrs. Sheetal S. Patel for her paper on comprehensive review about automatic classification of medicinal plant.
Good afternoon, all. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. So my topic of paper presentation is comprehensive review about automatic classification of medicinal plants. Just a minute. So biography, my name is Mrs. Sheetal S. Patil. Qualification is MTech Computer Engineering. Designation, I'm working as an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Engineering. Currently, I'm pursuing my PhD, and my area of research is computer vision and machine learning. Moving on abstract, this research paper mainly focuses on traditional methods of plant species classification as well as recent trends in automatic classification of medicinal plants. The main focus is on leaf image as an input. It also presents different challenges as well as opportunities in classifying medicinal plant species by performing comprehensive review of traditional and current state of the art methodologies. So introduction. As we know, India is well known for its practice of traditional medicines and
Mr. Sheetal, your screen hasn't moved actually. So it's still on the first slide.
Can I switch off my camera, madam, so that
okay.
bandwidth problem?
Sure,
okay.
Of course.
Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, it is visible, but it is not moving. Like slide share, it's not on slide share. It is on 6th slide.
Yes, just a minute, madam. I will share it again.
Yes, now it's fine.
Okay, so we will start from introduction. India is well known for its practice of traditional medicines and ethnopharmacology. The knowledge of traditional Indian medicines, including important plants and their formulations, are there in the book called as Indian Materia Medica and Ayurveda Materia Medica. Also, the botanists use different methods to find out the plant characteristics. But as all this information is in the non-digital format, so there is a limitation to use these medicinal plants. Traditionally, botanists use both qualitative and quantitative data for the identification of plant species. We can say medicinal plant species. There are different methods which are used to identify and classify the medicinal plant species. These are single access keys, multiple access keys, morphometric approaches, DNA barcoding, crowdsourcing approaches. In case of single access keys, it is a kind of a decision tree. With this kind of approach, when the algorithm get implemented, the new species cannot be easily accommodate using this single access key approach. In case of multiple access keys approach, there are different multiple starting points that allow users to follow different paths. Morphometric approaches, this approach relies on the study of shape variation at its covariation with different variables. Again, it is divided into different parts like traditional, landmark based and outline based morphometrics. DNA barcoding is also a popular method of plant identification, but it is costly. As we know, there are there is a chloroplast, and in that chloroplast there are two gene regions, MATK and RBCL, which are used as a barcode regions, and one can identify the plant species using this barcoding method. Then crowdsourcing approaches. In this approach, the computer technology is used to gather the multimedia information like images, and scientists jointly tackle the challenge of identifying species using this stored images. So all these mentioned methods are not quick, efficient, and not reliable. So there is a need of a domain expert in all the methods. So the recent trend of medicinal plant identification is using computer vision and machine learning. So WHO's observation. So WHO estimate that 80% of the people in developing countries rely on traditional medicines for their healthcare, and about 85% of traditional medicines involve the use of plant extracts. So there is a gap between traditional and modern method, that there is a non-digital nature of the plant information which is present till now. So there is a limited use of medicinal plants in a new drug discovery. So based on the introduction, analysis is that there is a need of researchers' contribution in this area. Identification of medicinal plant is crucial for the proper treatment. Manual recognition can be imprecise and also time consuming. So there is a need of automatic recognition of medicinal plants. So motivation, as per WHO guidelines, which are mentioned in the annexure 3, there is a need of identification of medicinal plants so that the new drug discovery is possible. Again, in this current era of pandemic, there is a demand of herbal Ayurvedic medicinal plants. As we know, the species like Citrus spp, Allium sativum, Allium cepa found effective in the management of COVID-19. So as I have already told, there is a gap between traditional and scientific method. Also, it requires botanical experts, and the methods are not fully automated, as well as not quick, efficient, and reliable. Also, preserving the species information in digital format. We need experts, botanical experts, as well as taxonomic experts, but these numbers are going on decreasing. So this created the problem called as a global taxonomic impediment all over the world. For this topic, I have done this literature survey by considering different methods, scope, and the accuracy of those methods. Based on the literature survey, there is one instrument called as a e-tongue. It is an analytical instrument which is used in the pharmaceutical and food and beverage industry. This instrument, it is more complex. It uses different sensors, array of sensors. So the same thing we can be carried out using applying the algorithms. Then there is one also Nature ID app is there, which is identification tool for the plant species, but it cannot perform the classification as herbs and non-herb type of plant. So the drawback of this Nature ID app is it is not able to detect the insect, or we can say the infection on the plant leaves. So we can include this as a our objective, we can include insect detection on a herbal plant. So in general, the various current state of the art techniques for automatic plant identification of medicinal plants, generally researchers follow this path: data collection and analysis, data pre-processing, data wrangling, validation, applying ML algorithm, hyperparameter tuning, performance comparison, and system validation. So data collection and analysis. So mainly these are the different examples of the data sets on which the researchers have done their work, like Flavia data set, then medicinal leaf data set like Mendele data, and different data set, but these are region specific. This is from China, this another is from Malaysia, and all these listed data sets are publicly available, but there is not yet a centralized data set which will be used by scientists, and its enhancement can easily possible. So next phase is data pre-processing. So these are the different segmentations techniques which different researchers are used. Age-based, threshold-based, region-based, clustering, watershed, all the advantages and related disadvantages I have listed here over. But again, with the data pre-processing, these are the different points I have observed. Leaf image segmentation is easy with simple and plain background. When leaves are overlapped, then leaf segmentation is challenging. Also, accuracy in case of younger leaves is low. Segmentation of images with complex background needs more studies. In case where taking leaf sample is difficult, like a tall tree, and if leaves are overlapping, the segmentation becomes very challenging. In case of feature extraction, we consider different points like curvature, texture, venation, multimodal approach, and deep learning approach. In case of multimodal plant classification system, it uses leaf venation pattern and its spectral signature as a significant features. As well as in case of deep learning approaches, as deep learning is now hot topic of the research, the network itself extracts the leaf feature and uses that leaf features to classify the leaf images. So challenges and opportunities. Biodiversity challenge. These are simple to state, but the solution to the challenges are very complex. The political, powerful, and pressing demands of human beings compete with the conservation of species. 86% of land species and 91% of marine species are still remaining undiscovered. The task of naming all these species is expensive. Not only the large number of species needs to identify, but also the task is not quick, efficient, and error-free. The shortage of expert, as I have already told, there is a problem called global impediment problem. There is a shortage of experts and botanists in case of identification of these medicinal plants. Then non-digital nature of the plant herbarium. It is one of the challenge for the automatic identification of plant. The data set availability is the major challenge, as every plant is not a herb and land is covered with the cities where natural occurrence of the herbal plant is a rare case. So the following point summarizes the opportunities which deal with listed challenges. Building a centralized data set. So conservation of plant species have several challenges. So based on that, we have identified one of the objective, one of the opportunity. Building a centralized data set is required. Then digitization of herbaria document. Herbarium, it is like a library or resource for the botanists or biodiversity, ecological, and evolutionary research studies. So it is in the physical format, so we have to convert it into the digital format. That is one of the opportunity. Then transfer learning approach. Deep learning, it is a very hot topic in computer vision, but one can go with the transfer learning, which is also a popular approach of a deep learning, in which pre-trained models are reused to solve computer vision problems. So conclusion is that the purpose of this research is to develop an algorithm for the automatic detection of medicinal plants from the images of leaves and also diagnose infected plants. The diverse field of traditional medicinal plant identification has lacked the attention from the growing field of computer science and technology. This is also one strong reason to do this research. To make the people more aware of the plants, a system is needed that is able to highlight medicinal leaves. So the outcome based on this is enhancement in existing data set by preserving the species information in digital format, digitized medicinal plant detection, classification with higher accuracy, detection of infected medicinal plants, and knowledge about medicinal plant species get conserved, shared, and transferred from one generation to the next generation. So these are the different references. Hello.
Session Chair, you're on mute.
You have done the review part, right?
Yes, madam.
Can you back the slide? I want to ask one question. Please back the slide. What keyword was there? I want to ask. Again, one more. How? Yes. First of all, this diagram. Can you explain how it's like done?
Madam, this is one instrument called as a e-tongue. This is a study of one researcher in which the sample of certain thing, like a sample of a medicine is taken, and based on the sensors that contents of the medicine, whether it is a plant extract or whether it is another chemical, is detected. So for detecting the part of that sample, we require this much arrangement. So this is a complex structure that I want to tell here. That's it.
Okay. One more slide blank, please. Again. Keep on doing it. I will stop you. Just as a no, not the extract part. Moving on to the third slide.
This motivation.
How does COVID-19 gets like? What's the use of we build such kind of things for you? How it's helped with COVID-19?
COVID-19, in case of COVID-19, as we know, the common people uses herbal plants like tulsi leaves for increasing their immunity. So these are the certain examples like citrus spp, the fruits which are come under that citrus family. So all these are the different plants which are helpful in increasing immunity in the COVID-19. So as we know, there is no medicine for that COVID-19. This is helpful. Identification of medicinal plant is helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, thank you, presenter. Moving on to the next, can we have Ekta Sharma, a paper on recommendation system using clustering and comparing clustering and topic modeling techniques. Do we have Ekta Sharma here?
I think she is not present.
All right, so moving on. Next, I would like to call upon Shivani Agarwal, a paper on target corporation sales prediction. Shivani Agarwal.
Hi, ma'am. Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, Shivani, please go ahead.
Okay. One minute. Yeah, is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Today, me and my co-author, Snigdha Saha, we are going to present a paper on, give a presentation of target corporation sales prediction. And our guide name is Dr. Veena K. Yeah. 1 minute, ma'am. Sorry. Yeah. So the abstract is that nowadays the competition among big business marts have increased enormously. Okay, and everybody wants to satisfy their customer by fulfilling their needs. So to do that, the big marts, they really need to fulfill, like in order to fulfill the customer demands, they actually have to have ample supply of the products which is required by the customer. So what our model does is it predicts the data. It predicts the data of the required materials which will be supposed, which are like which the mart will be using in future. Like it predicts that, and according to that, it gives the data to the corporation so that it could have ample supply of that data which could satisfy its customers. So and this is very useful because this will because for corporations like Target and Big Mart, the customers are their entities. So if they are able to fulfill the customers' needs, this means that they will have a good market and their reputation will stay intact. So this is about that. And the description is that we are using we have trained our machine with 3 algorithms. The first one is linear regression, the second one is XGBoost, and the third one is rich classifier. And the data set that we are using, we have taken that from Kaggle. So this is the workflow diagram. So firstly, what we are doing is we are taking the data set and then we are doing the data exploration and then we are cleaning the data. We are removing all the extras from the data that we have taken from Kaggle, zero values, null values, or something which is not required by us. And then we are building the model. And according to that, we are testing that data on 3 models. We are training the machine for those three algorithms, and then we are comparing the results, and the one which gives the most accurate result is the one that we are considering. So this is the feature description. So firstly, what we are doing is hypothesis generation, as I mentioned. So we are firstly we are trying to understand the problem better, and we are trying to find the solution for that. Then we did data pre-processing, as I mentioned. We removed all the unwanted data. And then we also inputted some missing values, which were data which was missing from there. And then we modified all the variables and everything. And then we implemented the model. So this is the system architecture. So this is how it works. And I have already mentioned this. And this is what we evaluated. This is the evaluation part. This is our basic output that we got. This is for all the 3 models. And here is the comparison table. So firstly, as you can see, the R-square value of XGBoost and RMSME. So here we compared that the XGBoost algorithm outstands all the other algorithms. The efficiency of XGBoost was the most. So that is our conclusion part, that the XGBoost classifier, it gave the most accurate result. So we considered that, and that's it.
So you showed the coding on Jupyter Notebook. Can you elaborate more on the coding part? It is in Python, right?
Yes, ma'am, it is in Python.
Okay. So can you just explain the coding part a little bit to me?
Okay, ma'am. So I can tell you the workflow. So firstly, what we did is, we basically extracted the data, and then we cleaned the data, and then we compared all the data and tried to generate a graph kind of structure so that the comparison could be easier for us. And then what we did is after generating we compared that graph, specific points with all the requirements, whatever data we required, we compared it with that, and then we trained the model.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me call on the next presenter. Can we have Sagar G. Mohit? His paper on aspect methodology for improving security and performance of automobile system. And Shivani, please unshare your screen. Sagar G. Mohit.
I think he is also not present.
All right. So.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. Just a minute. I'm sharing my screen. Whether my screen is visible?
Yes, it is.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, whether my screen is visible?
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon. Myself is Mr. Sagar Moite. I am research scholar from Bharati Vidyapeeth deemed to be University, Pune. Okay. Today I am presenting my paper on the topic aspect methodology for improved security and performance of automobile system. So basically, what is aspect methodology? So methodology of aspect is nothing but the combination of multiple concerns. So the multiple types of concerns are facts, logic, area of interest, security, properties of the system. So in the development phase of the aspect model, so we consider the aspect in different system concerns. So we divide these aspects into the system concerns into software modules. So and we design the different aspect modules which we are using the way of analysis of the system requirements. So in some aspects, methodology, we use the methodology, we are using the UML design modeling for understanding the system requirements. In aspect methodology, UML class is for knowing the system necessities in modeling phases. A UML class structure is used in the aspect process model for requirement analysis of the system. So we use the class diagram in UML design consisting of various types of attributes, classes, objects, methods, join of points, then point of cut, various approaches to defining the various concerns of the system. Then we use some few tools for crafting graph grammar rules for analysis system concerns for designing the grammar rules. Cutting this graph grammar rules start from the precondition G grammar rules. After that, crafting post condition G grammar rules. So after crafting this G graph per pre and post condition grammar rules, G graph transformation process does done on rules in tools. Then next step is a method of creating a matrix. So matrix is basically a cross applying rules to each other and find output. So there are two types of matrix created. First is a matrix of dependencies and other is the matrix of conflicts. So this matrix for analysis, conflicts and dependency is crafted G graph grammar rules. So these rules are designed. These G rules apply as input to to aspect methodology tool. The next step transformation G graph grammar. Then G graph rules show pre and post transformation of G graph grammar rules when applying matrix of dependencies with the matrix of conflict. Okay. Introduction. So the aspects are nothing but the concerns that cut across multiple modules. So we are designing the aspects which will cut our modules into the multiple sub-modules. So aspects are nothing but the cross-cutting concerns. So the computer software are better programmed when we are separating the specific concerns. Okay. And concerns are properties or the area of interest. So we consider that particular concerns. The system may consist of several kind of concerns. So aspect oriented methodology clearly separate cross-cutting concerns from non-cross-cutting ones with which provide modularization. So what do you mean by aspect system? So we are applying the non-functional requirement like security, response time, performance to automobile system using this aspect-oriented methodology. Then these aspects are not only applied to the modeling phase, but we also apply to the implementation phase using the agile. To develop system that useful for improved system security and response time performance, apply aspect on real-time web application and automobile system with AOM and IoT. Then we analyze the graph, type of graph rules, conflict and dependency matrix. This is the architecture. We are having the transmission class diagram, which is given to the graph G graph rule. Then we are getting the aspect oriented modeling. Then it is given to the system control unit, and using that we are having the system monitoring unit. And by using that we are having an automobile system, so we can depending upon the concerns in that particular automobile system we are separating the aspects. This is the architecture. So we are having the aspects. So we are considering the cross-cutting concerns, and we are having two types of cross-cutting elements. That is, some are static, some are dynamic. Okay, based on that, we are having the uh, identify the non-functional requirements. This is the design methodology. So whatever, like we are having a gear shaft or bearings of the automobile system. Based on that, we are designing the class diagram, and from that particular, we are applying that particular aspect model to that particular class diagram, and we are getting the cross-cutting concept. So we are designing the rules for implementation of the type graph. That for designing that particular rules, we have used EGG tool. Okay. So the first rule is user verification rule. So this rule is designed in such a way that this indicates login ID is verified only after that this user grant access. That is, first we are giving the permission to the user. So when user want to enter into the system, he has to first do the authentication. So the design system otherwise show no valid user. If the user is not valid, we are getting the message that the user is not valid. Second rule is for the user indication to system admin. So whatever user is logged in, we are identifying that particular user. System admin will identify that particular user. So this in this particular, the system using this system verification process, then system system check user property with some criteria. That is, system admin will identify some properties of the user, and then after sending some indication report about the user to design the system. So using this rule, design system check user properties. So it uses for the improving the response time. That is the non-functional requirement aspect. In the third rule, it is for the user information in cloud database. So this rule is designed for the users information on the various cloud databases. So in this design system, we identify the user and create user reports. After that, system design checks user reports and store on the cloud databases or any server databases. So using this G grammar rule, design system achieves security requirement aspect. Then the next rule, that is the rule generation and analysis of the system indication. So this grammar rule designed to indicate about users information checked by the system, and generation and analysis of the system indication indicate about the design system and analyze. The user and generated user report analyzes by design system. After that, generation of the system indication notification with certain reasonable information. So this reasonable information stored in a cloud database. So using this particular G grammar rule, we can identify the system requirement and aspects like response time and security. The next rule is for the rule of alert notification message. So this indicate that the user information in various cloud databases, and in this design system identify the user and create the user reports. After the design system checks user report and stores on a cloud database, and using this grammar rule we can identify the security requirement aspect. Then the next rule is designed for the information for checking the information in a cloud database. So this rule is useful for identifying the security, again the security requirement aspect of the system. So based on that particular rules, we are designed two matrices. So one matrix, first matrix will represent the dependencies, and the other matrix will identify the conflicts in the various aspects. So these are the results we are getting. So after getting the class diagram, we are design the dependency matrix, and from that we got the aspects and the concerns in that particular system, automobile system. So these are some results. Conclusion: in this aspect, the methodology mainly use in development to separate different system facts concerns or the area that things that cut across multiple aspects, modules that concerns the facts properly known as cross-cutting concerns and aspect also known as cross-cutting concerns. So with this methodology, we analyze the user requirement, okay, and we mainly focusing on the non-functional requirement like performance, time of response, availability, and security. So analysis of non-functional requirements create non-functional G grammar rules for automobile system. So system application provides an improvement in non-functional requirement in terms of security, time of response, and performance. Future scope. So in future, we are designed to try to apply other non-functional requirements such as we are applying in nowadays in automobile sector. So we are going to design for this particular system for the agriculture as well as for the defense. Then we apply aspect on a web service and real-time automobile like auto shift indication, Android auto parking with AOM, and these are the references.
Can you explain? Okay. Can you explain the metrics, how it's related, the metrics part?
Yeah. So basically, whatever rules we have applied, so based on that particular rules, we have generated two matrices. First matrix is for the dependencies on the whatever concerns are there. So we are applying that particular whatever 6 rules we have designed. So we are applying that rules with each other, and we have derived these particular matrices. And first matrix will represent the dependencies of all the rules, and the second matrix will represent the conflicts, whatever we are getting from that particular rules.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the next presenter. Please unshare your screen.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, I would like to call upon Jemima. Segmentation and classification of COVID-19 in lung CT scan images using various transfer learning and performance enhancement by ensemble-based approaches. So, Ms. Jemima, please proceed.
Yeah.
Are you present?
Oh, 1 minute. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
My topic is segmenting, classifying of COVID-19 in CT scan images using various transfer learning algorithms and performance enhancement by ensemble-based approaches. The biography, I am a PG student who is pursuing MTech in Artificial Intelligence and Data Science in Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham in Coimbatore campus. And Swapna TR is my guide, and she is working as a professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. The abstract is nowadays COVID-19 has affected the India's economy and the way of life. So it is very important to detect the COVID-19 in the earlier stage itself. So in this paper, it proposes a methodology to detect the COVID-19 in CT scans. First of all, we need to segment the lesion part from the CT scan using unit segmentation, and then we are giving to the
classification algorithms, and we are going to detect whether the CT scan is positive and negative. These are the literature survey. The architecture is first, we are going to give the original CT scan and the UTSU segmented CT scan to the unit. This unit will create a lesion segmented scan, and this extracted images will be given to the classification algorithm. We have used 5 classification algorithms. 3 average learners were selected and they were ensembled, and their detection has happened like COVID or not COVID. The data set, which is obtained from Kaggle, it's a large data set of CT scans. It is a publicly available data set which is taken from São Paulo, Brazil. It has 1,252 CT scans and 1,230 non-CT scans, and 80% is taken for training and 20% of the data is taken for testing. Segmentation plays an important role in diagnosing COVID-19. Its main idea is to remove the impurities or noise, and it makes the important regions very highlighted. This will increase the model accuracy too. So I have compared between watershed K-means, fuzzy C-means, local thresholding, and UTSU, and the metrics have used is PSNR and MSC values. The best algorithm should have a higher PSNR and lower MSC value. The implementation is done in MATLAB, and this is the implementation. We have compared between these algorithms. The right-hand side is the PSNR and MSC value. Here, UTSU global thresholding has the highest PSNR value and lowest MSC value. So we are choosing UTSU for creating ground truth for UNet algorithm. So UNet is basically a segmentation algorithm. It's for biomedical segmentation. In large medical domain, they have used UNet for segmenting. This will have an encoder as well as a decoder path, its main aim is to link the encoder and decoder to get the high accurate information. The images, the below we can see the image of original image and UTSU global thresholding, which is created for ground truth to give to UNet. So these are the comparison. And the metrics for segmentation is I've used die-score and intersection over union. Die-score, it tells how the image is segmented, how well the image is segmented. Intersection over union is similar to die-score, but it's positively correlated. These are the accuracies. The die-score and IOE is little bit similar for both COVID and non-COVID. Then after the image is segmented, we are going to give into the classification algorithm to tell us whether the CT scan is COVID or non-COVID. So we have compared between 5 classification algorithms like CNN, VGG16, VGG19, DenseNet 169, and DenseNet 201. For CNN, we have used 3 convolution layers for extracting the features, and followed by 3 pooling layers, and finally with 2 fully collected layers. And other transfer learning methods like VGG16, 19, DenseNet 169, and 201, these are implemented using the ImageNet weights. And we have done like 25 epochs with a learning rate of 0.001. And the sigmoid is activation function used, and the optimizer is used as Adam optimizer. And these are the evaluation metrics like precision, recall, F1 score, and accuracy of all these 5 models. DenseNet has performed well with 98.78%. So among all the methods, DenseNet 201 is performing better. Here in this, we can see CNN, VGG16, VGG19 are giving 80% accuracies. Rest DenseNets are giving more than 90% accuracies. So first 3 models are chosen as the average learners, and we are going to try to increase the accuracy of these average learners. So we are going for ensemble models. Based on this, we are going to ensemble these predictions, and we are going to give a better accuracy. The methods used for ensembling methods are average ensembling, majority voting, and weighted average ensemble. First, coming to majority voting, here these algorithms will be giving certain predictions. Like first, a CNN will be giving prediction like COVID, VGG16 is giving like COVID, and VGG19 is giving us non-COVID. Based on the voting, it will choose the output. Like if the 2 majority is COVID, then it says the output is COVID. Then coming to average model averaging, all the 3 predictions of 3 models, and they will be averaged, and the prediction will be given. The accuracy model is 91.11. Then coming to weighted average ensemble, here each model will be multiplied with the weights as well as the probabilities, and then they will be giving the output. This is the comparison. CNN, individual models like CNN is giving like 85, 88, 89, 80, 88. But the ensemble models is giving much better accuracy compared to individuals models like 91, 91 and 89. Weighted average ensemble has given the highest accuracy like 91.71. And the conclusion is, first we have segmented the lesions from the CT scans. Then we have given to the classification algorithm, and this classification algorithm will tell us whether it is COVID or non-COVID. So that in the classification algorithm, DenseNet 201 has performed better, and in ensemble models, weighted average ensemble has performed the better. And in future work, we'll be trying to extend our ensemble models to boosting and stacking algorithms. These are the reference papers. Thank you.
Could you elaborate more on Kaggle? What is Kaggle?
Kaggle, it's a platform where you can get a data set. My data set is a COVID SARS data set. It was taken from collected from Sao Paulo. It's from Brazil, and my data set will be having 1,252 CT scans and 1,000 COVID CT scans and 1,230 non-COVID CT scans. Thanks.
We should move to the next, right?
Going on to the next presenter. So I like to call Mayuri H. Molvade, Ms. Mayuri H. Molvade, to present on statistical review of dataset and mathematical model for software reliability prediction using linear regression.
Yes, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll just share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Shall I start?
Yes.
Just a second. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My research topic is the statistical review of dataset and the mathematical model for the software reliability prediction using linear regression. I'm Mayuri Molvade, is a research scholar. My guide is Dr. Shashank Doshi sir. He is the professor, and Dr. Rohini Zada, she is the associate professor. So first of all, we'll see the introduction. The advanced parametric model for the prediction of the software reliability is based on the statistics of the bugs, which is occur during the initial stage of any software development. So the parametric model approach is the commonly associated with the reliability issues. So deal with this issue, we find out the amount of bugs that will be occurred during the future of your software development. So here also we are going to use the advanced neural network algorithms. So these are the objectives of this research work, is the addressing the challenge to model the impact of the parametric model on the prediction, addressing the challenge to propose a software reliability prediction model using knowledge engineering approach, addressing the challenge to propose an approach to reduce the problemness of the fault in the software development to increase the reliability of prediction accuracy, as discussed in the introduction. So first stage will be the identify the requirements. The system that will accept the data set as a requirement of the system. We need to classify the data using the sum of the labels. Now, which are those labels? As the functional, non-functional labels, for example, availability, legal, look and feel, and maintainability. Identify the parameter values for the system, because only identifying the parameters doesn't mean that you're going to follow that. We need to identify the values for that particular parameter which we are going to consider. Identify the fixed attribute which will help you to reduce the reliability factor. Design the module that will give the prediction of any system which defines the requirement according to the labels. And we are going to use the random forest algorithm to classify the data.
So here the research methodology it comes. For the data prediction, we will apply some mathematical model to extract the data and predict the reliability. For the machine learning, we are going to use the random forest algorithm for the classifies the data. Our methodology are divided into the two phases, that is the prediction and reinforcement phase. So this is the system architecture. As we can see here, we are divided our system into the three phases, that is the reinforcement phase, design and development phase, and prediction phase. In a prediction phase, we are going to use a random forest algorithm. In design and development, we are going to identify the reliability requirements. We are going to analyze the requirement, which are the requirement we have gathered. Then we are going to verify and validate our requirements. And after using the validation, we are going to see that our requirements are met or not. If it is a met, we are going to give it to the predicted prediction phase. But if it is not, we are going to again reinforcement phase to update the requirement. So this is the model that we have produced for the research. That is these are the parameters that we are going to look for. The A is the initial fault content of any software. K will be the constant parameter. B1 will be the prediction rate, how the model is going to give the prediction of the detection rate of the per unit time. And MT will be the expected number of reliability which is predicted. So this is the mathematical model that we have defined. We are considering some of the parameters are like depth of inheritance of the tree. Depth of inheritance is from the distance from base class to the derived class. Again, weighted method per class, which are the methods are used in a particular one class, that we are going to also consider. The coupling between the object, if the objects are correlated with each other to a single class or to the different class, that also we are going to consider. Next will be the line of code. How many line of code you're going to use to develop your software or to develop your system, that we are going to consider. Here the formula that is written as a M of T will be the reliability of particular parameter we are going to use. The parameter we have defined here, that we are going to use that into the formula. The main parameter value which we have used in the equation is written here, that B1 multiplied by DIT, that is depth in inheritance tree, weighted method per class. Now here we have done some analysis for that particular equation that we are going to use. We also used a linear regression, and by using our formulas, by using this formula, we are consider some of these values for these parameters. After putting these values, we have done some analysis, and by using that analysis, we have checked that our analysis is defined perfectly by using linear regression. I can show you the analysis which I have done in an Excel sheet. Just I'll explain what is the linear regression here. The linear regression is actually to check that how your dependent variables are going to behave by using independent variables. So B0 will be here the intercept to the regression line, and B1 will be the slope. Ma'am, can I show you the Excel sheet?
Yes, please.
Sure. Yeah. Is it visible? Yes, just a second, ma'am. I need to share it one more time. Yeah, is it visible, ma'am? Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so here as I told you, by using equation, what we have done, I consider one paper there, all these values are already there. So we are taken the 10 cases from the published paper to check the analysis of the particular equation. So I have taken these values, I have mentioned this paper into the conclusion, I cited this paper into the conclusion also. So I have taken these values from that paper and I have calculated, but I have applied my formula on that particular values, and by calculating this M of t, that is the reliability for the particular parameter, after calculating, I have plotted the 10 cases here to check that how my equation is behaving on the particular inputs. So I have plotted these values here. As you can see, depth of inheritance tree, the weighted method class, coupling between the objects, line of code. And after calculating this, I have plotted the combined graph here for the particular cases. So this is the analysis what I have done. By after analysis of this equation, I have plotted the linear regression line. Using the linear regression equation, I have considered these values as the independent values to calculate the dependent values. So the y will be the dependent values. After calculating this value, I have plotted the linear regression line here. So after I'll just stop sharing and share share my presentation. Okay, my presentation is visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So after calculating the analysis, after checking the analysis, also the linear regression, I want to know that how my equations are behaving and on the particular values which I have given in a already published paper. So I have concluded here is that here in this paper we have defined the mathematical model as well as the flow diagram with the different phases. We have used values from the Dharmendra Lal Gupta's and Kavita Saxena's software bug prediction using object-oriented matrix. It is published in a Sadhana, Indian Academic Science. By using this, we have find that how mathematical expressions are going to predict the values, as we can most of the values are appear near the regression lines, so that some of the we can say that our research work is on a right track. So this is the conclusion that I have made. I have referred more than 50 papers for that particular research work, but I cannot include all the papers. So I have included 35 papers here. Thank you so much, ma'am.
In the last conclusion slide, you are mentioning object-oriented.
Ma'am, it's not for my paper. It is for the paper which I have referred for the values. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, moving on to the next presenter. Let me call Sarita Kumari. A survey on various metrics, methods, and classifications techniques for software defect prediction. Ms. Sarita Kumari, I can see you on the call.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please go ahead and present.
Ma'am, actually, I am sharing my slides.
It is visible. It is visible.
Ma'am, it's visible?
Yes, yes, yes. It is visible. Continue with the slide share.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, continue, please. Continue.
Okay, ma'am. This is a paper on survey on various matrices, methods, and classification techniques for software defect prediction. I am Sarita Kumari, and Mr. Saroj Kumar Gupta is a co-author, and my guide is Dr. Amrita Upadhyay. And my objective is that this is the survey which is based on the software matrices, methods, and classification techniques which we are using in our working of our research area. In this survey, we supervise the supervised learning for the software defect predictions, semi-supervised and unsupervised defect prediction methods for defect prediction in softwares. The classification techniques are compared, and the comparison between the classification techniques are for the main purpose is problem solution for bugs that we are getting in our software. By using these classification comparison, we are getting the highest quality products, and by using the best data set and attributes. My abstract. In this survey, the main purpose is software defect prediction, and the priority of my paper is that by all the literatures which are on software defect prediction, I am following the literatures, and after comparing all the techniques, classification techniques, getting the result which provide us best solutions for these defect removals. Supervised and unsupervised learning. In supervised learning, all the work area is in supervised manner. Like we have idea about our working, which bug we have to detect by following which type of data set and which type of matrices, which type of classification and methods we are implementing on our bug area. And after removal of the bugs, we are getting which type of results with how many accuracy. But in unsupervised learning, there is not fixed area which type of data set we are using, which type of classification technique we are applying on our software, in which software we are getting the defects and bugs. That's why we are using the matrices, quality matrices here. The quality matrices like product matrices and process matrices. These are used in our softwares for removal of bugs and any type of error which are getting down low our quality. Software defect prediction is one of the most assisting activity of testing phase of SDLC, software development life cycle. It defines the module that the defect response and the required extensive testing. This way, we are going to test our efficiency and accuracy without violating our work area in software. As mentioned earlier, the main goal of the software defect prediction is to predict where defects might appear in future, and where today we are facing the most of the defects, in which area, in which data set, and which test case we have to apply on which type of data set, because test cases are always dependent on the problem which we are facing, the bug which we are facing, in which phase of SDLC, software defect life cycle, development life cycle, on which phase we are getting most of the bugs, and in future in which area we have probability to get the defects. To qualify the relative importance of various factors, that is independent variables used to build a model, the constraints are like supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and semi-supervised learning. Here we use the decision trees, Bayesian networks, many other methods and classification techniques to resolve this. Software testing matrices, then the main point is that what is software matrix in software testing. We are going to discuss what is the main point the matrix is there. Software testing matrices are the quantitative steps taken to evaluate the software testing process, quality, performance, and progress. This helps us to accumulate reliable data about the software testing process and enhance it. If software matrix is a standard of measure that contain many activities which involve some degree of measurements, it is classified into three categories: product matrix, process matrix, and project matrix. Conclusion: we conveyed several classification techniques in this research, such as supervised, unsupervised, and semi-supervised classification and dataset based on existing software matrices. In the future, we will compare the result of supervised classification approach on various datasets and the open projects in order to determine the best classification strategy for predicting defects in order to develop the highest quality software products. Thank you.
Okay, semi-supervised learning, can you give me how it can be done?
Yeah, ma'am. In semi-supervised learning, actually, in supervised learning, we have so much idea about our data set, matrices, and classification techniques. But in unsupervised learning, there is no idea about any area. But in semi-supervised learning, we have our like initials, but we have to reach our goals. But some area of our work we have known some area of our work, but actually like supervised learning, all the visions are not clear to us. We have to achieve the goal. In semi supervised learning, sometimes we have some ideas and instructions which are given for our work, but all the instructions are not given like supervised learning.
Yes, that is okay, but how it can be achieved like semi?
Semi-supervised learning, like which matrices and data sets depends on the matrices and data set. Like some data set have initial results, but we have to apply them in the classification techniques. After applying them, we get the actual result.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, presenter. You can unshare your screen. And moving on, I would like to call on Mr. Deep Man. Mr. Deep Man. Okay, moving on, I would like to next call Mr. Amudan to present on the effectiveness of artificial intelligence-based recruitment.
Yeah, good afternoon,
So, Dr.
madam.
Amudan, please go ahead.
Yes, madam. Good afternoon. Nice to talk to you. Yeah, I'm just sharing my screen, ma'am.
Oh,
Yes.
no, it's the last meeting query.
Okay. Okay. Madam, are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Perfect. I can see.
Right. Shall I start now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. All right. Once again, ma'am. I'll just yeah. Raise my value. Second. Yeah. Yeah. The topic is effectiveness of artificial intelligence-based recruitment process in the employment of Indian hardware industry. In fact, it is a concept paper, ma'am. We just tested out how is this AI playing its role in the recruitment process. I mean, the HR department. When the recruitment is on, actually, what is that? There is a personal interface. But here, that personal interface is getting eliminated through the use of AI. Now, the AI will count, in fact, based on the factors, right? I've listed out the factors in 3 segments. That 3 segments factors will be given a code, and the code will be fed through Python programming. And through that, what is that? We will get the output, whether the candidate has to be selected or rejected. So the output will be a point blank output, selected or rejected. Okay. So the subjective is the major reasons for rejection in an interview, and the system will give the rejection. So rejected due to what? Selected due to what? So it will be coming. So this is purely a concept paper, and we are in the threshold of improving it further to make it as a implemented practice. And emotional intelligence criteria, that we have added few criteria, and the coding is also given in this. And there is a hypothesis we have given, that is there any is there any change after the interview is happening. The result given by the system and the actual one, is it actually correlating, and we will be evaluating it. The validation process will go on in the hypothesis process. And for want of doing the selected or rejected process, three kind of factors were coded. One is DAC factors, big five, and third one is behavioral factors. And this dominance, influence, consciousness, and steadiness, these are all DAC factors, and these factors were coded, right? Coded and in different job profiles, and three different job profiles: senior level executive, and assistant level. So 3-level job profile. This coding was done, and it was fed into the system through Python programming, and we got the result here. And here, big five personality again. This is called EI, emotional intelligence factors. Consciousness is there, and we give the 0, 1, 0, 1. Is there 1? It is not there, 0. So coding was given. So accordingly, system will read openness through the interaction. Okay, here the person will interact with the system, not with the man. So the interview can be conducted anywhere. Okay, so extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism, say nervousness is there. So it's all the factors will be listed out and will be properly coded. And again, the behavioral factors. So these are all also taken into account. And this AI will combine together, and the coding will be happening, and it's getting processed. And final, the result will be given, and I've got a conclusion through that process. And in fact, the data is here in the full paper, which I was sent to you. And opinion of HR professionals in Bangalore, Hyderabad-based technology companies were taken as a sample here. And here, what is that finding we got? Yes, this observation is high in the senior executive, HR on the associate level, and result is better than the manual R&S process. Actually, the hypothesis was to test the manual R&S and recruitment and selection process, and machine recruitment and selection process. And in fact, after getting the validation process, the AI R&S was relatively better than the manual R&S process, because the coding was very scientific, and selected exactly due to what reason, rejected due to what reason, exactly it was given. So we got the findings, and still we are on the threshold of improving it further to make it as a practice for all the industries, for your information. That's all, ma'am.
Okay, so how it would be like a chatbot kind of thing, like the computer?
Yes. It will be like a chatbot kind of a thing. I think it has come. It has already come in the bank, right? If you want to apply for a loan, you don't have to go to bank, meet the manager, get the application form, fill it. Not required. There is a chat box that is ICICI Bank has introduced. Like that's an AI system. Like that, this AI system for R&S. We will give a proper coding. So and you will be given a chat box kind of a thing, and you have to sit in front of the system. And system, again, the sensor will automatically start functioning, and it'll ask what is your name and what is your father name, and this data, right? Whatever data we feed, the system will ask one by one, and you have to respond, and the system will exactly sense my, answer, and also what is that? The emotional factors.
Yes,
and,
emotional. I have a question on this also. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
In emotional, how will you detect? It would be a kind of sheet or something in which multiple questions would be there, and then analyzing as it's like there on the net available.
Yeah, madam. There will be the incidental questions will be given here, attitude and outlook, and based on these team scales. What is that? We will not give the direct questions. We'll give the indirect, different set of questions will be fed into the system, and we'll give the rank. So system will ask the question, and the candidate will have to respond it. And system will give the score. And based on that score, result will come selected or rejected. That score will come out. So still, it is in the infancy stage only. It is in the concept stage only, and we are in the process of implementing it further.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. That's all from my side. Yeah. Can I stop screen?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to the next presenter. We have Raju Vishwakarma on thermal analysis of laser cutting bee using analysis. So Raju Vishwakarma, kindly present your paper.
I think he is not present.
Raju Vishwakarma, I see you on the call. Okay, let me call on the next presenter. So I have Mohan B.S. presenting on a review on DC distribution for residential distribution network, performance enhancement of hybrid AC-DC distribution network.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Can I present the screen?
Yes, go ahead.
Madam, I have my class coming up. Can I leave now?
Yes, sir. You can go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks.
Hope you're able to see the screen, ma'am.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, good afternoon. My name is Sayant PV, and my team members are Aditya, Vishal, and Nahosh. We are guided by Mohan BS, and our co-guide is Surita, ma'am. So, our title for the project is Performance Enhancement of a Hybrid AC Distribution Network System. So, this is our biography. Now, an abstract. So, basically, in recent days, what is happening is that we can see that the use of electric vehicles is increasing, and also fans are being replaced with BLDC fans. So what is happening here is the usage of DC current is increasing. And now, as we know from our normal house outlet or from the outsource, we get AC current. This current has to be converted into DC before it's being used in the fans or also for recharging our electric vehicles. So due to the conversion, there is a particular conversion loss when we convert AC to DC, which thereby leads to slow charging of our vehicles, also leads to drop in efficiency in BLDC fans. So our main description is to avoid this, avoid the conversion loss and thereby increasing the efficiency. And if you look around right now, if we have a charger, when we're using a laptop, we have a charger. So we can see a rectangular box which is coming along with the charger wire. And that is where maximum of the DC to AC to DC conversion happens, and thereby the losses also takes place in that particular box. So in this, if we replace that box with a single wire which we can connect to the source, we can get 100% efficiency by excluding the line losses, and thereby it increases our charging performance, and we can basically charge our laptop much faster than we charge it right now. So this is a block diagram. We have, as we can see, we have PV cells. From PV cells, we give the DC charge into a battery bank, and then there's a control unit to which we connect the raw AC supply. Now, peer-to-peer is basically if there is no source in these two regions, we can take the source from the existing neighborhood connection. So that is why we are given peer-to-peer. So in case we don't get source current from here and here, it will be taken from peer-to-peer and be connected to the control unit. Control unit basically decides which switch needs AC and which switch needs DC. So if we need AC current, then this AC supply will go to the control unit and it will be given to that particular switch. If we need DC from the battery bank, the control unit switches on the switch and it will be given to the switchboard. And then that is provided to the load, whichever load we connected. Now this is the conceptual layout. Now, as we can see, we have a PV plant over here. This is the PV plant. We store the energy from the PV plant into the battery system. From the battery system, it's basically given to a microcontroller, which controls whether it has to be given to AC loads or DC loads. If it is AC load, we have given the raw AC supply directly to the particular switch. So we can see refrigerator and washing machine uses AC current. So we have given it directly through this. The other part is basically given from the DC system. And this is a table which basically shows us what is happening right now. If we use a 12.5 volt LED lamp rated at 0.62 amperes and power, because of the conversion losses, we get only 78.2 efficiency. But if we try to avoid this conversion loss, we can get about 100% efficiency, ignoring the line losses, because when we transfer current through any conductor, there might be a particular loss. So if we ignore that loss, we will be able to get more efficiency than this. So that is a basic aim. So this is a simulation which we did on MATLAB. So we have the power grid from here. This is where maximum energy is generated. Then we step it down to 6.6 kV. And then it is given to a power transformer, which basically steps the 6.6 kV down to the 230 or 440 volt, which is basically used in our household loads. Then that is given to the loads. And if there is a need of solar panel is also given to the loads. Peer-to-peer connection is something which we need to be implemented, but we couldn't implement it. So we are still trying on the peer-to-peer connection system. And these are the graphs. As we can see that in the morning, during night, the load is not being used, or there is no solar power. So the power output from the solar plants will basically be zero. And later going on, when it becomes morning and when we receive sunlight, we can see our power increasing over here, and then it again decreases. This is basically a 24-hour simulation system. These are the simulations. And then, yes, the basic conclusion of a project is to have a peer-to-peer system. So in order to have an uninterrupted power source, and also to improve the efficiency of AC to DC conversion. Thank you.
How you're planning to do the peer-to-peer connection now? You said you have not yet implemented, but how you're planning to do it in future?
Yeah, so for peer-to-peer connection, as we can see, we have two households over here. We can see 1 and 2. So what we are trying to do is we need to implement a system in such a way that if there's a fault over here or any line, it detects it and it takes power from the other system and provides it to this house. So we are still trying on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for the presentation. So with that, we are concluding the technical session 1. So I would like to give a thank you to our session judge for presiding over the session. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you to all the participants for giving us your wonderful contributions. So the session chair will go over your works and go over all your presentations, and she will decide on the best paper and the best presentation that will be done. It will be announced at the end of the conference. So on that note, we will be breaking for lunch for half an hour till 2:30, after which we will resume the technical session 2. So again, to all the presenters in technical session 2, kindly prepare yourselves, as once we are back from lunch, we will be beginning the technical session 2. So thank you.
Can we leave the meet and join again at 2:30 or?
Yes, ma'am. You can leave and join back in the same link as well. We can join in at 2:30 after lunch.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is back from the lunch and we can begin the technical session too. Just to make sure we are all on the same page, can I get a thumbs up on the chat box from all the participants that are there or all the people who are in the call so that we can start with the technical session? A quick thumbs up on the chat box, please. All right, thank you. I have received a few thumbs ups on the chat box. Okay, everyone. So on that note, we will be starting the technical session 2. It is my pleasure to welcome all the participants and our session chair for this technical session 2 as part of the conference. So I would like to invite the session chair, Mr. Dyson Stalin, yes, Nehru Institute of Engineering and Technology, to preside over the session. Session chair, with a go ahead from you, can we start the technical session?
Yes, ma'am, you can
Okay.
proceed.
Thank you so much, sir. All right. So I would like to say best of luck to all the participants. May the best paper win. On that note, I would like to call upon the first presenter, Ms. Sri Darshini Saravanan.
Yes, ma'am.
A review on electric vehicle based on space compatible conventional scooter. Ms. Sri Darshini, please go ahead. You can. So right before Ms. Sri Darshini starts, I would like to reinforce certain guidelines. So each presenter will be having 8 to 10 minutes of presentation time. Kindly please keep it under the 10 minutes of time. If you are going to be exceeding the time limit, then me or the session chair have the authority to cut you in and to cut you short. So please be mindful of the time that is given to you and consider that there are others after you. The second point is that presenting your work, kindly put it in the slideshow mode in your PowerPoint and present it so that we can view it much better. And if possible, please keep your cameras on so that we can also see the presenter who it is. And the last point is that after the presenter has presented their work, the session chair will then have a Q&A with them and ask them any doubts or questions that they have. The awards and everything will be announced at the end of the day. So these are the guidelines that we will be following. So on that note, Ms. Sri Darshini, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Let me share screen now. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
So thank you so much. Good afternoon, sir. So basically, our paper is a review on electric vehicle based on space compatible conventional scooter. Our guide's name is Dr. Mohan Das. He is an assistant professor in the College of New Horizon College of Engineering. We are the students of Electrical and Electronics Department. My name is Sri Darshini Saravanan, and all the other co-authors' names are Varun, Atik, and Pavan. So moving on, basically when we talk about electric vehicles, my abstract, as you can see the screen, in today's world, electric world is set to have major advantages, and it is said to be a very essential part of our lives because it reduces pollution, it has zero emission, and it also has a very low self-discharge rate. Due to which we focused on building an electric vehicle which is said to be space compatible and has lesser charging time and also has a better charging capacity. So basically, how are we doing this? We are doing this by implementing regenerative braking, thermal management, and battery balancing. So let's see how we are focusing on all of these things and building an electric vehicle, which is mainly focusing on the battery optimization. So when you talk about our objective, when we are trying to build an electric vehicle, vehicle, obviously it will have a few disadvantages. Like there, as we are seeing, if the thermal management is not proper, there are things like heat discharge due to which the vehicle can catch fire. So there are a lot of things. Mainly it is the thermal management and the battery balancing which has to be improved. So we are trying to overcome these issues by building an electric vehicle with the help of battery optimization. So this is basically done by cooling battery, by using a cooling battery disposure during high temperatures, and to increase the efficiency by stabilizing the optimal SOC of the battery. And active balancing is basically done from 20% to 80% of the charging cycle. So mainly if we see any electric device, let's talk about even mobile phones, they charge very rapidly from 20% to 80%. So that is said to be the minimum discharge rate, due to which we are also trying to implement that in our electric vehicle. So now this is the description of our electric vehicle in a very simpler terms. Let me explain the working of our electric vehicle. So when I talk about the simulation, this is the MATLAB simulation that we did for our electric vehicle. So this, we compressed it by making a block diagram this way. So basically, when we talk about the working simulation, as you can see, it can be explained in a very simpler terms by separating it into 3 different parts. So the first part is nothing but the vehicle body, which consists of a gearbox, differential, and tires. And the second part of the system basically consists of a motor and a controller. And the third part of the system consists of a drive input. This is where we create input and reference signals with the help of inbuilt drive cycle by using a signal builder block. That is done in a MATLAB simulation. Next is the battery. Battery is, this is said to be the most important part, and it is not directly connected to the motor. As you can see, we are connecting it to a controller. We are connecting it to a controller so that the mechanical energy that is being fed by the gearbox to the motor, this operation will take place from the power to the battery, as you can see here. So if we directly connect motor to the battery, then the speed control of the motor will not be possible, which is why we are going to connect the controller between the battery and the motor. So this is nothing but the explanation of the diagram that I just did. Now, when we talk about the MATLAB simulation, so here MATLAB simulation, we are using a vehicle body right here. This is the vehicle body where we are giving signal input, as you can see here. And this green part of the system is nothing but the wheels that we are using. This is the two-wheeler system that we are using. And this is the battery, which is displaying the state of health. State of charge, current, and voltage. I will show the MATLAB simulation graphs next. So now moving on, what type of battery we are using, this is also a very important thing. We are using a lithium-ion battery. The reason behind using a lithium-ion battery is because it has a very high power density, and it also has a very low self-discharging rate, which is very important in any battery. Though there are many other better batteries in the market, but lithium-ion battery is also comparatively less cost, which can be used for projects like these. So this is the diagram that we have used to show how the battery management system is happening. This is nothing but the battery management system. We are implementing active balancing. So as you can see, many electrical vehicles, what many people are doing is that they are focusing on passive balancing. That is when you are basically using an electric vehicle, and what happens is there are many batteries which we are using it as a pack to build an electric vehicle. So at that time, what happens is whatever charge that is left in a particular cell, it is just discharged as heat. So instead of doing that, we are using active balancing in our electric vehicle, through which if any of the cells in a battery has lesser battery than the other one, it will just get distributed among each of them so that the battery level is always equal. So that way thermal management is also achieved and balancing of the battery is also achieved. That's how we are implementing the battery active balancing in the electric vehicle. So now there might be a question arising how active balancing is happening. This is when we are using a converter, a power electronics device like DC to DC converter and sensors. So when we use these things, active balancing is achieved. So that is the major difference between other electric vehicles and our electric vehicles. So next slide. Okay, why is this not? Okay, one second. Yeah. So this is the expected prototype, sir. As you can see, the major difference here is mainly this is a foldable electric vehicle. So basically, it is easy to carry as well. That is why we mentioned the name as space compatible. It is space compatible where we can actually carry it around and take it anywhere we want. And instead of placing the battery over here, all the time battery is placed here. So we will be placing the battery on the handlebar through which it is easy to charge the vehicle and it is easy to connect it in parallel way. So when batteries are connected in parallel, active balancing can be achieved. So these are the expected outcome or like results that we got. So this is the graph between the speed versus time. So how I can explain this is the first what happens is the speed constantly increases with time when the vehicle is running. So after a particular time, a constant speed is achieved. At the 400 second, the constant speed is achieved. So what happens is now if we at 600 second, that is right here, what we are doing is braking occurs. That is, we are giving braking. When we brake at that particular second, the oh my god. Okay, the battery completely goes down, the charge rate completely goes down, the speed of the vehicle completely goes down. So that's why the graph is going low here. That is the speed versus time graph in one cycle. Now, this is the state of charge. That is at the beginning of the vehicle, when the vehicle is moving, it is constantly moving. So as we know that the state of charge is nothing but the amount of power that is left in a battery when it's running. So the state of charge is constantly reducing if you see. That is because the vehicle is moving. So correctly at 600 second, when the vehicle brakes, that is when braking occurs, the state of charge again tries to rebuild and it is energized again. So this graph, if you can see, it actually increases. I couldn't fit everything in, so I just gave it this way. So that is the explanation of this. And this is the current and voltage graph. Current is nothing but the amount of current that is present in the, as that was also given in the, as we gave that in the MATLAB simulation, we got the current and voltage graph as well. So current, what happens is for 600 seconds, current will flow from battery to the motor. So suddenly, again, you can see it's dropping. It's dropping with that happens when brake occurs, due to which the current is decreasing. So at that instant is when the SOC increases. Now that is the current graph. Current and voltage are completely inversely proportional, due to which the voltage at the beginning is constantly decreasing in the vehicle. So when it keeps decreasing, when the current increases, due to which the current is increasing here and the voltage is decreasing here. So when we accelerate, we know that SOC will decrease, voltage will decrease, and at 600 second, that is right here at the 600 second, voltage increases, and then that is when the braking occurs. So battery is getting charged again. That is how regenerative braking is occurring. So this is the process that keeps continuing, and this is what exactly happens. So when I talk about the conclusion, it is, as you can see, electric vehicles have a lot of advantages in the society, and we are also planning to make sure that we give it to the market, this electric vehicle, as battery optimization is something very important to be focused on when it comes to electrical vehicles. So as the PPT also mentions that, you know, the amount of petrol and fuel that is being used in our country can be rapidly reduced if we try to make our society more electrically equipped by using electric vehicles. Yeah, that's all, sir. Thank you so much. These are the references. Yeah. Thank you.
Session chair, over to you for any questions.
Okay, fine. A wonderful presentation. And yes, Mohandas sir is very well known to me. Fine. Greetings to him to convey. And fine. Thank you. I have only 3 questions with you.
Okay, sir.
In what way your electric scooter is comparing with other, already it is available in market, this kind of scooters. So in what way your scooter is going to give more advantage?
Okay, sir. So
like my first question.
Okay, sir. So like I mentioned, many electric vehicles, I wanted to show the PPT here. As you can see in one of these PPT, the electric vehicle that they're using here, it also focuses on optimization of the electric vehicle. But what they did was they followed passive balancing. Passive balancing is when a particular amount of charge is comparatively lesser or something like that. It gets discharged. It gets discharged as heat. So to minimize that, instead of that's the reason why there are so many electric vehicles that are catching fire recently. So instead of doing that, we can focus on active balancing, which is very more efficient. That is, if a particular cell has lesser battery and the other one has more, that will get distributed among each of them, so there is a proper balance among all the batteries. So I feel that is one thing that is different from all the electric vehicles that are present in the society, sir.
I mean, only way you are telling the battery balancing or SOP balancing you are talking about?
Battery balancing, sir, because that is the most important. Yeah. Okay.
What about the cost? I mean, you're fixing for this e-scooter, because I can understand you did only the simulation part, but definitely it's going to be a prototype model.
Correct.
Yeah, because when you do any simulation, definitely in your mind it must have your the prototype model, the specifications, parameters, and also how much weight does it carry. All those things, I think you might have measured. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are working on that. The thing is, we have come up to the budget of 25,000 because since there are like 4 members in our group, I thought it would be easier to share it among ourselves, and we're also planning to launch it to the market, so that way we can also think about something like that. And there is also proposals that is coming in our college, like SPP proposal, where we are planning to propose our electric vehicles agenda to them, so that we are looking into things like that, so that we get some help through that way as well.
Okay, the idea is good, but only thing we have to focus on this particular thing is about the battery capacity, as well as the how much weight it does carry, because it should be feasible to all for 30 to 40 kg. It's not that much, because nowadays all are in almost around above 60 to 70 kgs.
Correct.
So you have to focus that also. That's the most important parameter in this, because this need of the hour right now, because in universities or colleges, almost it has been implemented in the abroad countries. Even though I travel in Thailand, Malaysia and all, but now in India, slowly it is increasing. I can understand. But in what way you can present? I mean, there is a startup. You can do a startup also.
Correct,
so these kind of questions will be there, arise to you. So be prepared. I can understand your presentation with the simulation, but prototype, if it is some of the end result, I will be very happy.
Yes, sir.
And you can do it startup also. But what is the available price market in the market, and are you aware of it? This particular e-scooters?
That we are not yet sure about that, sir, because we don't.
Yeah, then you have to compare it, right?
We have to compare it, because obviously even in our college, like many people are building, right? So those people have had around 40,000 and everything. So that is comparatively a lot, I felt. So which is why we are trying to focus on how to reduce, because battery management is something important. Obviously, that is the most costly equipment if we see. So we are still working on it, sir. We are trying to make the best out of the opportunities that we get. We are taking help from our guide as well, so we are hoping for the best. Yes, sir.
Doing final year project. This is final year project.
Yes, sir. Final year project.
Are you into final year? Okay,
yes, sir. I'm in.
Please work on this particular things which I have mentioned you.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, it's okay. MATLAB Simulink. You can try in other feasible softwares also, readily available, LabVIEW or some other. But that also you go through, and you can go for a prototype model. Thank you.
Okay. Fine. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes. Over to the MC.
Okay. Thank you so much, presenter. Now moving on, let's go to the next presenter. I would like to invite Bhavna Pancholi noise reduction in clinical MRI scans employing filter combining techniques. So do we have Bhavna Pancholi? Okay, so session share, I would like to inform you that we've had a request from one of the presenters who is number 15. I would like to invite Ulagammai, optimized self-supportive architecture of networked microgrids using differential evolution algorithm. So due to a very pressing situation on their side, they have requested to move their presentation ahead. So that is why we have moved them. So Ulagammai, please kindly go ahead.
Myself, Dr. Kavita, another author of that paper, and thank you for concerning my request. Let me proceed with the presentation. Hope you are able to view my screen, sir.
Yes, we can see.
Right. Our work is optimized self-supportive architecture of differential evolution algorithm. So here we worked this as a work which considered the network microgrids. So as we know, microgrids are similar to our normal grids, and it's a part of smart grids. And here what we try to do is we want to network the different microgrids so that the microgrids during normal condition, they will serve their own loads by itself. And if there is some problem exists in the network, so all the network microgrids should look up the problem and they have to self-heal themselves. So we had a wonderful literature review on this particular topic, and there are many IEEE works going on it. And taking on the literatures, what the idea we get is, while doing this network microgrid, this curative or self-healing operation, we can introduce economic dispatch and unit commitment as well inside the thing, so that the cost of curing the problem may also less. So this is the main idea of our work. And we are the authors of this paper, and this work is generally done by one of my PG student, and I have guided her. And the overall abstract is, we are using a network microgrids, and the test system we have taken is from the IEEE paper. And here what we are trying to do is, we are just concentrating on the electrical supply. And whenever we are saying about a networked microgrids, here we are having a cyber communication network also, but our research work is not concentrating on cyber communication network, and we are concentrating on only energy management and transfer of power. So based on this, what we are trying to do is, we are analyzing different cases. This is the first case, while during the normal operation, how each microgrids will be working. And in the second and third cases, we are gone for some single fault happened in the interconnected system, and some multi-fault happened in the third case, so that how the network microgrid can react upon it. So to confirm our results, what we have done is, we have taken the popular IEEE paper, which has used the same system and worked on the same area, and we have introduced our proposed technology, and we just tried to compare the results of what we get with the available results in the IEEE paper. So here our main aim of our research work is 4. That is, we want to reduce the operating cost, we want to reduce the power supply demand imbalance. So here comes our economic dispatch problem, and if necessary, if generator side more error occurs, we should need to do the load control. So this is what we will try to do, and our main objective is to minimize the cost of doing all these things. So our main objective part comprises of 3 things. One is the cost of generator. So whenever we are considering this microgrid, our microgrid is going to comprise some components such as generators. So generators, we are considering the DG, such as we are the solar, wind. By already we are forecasting the data. We are using the forecasted data of how much they will be generating, and the remaining for each microgrid will be having some diesel generator also to confirm the remaining load serving. And so microgrid will be the combination of all these resources along with the battery and the certain loads connected to it. Let me show the system, and our aim is to minimize the production cost as well as the load curtailment, and we want to reduce the power mismatch. So these are the objectives. And while reaching this objective, what are the different constraints we have taken is the initial important constraint is power balance and power. Then as usual, constraints like generation capacities constraint, and ramp up and ramp down limits for the non-conventional generations, and charging and discharging limit for our energy storage battery device. And we ensure that while we are doing a MATLAB programming, if the program goes wrong, the theory may go wrong. So we are having some constraints ensuring that whether each and every code of the program is confirming with the theory. So the ES battery should work only in charging or discharging mode, and there should be a limit of state of charge and the power consumption of controllable load. So these are all the different constraints we have taken while executing this problem. And this is the test system we have considered. Here in our test system, we have considered 6 mini microgrids, in which during normal condition, they are a separate microgrid which serves their load as it is. So each microgrid, if I consider, we'll be having some MT, which will be a micro turbine, and WT, which will be the wind generation, and ES will be having a battery, and we'll be having different buses. It's a distribution, and we'll be having a load in all the parts. So what is our normal mode assumption is each microgrid is working in an autonomous state. So they are not getting any help from the nearby microgrid, and they are satisfying their loads from their generation itself. So similarly, this all microgrids are, though they are networked grids, in normal operation, they are trying to do as it is. So this is our first case, and we are introducing purposely fault, and we are testing the same system. And for this, to find the better way of generation and optimizing and doing all the things in reaching our objective, we have proposed a DE algorithm. So differential evaluation algorithm is very similar to a genetic algorithm. The difference is here a mutation will be better than the GA, and it will be a step ahead, a crossover. And here it will give a better solution. So I think I do not need to explain all these things. That is the established algorithm. So in this, we have used this algorithm. And some of the input data that we have given us in all the connected entire system. These are all the different buses where we have placed the micro turbine, and these are the cost coefficients that we have considered for each micro turbine. And this is a given data. And these are all the other data we have used for our working. So different data are what's the location and size of the PV, the solar size and wind energy, and what are the different load information on all the microgrids. Here what they have assumed is they have, for each microgrid, they have given the total load. And if in the same microgrid, if we are having a 9 to 10 load, means all the loads are equally sharing the load. So this is the assumption that we have taken in this particular system. And the third table shows the location and capacity of ES, and whatever I have shown is a given data, and we have taken all these inputs to the program. So these are the forecasted the wind energy and the solar energy data for 24 hours. So we have considered our entire simulation for 1 day, 1 hour for, so 24 hours we have taken all the wind generation, solar generation data, and we have incorporated into the system. So the first thing is the active and reactive power load, and second thing is the generation of wind. And so first case in normal mode, what we have done is each microgrid is designed as a separate system, and a small miniature economic dispatch problem is run for each thing. So for the 6 microgrids we have considered, the cost for real power and reactive power generation has separately calculated. So in some of the microgrid, there are some wind energy and solar energy. So according to the forecasted solar and wind, now the load is directly fed, and the remaining load is fed from micro turbine. So whenever there is only one micro turbine, that micro turbine should meet the remaining load. So the program is designed such a way, and if there are more than one micro turbines in a part of system, we are doing an economic dispatch so that the load can be dealt in the microgrid itself. So this graph shows for the entire 24 hours what is the real power response of micro turbine. because the solar and wind we have fixed by using the forecasted data. So the aim is to determine what will be the real power and reactive power response of the micro turbine. And accordingly, what we have inserted is the battery. So energy storage response in normal mode, what we are actually seeing is in each microgrid, we are having a battery, and when it is completely goes to charge, then it acts as a generator. So it is going to supply the load. And if and then in due of time when it supplying the load, automatically the charge goes on decreasing, and when charge goes beyond certain limit, then it acts as a load and it tends to charge. So this, when it has to charge, when it has to discharge, is designed by the D algorithm, in whichever it may be charged, whichever it may be discharged for the lower cost. So that is what we have done. So this is a case one. In case two, what we have done is we have produced a very one single fault, where we have done is a fault is introduced in a particular line. Why we have selected this particular line is we want to compare the results with the actually established result. In that particular paper, they have introduced this particular fault. So to analyze our system, we have introduced the same fault in the thing. So in the same fault is introduced, and in corrective mode, what we are trying to, we have act all the system as a networked system, and we have formed a full-fledged system and run a bigger algorithm, so that how much power can be transferred from one microgrid to another microgrid. So it become a large system, so that the problem in the nearby microgrid can be healed by the other microgrids. So when compared the results of the IEEE paper, somewhat we are getting a lower value of the cost, so which makes us encouraged to present in this particular conference. So the cost is reduced somewhat in smaller percentage in this case. So we try for the multiple fault also. So in multiple fault case, we have introduced two faults, in the one in the line 13 to 18 and another in the line 42 to 44, and for the same reason we have done a multiple faults in this location. Again, what is the inference we had is this algorithm, while incorporating the battery, we are getting somewhat better solution than the available solution. So these are the major three cases we have done, and I like to show this answers, and here I have compared these answers with the existing. So to understand the performance of the algorithm, we have taken as statistics analysis, and we have made a small chi-square test, so that because we cannot rely on an algorithm for these type of largest problem, because algorithm will produce different answers for each run. So for a larger problem, whenever we are again running the problem, we'll be getting a somewhat different answer. So to obtain the algorithm, whether the algorithm is good or not, we are doing this test, and according to the chi-square value from the distribution table, we found that the results from what we obtained for some 30 runs is quite good to satisfy the constraint. So as a conclusion of this particular simple work, what we have used the transformative configuration we have proposed, which we can give as a network microgrid proposal. So in normal mode, all microgrid will function autonomously. And if there is a malfunction, the malfunction part of the microgrid was supported by the healthy part of the microgrid. And we want to meet the objective in its optimized manner. And here we have used the differential evolution algorithm to distribute the power demand to help all the MG, the faulty conditions. So this is the conclusion of this particular work. And in future, we want to include the fault isolation and also clearance in the work itself. So these are the different references. And thank you for your patience to listen me, sir.
Wonderful work, ma'am. How do you got the forecasting data, madam, for especially for solar and wind? Because you're taking solar and wind data also here. Forecasting data from where you got them?
Sir, actually for this particular work, it is as a given data, how we get all the data. Accordingly, in the previous paper, they have given this data also, sir. So we are directly taking. But if we are working the wind or solar generation as a separate thing, we are doing some variable distribution for wind, and for solar forecasting, we are getting some data from the cloud computing and from the sensor data available in the connected network, sir.
Okay, fine. Actually, when talking about microgrids, solar and wind are the dangerous fellows, because the power fluctuations will be more, and you'll get a lot of falls with connected to the microgrids. So if you particularly focus on the wind turbine as well as the solar PV, that's you mentioned here, but you take these two part alone as a one research, because it is an it is a wide area. As a professor, you know that, and you can do work on that also, and it is my humble
So
suggestion.
as is yes sir, yes sir, I cannot share. It's a simulation, we can do it anything, but if practically considered each and every part of this work is very difficult to realize. Yes, I'll be noting at your point, sir. Thank you.
Yes, madam. So particularly focus on this, and you can identify the various faults, and you can go for algorithmic principles, ma'am. Fine, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, presenter. So moving on, I would like to call Ritesh Baranwal to present his paper on performance analysis of prototype filters in PMC waveform for next generation wireless communication.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Is I am audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir, and my dear friend. My name is Ritesh Baranwal. My topic of presentation is performance analysis of prototype filter in FBMC waveform for next generation wireless communication system. This is my biography. I have done BTech in Electronic and Instrumentation Engineering from VVS Purvanchal University, Jaunpur in 2007. After that, I am pursuing MTech in Communication Engineering from University of SIARTS, Prayagraj in 2012. I have achieved silver medal in MTech. Presently, I am pursuing PhD from Department of Electronics Engineering, VVS Purvanchal University, Jaunpur, under the guidance of Professor B.V. Tiwari, sir. My topic of research is performance analysis of next generation wireless communication system. This is my abstract. In 5G cellular mobile communication, various techniques used to make it waveform suitable for radio frequency equipment. Certain characteristics of 5G waveform like low out of band leakage, low peak to average power ratio, low bit error rate, good time frequency localization, good spectral efficiency. Filter bank multi-carrier waveform in which prototype filter is set before each subcarrier to make it suitable for radio frequency equipment. I investigate FBMC waveform over various filters like Faidas filter, Hermite filter, and root range cosine filter, and find out least PAPR bit error rate over same spectral efficiency. Also compare spectral leakage of OFDM and FBMC over 3 different prototype filter, Faidas, Hermite, and time RRC. Also find out at which prototype filter there is a less spectral leakage. This is the block diagram of FBMC waveform. Here, the data is transmitted serial to parallel data conversion. Then this parallel data is given to inverse fast Fourier transform, where it converts frequency domain signal to time domain signal. Then this time domain signal is going to prototype filter, where it changes the shape of the pulse to desired pulse shape. Then it is sent to parallel to serial conversion. And after adding cyclic prefix, it is sent. This is the transmitter part. After that, there is a channel. I have used double selective channel, which is given by third generation partnership project tap delay line. And after that, there is a receiver part where we remove the cyclic prefix, and then it is sent to serial to parallel conversion. And after that, it is sent to fast Fourier transform, where it's convert time domain signal to frequency domain signal. Then this frequency domain signal is given to parallel to serial conversion. And then finally, we get the received data. Prototype filter. A prototype filter is a filter design used to produce a modified filter for a given application. Many different frequency band, impedance, and bandwidth must be handled by frequency filter component. Most commonly, band pass are low pass, high pass, band pass, band reject, band stop filter. The operation of FBMC nearly depend on the selection of a prototype filter, which must be appropriately developed based on its requirement, like low PPA, PAPR, and good time frequency localization. In this paper, three prototype filters are used. These are FIDAS, Hermite, and time root raised cosine filter. These filter, now this is a FIDAS filter. These filters are defined for a finite period of time with an unlimited spectrum duration. Because the filters are designed for a specific amount of time, these systems are simple to utilize. Hermite filter. When compared to FIDAS, the Hermite filter has inferior frequency localization, but it has better time localization and combined time frequency localization. Time root raised cosine filter. These filters are specified within a finite bandwidth in the frequency domain. Also, they demand a limitless time length in time domain. The simulation parameter which I have taken in this paper is here. The number of subcarriers is taken to be 64, 128, 512, and 1024. Carrier frequency I used is 2.5 gigahertz. QAM quadrature amplitude modulation order is of 16. Subcarrier spacing is 15 kilohertz. Sampling frequency 20.16 megahertz. Number of Monte Carlo repetition used I is 100. Overlapping factor of filter is 4. Power delay profile of W selective channel TDL-A is 300 nanosecond. This TDL-A channel is given by third generation partnership project in this technical report. This is my result. Here I compare OFDM signal with FBMC signal. To simulate FBMC signal, I use FIDAS filter, and from the shown result, it is seen that there is a less spectral leakage obtained with FBMC signal as compared to OFDM signal. In this figure, I also compare the FBMC signal with OFDM signal, but the FBMC waveform which simulate with using a prototype filter named Hermite filter. And here also seen that there is a less spectral leakage is obtained for FBMC waveform. In this figure, I also compare OFDM signal with FBMC waveform, and the FBMC waveform is simulated with using time root raised cosine filter. And here also the spectral leakage is going to be decreasing with normalized frequency. But for OFDM signal, it is spectral leakage is going to be constant. In this figure, I compare the spectral leakage of three filters: FIDAS filter, Hermite filter, and time root raised cosine filter. Here, as shown in figure, that there is a less spectral leakage is obtained for FIDAS filter, which is shown by a black color. This is a table in which I compare the PAPR value, spectral efficiency, and bit error rate of three prototype filters. In this table, it is shown that there is a less PAPR value is obtained for FIDAS filter, which is 7.67 dB, which is 0.10 dB less than Hermite filter and 0.05 dB less than time root raised cosine filter. And the bit error rate is obtained is approximately similar, which is of order of 0.099. And spectral efficiency is taken to be fixed, which is 4 bits per second per hertz. In this table, I compare PAPR value of FBMC simulate with FIDAS filter, Hermite, and time RRC. For the number of subcarriers 64, 128, and 512, there is a less PAPR value is obtained for time root raised cosine filter. But for higher number of subcarrier 1024, the less PAPR value is obtained for FIDAS filter, which is 7.69 dB. Conclusion. Reducing the PAPR value is important for the proper propagation of the fifth generation waveform. By using the FIDAS filter in simulating filter bank multi-carrier waveform, we get reduced PAPR for the higher number of subcarriers. Also, less out of band leakage, and good time frequency localization are imparted in choosing a prototype filter which is achieved with the FIDAS filter. This is my appendix. Thank you.
Okay, sir. I have two questions for you.
Yes, sir.
When compared to all other three models, as per the time limit, I mean the conversion time, which model is which methodology is more sufficient, sir, or is efficient?
For FIDAS filter, it is selected a international telecom. Actually, this filter bank multi-carrier waveform is 5G waveform, which is used in 5G technology. And this waveform is suggested by ITU, International Telecom Union, which is in his third generation partnership project, he decided to go with FIDAS filter. And this with FIDAS filter, we get a good PAPR value parameter.
Okay, sir. Have you compared with any other model?
Sir, other model means I have compared in this FIDAS filter, Hermite filter, and time RRC filter for simulating a filter bank multi-carrier waveform. And with FIDAS filter, it's get a good result, which is also taken by the third generation partnership project. And he also gives in its technical report. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good result in what terms, sir? In what parameters?
In parameter, PAPR value is PAPR means peak to average power ratio, spectral leakage.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay. What about the frequency, sir? Here.
Which frequency?
The conversion frequency.
Convolution frequency.
Yes.
What, sir? Sir, again repeat your question.
Sir, the conversion frequency will be there, na? From filtering from one end to other end to get efficient output. You will see have some conversion frequency, conversion range.
Actually, sir, data which is sending means just like a 4G technology. Here, this waveform is used in 5G waveform. And in this,
that's what I'm asking, sir. What about the comparison? I mean, if the same thing you used in 4G, now you are going for 5G. What about the time consuming? Whether it is getting less, or what about the conversion frequency? That's what I'm asking.
Conversion, actually, sir, but means a data which is sending to a friend, and
I mean, talking about from sending into the receiver hand.
Yeah.
There will be some conversion frequency will be there.
Sir, actually, this technology is used in 5G technology, and the speed of is going to be 10 times more than 4G. Means in 4G we have getting a 1 GB per second speed, but in 5G we get 10 times more speed, means 100 Gbps per second speed. It is a faster technology, sir.
Okay, sir. Please. Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next presenter. So Ritesh, can I please ask you to unshare your screen?
Okay, ma'am.
The next presenter is Dr. R. Pavan Kumar Naidu, a review on PMSH-based wind energy conversion system. So can we have Dr. Pavan Kumar Naidu? Dr. Pavan Kumar Naidu. All right, moving on. So next I would like to call Sabapati T, analysis of optical modulation in fiber optic communication.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm Bakishri. I'm the co-author of this project. Can I
I'm sorry, Bakishri, you're not audible.
Just a minute. Ma'am, I'm audible now?
Yes, tell me, Bakishri.
Ma'am, I'm the co-author of this presentation. I'm going to press play. Shall I carry on?
Okay. Bakishri, I'm sorry, but your voice is not very clear. We're not able to hear you properly, even though you are speaking.
Hello, ma'am. Now can I carry?
Sorry, Bakya, you're still not audible.
No, ma'am. Now it's okay.
No, not yet. I cannot hear you clearly.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, now it's audible.
Sorry, Bakya, it still sounds like you are speaking from some place where it is still not audible. Let me do one thing. I will move on to the next presenter. You can figure out, sort out your audio problems until then. It's not very clear. So I'll give you the time. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
So on that note, I will move on to next, Mr. Akhilesh Saravanan. Mr. Akhilesh Saravanan. Do I have Mr. Akhilesh Saravanan? Okay, next, Mr. Gumadi Srikanth. Paper on forensic image pseudo detection.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah, ma'am. Our teammate Srimuki will be going to present the paper, ma'am.
Okay. So, session chair, could we go ahead with the session?
Yes, ma'am. But I want to know who is presenting or who is.
Yeah, right now it is Mr. Gumadi Srikanth. He's the number 7.
Okay, okay.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am. Hello.
Yes,
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I will just do the presentation. Is my screen visible, ma'am? And I'm
Yes, please go ahead. Put in full screen mode. Slideshow. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone, respected delegates and event organizers and audience. I am Srimukhi Kottada. I am pursuing BTech undergraduate. Thank you for giving this opportunity on this auspicious day, conducting a research event under IFERP. Our paper is proposed with the title Forensic Image Pseudo Detection. The name itself, it depicts with any form of frauds or a fake attacks experienced to a targeted image. Image fraud is an attempt to forge a copy, signature morphing, artwork, picture proofs, fake attacks on the digital images, all these falsifications of original data values. So now here we are analyzing the image counterfeits detection, where every image data is a duplication from the original picture. We focus on copy move pseudo attacks, but there are multiple different. Here we are focusing on copy move pseudo detection. Starting here with the biography, my name is Srimukhi Kottada. I have already introduced myself. We are from a lovely professional university, Pagwara, Punjab. My fellow mates are Emani Banu Prakash, Gumadi Srikanth, Yaganti Shrikant Gautam Kadali under the guidance with Mohit Goel. Next. The main abstract of our project is the paper proposed with the adaptive over-segmentation method for an image copy forgery detection. Firstly, we propose the algorithm, which is adaptive over-segmentation. Next comes with the extraction of feature and point matching, key point matching also known as, and lastly with the forgery pseudo detection, which are amongst the main important methods including in this program. Here, adaptive over-segmentation is done with a discrete wavelet transform for the first technique, and consequently we have used a extractive feature extraction, or else we have used with a shift, which is a surf technique, which is an advanced version of a shift, and correlation, which taken place including with a proposed feature technique that is a key point matching. Nowadays, yes, nowadays, due to the technological creativity and innovation growth, computerized modification became more available and user friendly. So permitting everyone to browse and modify the content according to their necessity gives a positive and negative impacts. We are here to focus on reduce these negative effects. While the growth of computerization in the mainframes encouraged the development of picture handling codes, has advanced eventually filtering, editing, transferring, morphing, image retouching, picture contouring, etc. used for commercial purposes, but few fraudsters taken advantage easily reform the original content, where criminals the quality of the figure get critical concern, where the Department of Forensic Inspections found it challenging to examine. Here we are introducing two methods, block-based technique and another with a key point-based technique under copy move forgery detection. Sorry. Here the basic example for the copy move forgery is that we give an original image as the host image and obtain the forged image as output. There are 4 horses that was present in the original image, and we have done some manipulations to this picture, and we have obtained 2 excess horses in the forged image, but we could not identify it exactly with our naked eye. Using this project algorithm, we can extract even the simple minimal features of the picture and obtain the forged output, which I will discuss below. Further, the main objective is that existing forgery detection technique now it present have few drawbacks, and here we are proposing this integrated technique with this block based and key point based technique. Further motivates the project to a step forward. Here we have used the MATLAB as a software tool. This I have already explained what is this image forensics, copy and move. We have these images where source and target regions for the same. We consider what are the noise, color, illumination conditions, and taking all this in regard, we use this copy move forgery detection. Moving to the next slide. Yes. Here, under this copy move forgery detection method, we have 2 methods where, namely under block base, we have DCT, discrete cosine transform, and discrete wavelet transform, and a different kind of types. Whereas under the key point based method, we have SIFT, SURF, ORB. Here we are using with a discrete wavelet transform. Under a key point based method, we are using SURF technique. A DWT is a wavelet transform for which the wavelets are sampled at a discrete intervals. This discrete provides a simultaneous spatial and the frequency domain information of the image. Wavelets gives a basic property that localizes the transform in both space and frequency, which is a property that can advantageously used to extract the information from the signal. That is not possible with the Fourier or even the window Fourier transforms. Moving for the further slides, the common procedure used in this copyright forgery is we will give an input image and prerequisited pre-processings are taken place. The data analyzing data variables, memories, and to find the image path and all those. After that, the block-based method. After we comes with the extracting the features from the blocks and matching with them, detecting the forged images. We will see, let's see how it works. Under the block-based method, we have adaptive over segmentation, which we uses a DWT technique. Here, DWT technique is nothing but obtaining a number of blocks which are non-overlapping and irregular. Those blocks are further extracted, which gives a feature extraction and make them as a block feature. Using this block feature images, it will compare both those both image to image and form a labeled feature points using a matching or mapping the points of those block features. After this labeled feature points, we will further apply an algorithm of forgery region extraction. Let's see how it actually works. I have already explained this DWT, what is about. Discrete wavelet transform comes under this adaptive over segmentation. We have we took a host image and we obtain an output with image blocks, irregular and non-overlapping. Generally, in previous existing software algorithms, we have a square-shaped, regular, and overlapping images. Here we are doing with a non-overlapping, which makes the image more precise. If we compare with the DCT, with the DWT, discrete cosine transform, we have where the blocks artifacts have a loss of some information because of the square structure. Here, making it irregular, we make it more amount of data and have a precise output forgery, even with a little bit of forged image. So after the adaptive segmentation, we will go towards the feature extraction. We will obtain the features extracted from those image blocks, and we will obtain this key point based technique for the forgery detection, where we apply this extraction technique. We used a SURF technique, which is the faster version of a SIFT. SURF technique mainly is a speeded up robust feature, which is a fastest and algorithm. Similarly, invariant time invariant representation. Comparison with comparison of images. The real-time applications such as tracking and object recognition, it will make it as a square block and identify the block and picture images from the concise obtained image, input image, host image. Okay, we use this technique and block feature matching. Here,
yes, excuse me.
I will
can you come for the result and as well as what comparison you have did, because
I will just wrap it up.
time.
Yes, sir. Using block features, we have used a threshold and a key point threshold matching, where we obtain the labeled diagrams and labeled blocks, and these label blocks are further obtained as a morphological processing and detecting the forged output. Just we obtain few thresholds. And operating systems, we uses the Windows XP and Windows 10 coding language as a MATLAB, and system with required specifications. We have used RAM with 512 MB. Yes, these are the results. Now, here we can see in the first picture, the image is divided into a lot of irregular shapes according to the shades of the images. Dark shade, and if we can see the mountains of the first picture, it was segregated according to the intensity, color, shade, and the irregular blocks are shaded according to that. If we consider the second figure, even the water waves are specifically is shaped according to that. Even the waves are tracked the picture, and we can see in the third image the mountains are again, and the light and dark areas of the third picture, trees are segregated according to that. So this is nothing but image blocking. And then here comes small superpixels. After converting the image into feature extraction, the picture get converted to furthermore super small pixels and make it concentrated to where the place the image is forged. Here the boat is forged. So we have more number of small superpixels concentrated. Here the birds are forged. So this is the reason they have a very dark area at a very greater extent. So image is for a boat image. Yes, it is a forged image. It is detected the forged and outputted as it is a detected forged output. Boat is a forged one. So the main application of this, it is used for the criminal law cases and private investigations and social networks and security reasons for any of the viral videos, viral images. It's get tampered images, and it is used for the banks signatures, authentic images, fingerprints, document authentications, and a lot more if we use it for. And this is I have already wrapping up session that I have mentioned before, how the adaptive over segmentation used and sequentially. And the main basic feature scope is used for video and audio too for the future scope.
Okay, fine. How will you define that the original image is as in this much pixel, as well as the forged image as this much pixel? How will you define? Because usually the image will be represented with the pixels. Hello, can you get me?
Yes, the image is represented with a format which is a pixel format.
Okay, I am asking about if there is if it is an forgery image.
Okay.
You might have fixed some pixel value, right?
Yes, there is a rows and columns pixel value.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. What is that value?
So basically, we can fix with 256 into 256.
Okay.
We can change accordingly.
Okay. What about the what about the original image pixel?
It will update according to our necessity. So we have to fix the value for the picture according to the length and width.
Yeah. So usually in forgery image, we cannot say very easily that it is a forgery image. Okay,
yes.
So almost the original image replica will be the forgery image, but in some way in format of pixels as well as other things, I mean other specification, we can say this is an forgery image. Now you have mentioned with a variety of things, but usually if you go for talk about things, okay, the forgery image is also be the replica of an original image. But we need to identify with some specifications that you have to note down. Please make that particular thing. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Next, please.
Okay. Calling on the next presenter. Can we have Mr. Partha Pratim Bhattacharjee, a blockchain-based clean and green energy monitoring system? Can we have Mr. Partha?
Ma'am,
Yes,
actually,
yes,
my
yes,
name is
yes.
Srikant.
Yes, I'm sharing my screen.
I think the previous presenter has to.
Srikant, can you please unshare your screen?
Yes,
Ma'am, I'm the previous presenter. Ma'am, can we leave the meeting because I have another meeting?
Sure, you can. Just unshare your screen. Mr. Partha, you can go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, then I can continue.
Start video அங்க வந்துறோம் அவங்களுக்கு நம்ம இது போவோம் சரி
Yes, is it screen has been shared?
Yes, it is shared.
Hello?
Yes, it is shared.
Okay, then I can go ahead. Yes, I will go ahead. So today I want to discuss that is a blockchain-based clean and green energy monitoring system. So here I am, Parthabuddin Bhattacharya is the author, and my two guides, that is Shoibal Chatterjee sir and Dr. Chaitali Kole madam are the co-guide. And I can give my small profile because I am the research scholar of National Institute of Technology in Mizoram, Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. I have that around 25 years experience in some organization like Eastern Railway, IIT Kharagpur, etc. My main guide, that is Dr. Shoibal Chatterjee sir, presently that professor and the dean of the same department, and he has also 30 years experience. My co-guide is Dr. Chaitali Kole. She is the assistant professor, and she is the faculty member of Electronics and Communication Engineering of same institute, and she has almost 15 years of experience. Now I can go for the abstract of my particular presentation. That is a peer-to-peer and open source energy trading and monitoring system are presented in this paper actually. It facilitates peer-to-peer trading and monitoring data in centralized systems that generate MIS data for sharing key nodes. A system is proposed that provides a real-time data acquisition system for control, monitoring, maintenance of generated energy, as well as generating unit at the remote location. Because we are thinking this for Hindu Kush Himalayan region, mainly Northeast India. As an example, pico hydropower, wind power, and solar power generating unit, we are thinking for this purpose, which is also clean and green energy, as it is produced zero carbon footprint. So that is our main thing for this particular article. The monitoring, maintenance, and energy trading are done through the web interface that uses the private Ethereum blockchain. The Ethereum blockchain is used for smart contract, and JavaScript programming is used for recording energy trading and activities of that web interface through the secure blockchain system. Actually, we use that ESP32 module for that. The Internet of Things platform is used for trading, monitoring, and controlling of generating energy. Energy uses and other maintenance limits are collected and one of the most popular boards are along with that field sensors, which is commonly available in the market, which consists of an external real-time clock, that is module use generated voltage sensor. Module we can use, and I will do that some resistance network. Load current sensor here I am using, that is some Hall sensor, which is only available in the market, and other environmental monitoring sensor essential for the maintenance and generating unit. In this paper, it is proposed an open source decentralized peer-to-peer energy trading and monitoring system built on the top of the blockchain technology and the Internet of Things. The hardware setup consists of the current sensor, voltage sensors, and external real-time clock, a built-in Wi-Fi unit, a small node MCU ESP32 will use the board, and the other environmental monitoring sensors. Finally, it forms a edge node. This particular thing will become the edge node. The massive queuing telemetry transport, that is MQTT protocol, will be used for local network for transferring the data. That is common, and it is available in the GitHub. There is the open source one. And Node MCU ESP32 is a small board. Is set up is an MQTT client, and the Raspberry Pi 0W board and IoT servers we can use for MQTT is used, and as MQTT broker module. Finally, it forms a fog node. So number of fog node will make a fog node cluster. All of these fog nodes are also linked with the desktop PC, which formed as a cloud load server, because through that we will go for the internet or cloud and for that hosting system. The JavaScript web interface method is implemented to connect the edge node cluster and fog cluster. The cloud node server actually interface developed by the open source library program, and that we will use, that is that Linux based Raspberry Pi 0W, or if it's required, we can use the Raspberry Pi C also, and then the programming mainly use the Python base. So this is the basic architecture. In we can go for the from the bottom, that is a clean and green energy system, maybe picohydro power, wind power, solar power, livestock power also can be used. Then we can take the basic current sensor, real time, that is the sensor we will use, temperature, humidity, lumen. For the solar we will use, and sometimes we can use for the water sensors also, like TDS value, light intensity also we can think for that solar purpose. Then it will be connected to the edge node directly through the wire, and actually the sensor or mode, this will communicate to the layer 2 level, that is that Wi-Fi and peer-to-peer basis, and ESP32 can be used for this purpose, that is the edge node. This edge node will talk to the Raspberry Pi Zero with the Linux operating system. This will form as a fog node, and this fog node, number of fog nodes will make a fog node cluster used for the fog device. This is the promoting the stage. It is connecting to the GPS and real-time clock sensor, because this real-time clock value is required for the each blockchain block, and will use for that payload for that each laser of the transaction. Now finally, this fog node depends upon the distance. We can go for the wire, or we can go for the LORA device for connecting the cloud node server. That is will be in the remote position from where we can get the internet connectivity, because we are thinking for this particular generating station will be placed in the terrain where the grid power is may not be easy for supply, or may not be economical, or may not be available, where the different terrain or difficult terrain places will be used. Mainly we are thinking for it Hindu Kush Himalayan region, that is northern India. Next, last level is the cloud let server will connect it to the cloud server by hosting, service providing, and others available web-based system, and as well as MIS for generating the actual maintenance decision, and monitoring output, as well as that trading value, what is which particular consumers and prosumers, which amount of power is used, and what will be the cost of that power. For a monthly basis or some tariff program, we will can be select for next level. This is the basic architecture, whatever we have discussed. Again, for something similar or way we will given that. Now we can go for the conclusion, as it is not given the much time, so 10 minutes, so we have to give the very short discussion with it. In conclusion, it can be mentioned that the article, it was try to present the entire trading, monitoring, and maintenance protocol, as well as data for the clean and green generating station. Each generating unit is limited to 1 kilowatt power, so we will think for the picohydro or this type, which is the less than 1 kVA or 1 kilowatt power, because it will generate generally 24 volt or mainly AC, but we will convert it in the DC form. For trading part, it can be given the total energy generation by consumers along with the total energy used by the consumers and prosumers. After that, it can be linked with the suitable tariff plan for the energy used by each stakeholders. It also produces the monitoring and maintenance information of the same generating unit along with GPS location, because each Raspberry Pi that is fog node will use a GPS transceiver along with the RTC, because Raspberry Pi device no RTC is there, so we have to give the interface with the RTC with I2C bus interface level. So that it can be placed in the open source map. Whenever we will finally do that, each fog node along with that edge node, we can place the open source map like Google Map and others, where we can understand that which particular devices are placed in which place, if any faults are comes. So fault generating algorithm will check it, and according to that, faulty device will be detected for the maintenance purpose, so that from the remote maintenance can be done. So this is the basic part for this conclusion. And now I'll go for the appendix. I am not writing here. I have put this appendix in that particular papers. There I have given all the references. So through that I can say I have already collected the main papers where I have written this all the appendix, because writing in this PPT will be the clumsy. So we have taken around 43 reference, including the Raspberry Pi documents also. So this all for my today's discussion. So I think I can go further.
Okay, sir. This is the need of our monitoring system, as you rightly mentioned. It is everywhere. It is required. Only one question I have, sir. What are the parameters you are monitoring, sir?
I have already written it. First of all, we have used that is a voltage and current. First one is the generating current, and another is the from the prosumers, what will be the given the current to that consumers. So consumers will receive the current, and prosumers will receive and supply to the current grid. So this is the current and voltage sensors for this electric generating station. Now for the environmental sensor, we will use for the light intensity sensor for that solar. If we have that is that humidity and temperature sensor, that is also a part of the environmental sensor. And where we will use the picohydral power, there we will use that pH or TDS sensor, whatever the available in the common market. So these are the sensors. And for that Raspberry Pi device, we use the GPS also, and that is also used as a sensor. And all our edge node and fog node, there will use a separate real-time clock in the I2C bus. And that node MCU, there is a two I2C bus, so one can be used for the real-time clock. And Raspberry Pi also, we have one I2C bus, so we will use that as a real-time clock in that particular bus.
Okay, sir. What about the power, sir?
Power is, we will assume that this is at less than 1 kilowatt power, because we are thinking for the small generating station, because it is a remote places where that grid power is difficult to place, or maybe huge number of power cuts are there, mainly in the Hindu-Kush Himalayan region, that is Northeast India, mainly we are thinking.
Okay, sir. Which renewable energy you are using most in Mizoram, sir?
Mizoram, sir, we are have that is picohydral also, solar, but less wind we are using in Mizoram. But I am presently sitting in that Assam. Assam, their solar power is more useful in that particular places. Even we are using wind power also.
Okay, sir. Wonderful, sir. Please monitor more parameters so that it will be easy for us to note down all the parameters, ranges, everything, sir, as per your experience. Thank you so much, sir. Wonderful presentation.
Yes, cost is also involved in there. If I use a more sensor, so we will use a more cost.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So moving on to the next presenter, I would like to invite Ms. Ramya for her presentation on utility system for tomato leaf diseases detection and classification using LOT with deep learning.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Soundaraj. Ms. Ramya was interview to attend, ma'am. So I'm her student. I'm going to present the presentation.
Okay, please go ahead, Sundar.
Can I present, ma'am?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Ma'am, is my screen is visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Our project is about utility system for tomato leaf detection and classification using deep learning with IoT. Abstract. In India, agriculture is the backbone of our country, but our farmers are facing a lot of issues in agriculture, which we have to take care our farmers by providing some new technologies to them. Due to variable atmospheric circumstance, sometimes farmer may not be able to know what types of disease occurs on the plant and how to treat them and how to avoid them. So using this technology, identifying few diseases of a specific plant which is properly grown, and monitor the plants by several atmospheric conditions such as moisture of the soil, humidity, temperature, and chemical contents present on the soil. Our proposed system presents an overview of detection and classification of a plant leaf disease detection and plant monitoring.
Myself, I'm Mahmoud. I'm going to explain a block diagram. A block diagram, we got the input image and through going image pre-processing and image segmentation through image processing through we extract the future of this image of that is made as a future extraction, and we test this data through input images like for example we have chosen for 5,000 images, many input images we have chosen, and training the data according to the images, and classification according to the CNN model, checking that leaf is healthy, disease healthy or not, and disease detection healthy, and performance evaluation. Insert the tomato leaf image, and then it is a pre-processing by use some technical such as resizing the image, reduce the noise by filter techniques, enhancing the image by improve the construct color, etc. Maybe the pre-processing data been segmented by using means clustering algorithm. It is the input leaf of the image has been segmented in that process, and then it is a segmented image was extracted to a future like mean entropy standard compared to detect and classify the type of tomato disease like we have chosen by using a CNN segmented images and trained the images from according to the database, and then we have compared to detect the classify the types of the diseases of the tomato, and then it is shows a several level of the disease. It's a low, medium, or high in the MATLAB software by using a Python code to have enhanced the accuracy level in that output thing. And then after the MATLAB process, the processed data has been fed to PIC microcontroller through a TTL, and loading the data from the PIC microcontroller to the IoT Internet of Things cloud server by using a ESP8266 IoT module, and transfer the output to the user through SMS or via web page. Next slide, Sundar. Description, we have to process the IoT cloud server through a mobile. By first we have processed the data through that images, and then next we have chosen to personal computers, and then by TTL and PIC microcontroller. We have used by using of LCD, and we have running through the main thing with a power supply. IoT cloud server is a very helpful platform to us to interact with us what is going on the accuracy and the diseases of the plant. The output will be displayed at the disease name, serverly levels, and remedy for infected leaves. The components uses a microcontroller and cloud storage. It receives the parametric and image data set collected by the camera or sensor. The deep learning based classifier sorts the data stored at the cloud server and PIC microcontroller into a disease classes. Here we have used DHT 11 sensors to measure to temperature and humidity to the field, the rust and blast the disease yearly. These sensors are connected to the PIC for transitioning the captured data through a cloud server. This information is disseminated as a notification to the farmers on their mobile phones. Works synchronously with the PIC microcontrollers to use a prediction and notifying the farmers about the disease or other variation observed in that format. We have choosing the methodology by using a training deep CNN model, input image capture data set. We have tested the performance of that data and compiled tune model in that node MCU by using and then we have chosen a cloud server that image results notification to the farmers via mobile. The environment factors we have chosen we have seen that sensors at temperature, humidity of the soil of the plant, and we have chosen a MATLAB, Anaconda Python by using a software IoT, and then we have resonant 50 architectures. We have chosen the first of all we have taken the image input, and then we have convolution into one and parts of the expanded conversion of the product, and then soft match by using a 50 architectures. We have chosen output taken. That's all.
Myself, M. Sendil Kumar. I present our output data sets. In this project, we taken tomato leaf data sets, healthy leaf and bacterial spots and target spots. These are the total count of data sets image given in this project. This is a graph output of our training process. The total validations for this our project is 81.7% accuracy. And next, this is a RE as a net 50 of validation process. In this validation process, we get an validation accuracy of 76.54%.
And conclusion, an application to detect leaf fruit disease and monitor the plant disease helps to a farmer to reduce their work and increase the farmer's production. The proposed method helps to find the plant disease using various neural network architecture and build a new model. After tracking the disease, the application helps the farmer to choose the appropriate medicine for the particular disease. The analysis of plant disease is implemented and processed in MATLAB software.
Okay.
These are our...
Yes, sir. Okay, fine. Wonderful research. For implementing this in a prototype or real time, how much cost it may occur? It may get.
For software, doesn't
not software. Software I can understand, but
yes,
now
sir.
You're identifying that because we need a samples, right?
Yes, sir.
So for that, if you implement it in a real time model, how much it may cost, sir?
For if you choose a pick my controller means it's around 7,000 rupees for implementation, sir.
Okay.
If we choose node MCU means we can reduce the cost by up to 3,000 or 4,000, sir. Like that, sir.
So what made you to think about this particular tomato leaf to be analyzed?
So because
there may be some inspiration, right?
Yes, tomato leaves are easily available, sir, and tomato seeds or fruits are which is used to analyze the disease easily, sir. So that's why we are choosing tomato leaf and fruits, sir.
Okay, wonderful. Please go ahead, because it is a need of the hour. In agriculture side, a lot of vegetables are getting this fungus as well as bacteria is performed. So if
yes,
you
sir.
go for the real-time model, it will be good. So are you a agriculture student?
No, sir. I am EC student, sir.
Pardon?
Sir.
EC?
Yes, sir. EC, sir.
Oh.
I'm studying.
You can do a collaborative work also with agriculture students. Okay, fine, good. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, very good. Yes.
Thank you.
Shall we go for next?
Yes, thank you. So again, I would like to call upon a previous presenter, so Pakeshri, who will be presenting on the analysis of optical modulation in fiber optic communication. I think she's ready now for her presentation. So session share, she is the 5th presenter who had audio problems and now she's ready to present.
Hello, ma'am. Is my audio?
Yes, yeah, you're audible now, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, Bhakya, please go ahead with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen is visible?
No, we cannot see it yet. Okay, Bhakya, on your screen, you will see an option called as share screen. Please click that. Are you able to do it, Bhakya?
No, ma'am. The button is not there.
Okay, maybe the connection would be on your side. Maybe you might be having a problem in sharing your screen.
Sorry, ma'am. Let me rectify it. I'm
Sure,
so
Bhakya,
sorry.
just go ahead. We will go with the other presenters. So next, let me call Satluri Venakata Sai Ruchita to present the paper on FPGA implementation of UR decomposition and alternative to the loop factorization.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
Ruchita, yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I will be sharing my screen.
Yes, Ruchita, we can see your screen. Kindly unmute and go ahead with your presentation.
Sorry. Is my presenting mode visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Ruchita, and I'm going to give a presentation on FPGA implementation of UL decomposition, which is an alternative solution to LU factorization method. This project I have done under the guidance of Dr. Ramesh Chintala sir. Coming to the biography, and I'm myself, I'm an MTech student in Amrita School of Engineering, Bangalore campus, and I have did this project under the guidance of Ramesh Chintala sir, who is an assistant professor there. So coming to the abstract, in this work, we have implemented an hardware architecture for the UL decomposition algorithm based on FPGA, which is alternative to LU decomposition method. So for this hardware implementation, we have written an RTL code. for the UL algorithm in Verilog. Later, we have simulated and synthesized this code using Xilinx Vivada software by targeting vertex 5 FPGA. And coming to the introduction, first we will see what is LU decomposition method. If we consider a matrix A, this matrix A will be dissolved into two matrices L and U in the product form on application of LU decomposition algorithm. So this is the basic LU decomposition method. So that if we want to perform any complex operations on this in like any complex matrices, it will be easy to perform any operations on this decomposed matrices as L and U are having sum of its elements as 0 after the decomposition. So we will see now what is UL decomposition. We have implemented an UL decomposition method by modifying the algorithm of LU decomposition so that to achieve high computational efficiency for decomposition process. During this process, the main two equations we have used are these two. The first equation you can see here, this is for computing U matrix elements, and the second equation, this is for computing L matrix elements. These are the main two equations involved. Coming to the algorithm flow, during the flow, initially we have assigned U2 input matrix and L2 identity matrix. After assigning these two matrices, then we are checking for pivot elements in U matrix. If UJI is a pivot element, if this pivot element is 0, then these set of operations will be performed on U and L matrix elements. If it is non-zero, then these set of operations, this first loop will perform U matrix operations, this second loop will perform L matrix operations. This condition will be checked through entire matrices till the updation of all the matrices in the U and L matrix. So coming to the architecture, in our architecture, we mainly contains two blocks, memory block and a processing block. In the memory block, we have used two memories, one for storing U matrix values and one for storing L matrix values. And in the processing block, we have considered two units, which is a control unit and which is a compute unit. In this compute unit, we are having all the multiplier, adder, divider, all the submodules for performing our algorithm. And this control unit will control all the operations between this compute unit and the memory unit. So for performing any operation in the compute unit, this has to fetch the values from this memory unit and retrieve back the values into this memory unit respectively to U and L. All these will be controlled by this control unit. Coming to the data flow, suppose if we consider this equation, if we want to compute this equation where UJI is equal to UII and UJK, this can be done as that is a multiplication operation. This multiplier will fetch UII and UJK from U memory and it will perform multiplication and the result will be back stored into the UJK value. Like that, all these equations will be performed in this way. So for performing our UL algorithm, we considered 4 multipliers, two subtractors and 2 dividers in total. And the input format we have used for this algorithm is 32-bit single precision format. All the data will be in the 32-bit single precision format. And after this is the example matrix we have considered for testing our UL architecture. This matrix we have taken from the base paper where their only UL algorithm was implemented. so that we have considered similar matrix to test our UL architecture. First, we have implemented that UL algorithm in C programming language. So initially, this U and L matrices are having these values. This is U matrix elements having input matrix values, and this is L matrix element having identity matrix values. After performing UL algorithm, these U and L are updated to these matrix values, which are similar to these. Then we have developed our UL algorithm in Verilog and then simulated using Xilinx software. These are the results. Firstly, we are storing the input matrix into the U memory that can be seen here, and then we are storing the identity matrix elements into the L memory, which can be seen here. Then we are as we are using subtractor, multiplier, and divider in floating point format for performing our UL algorithm. First, we have simulated individual submodules. This is the simulation result of subtractor for two input floating point values, and these are the simulation results of multiplier, and this is the simulation result of division for two input floating point values of 32-bit. And later this algorithm we have synthesized, using Xilinx to get all these resource utilization parameters. These are the resource utilization of all subtractor, multiplier, and divider modules. And this is the overall UL simulation result, UL algorithm simulation result. We can see that here this is the output of the U matrix, and this is the output of the L matrix. And later that UL algorithm is synthesized to get these simulation results. These simulation results, this is our simulation result, which are compared with the existing results of QR, LU, and LDL and Cholesky algorithms. You can here our main focus is on LU decomposition. Compared to the LU decomposition, you can see here our UL is utilizing less registers and less LUTs. And this is the after the for getting the computational time, we have done next synthesis, which will result in a maximum frequency of 210 our UL algorithm, and computation time is 1.23. For the computation of this computation time, the formula we have used is of this number of clock cycles by maximum frequency. Then we have done a parallel estimation on our UL algorithm by considering 4 parallel stages. These existing methods are also having 4 parallel stages. So we have compared these with our 4 parallel stage UL algorithm. You can see here LU, this is LU, which is having less frequency when compared our UAL, and coming to the computation time, this is having around 0.58 computation time LU is having. Ours is having 0.4, which is better than LU.
0.58 or 0.28?
This LUL and LUU combined, sir.
Okay.
0.58 is LU.
Okay, fine, done. What about the memory capacity for both these two algorithms?
We have just used basic memories of RAM.
Okay, please focus on that memory, because FPGA is full of memory, you know very well. These times everything's okay, but focus on the memory. That if you're going for an alternative fabrication, definitely the memory is the very important factor. You didn't talk about the memory, but please go through about the memory.
Yes,
Fine.
yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next presenter, we have Ms. Jyoti M. Kharade presenting on the development of closed loop traffic control system using image processing. So do we have Ms. Jyoti M. Kharade? By Jyoti M. Kharade. All right. So the next paper is also by Ms. Jyoti M. Kharade, the Soldier Health and Position Tracking System. As she is not available, we'll be moving on to the next presenters. So next, I would like to call upon Ms. Hema Visarapu, a secure smart home automation system for determining power consumption and image detection. So do we have Ms. Hema Visarapu? Ms. Hema Visarapu? Okay, next I would like to call upon Mr. Santosh Kumar Sandanala, aquaculture monitoring system using IoT. Mr. Santosh Kumar, I see that you're on the call. Would you be presenting?
Yeah, Miss. Actually, Santosh Kumar Sanala is out of station. He might. Okay. Yeah, he's.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, Santosh.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Okay. Can I start?
Yes, you can start. Please go.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, please confirm me whether my screen is visible or not.
Yes, your screen is visible, Santosh.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sadhana Santosh Kumar, and here are my teammates, Ishwar Reddy, Vinay, and Bandaru Sriharsha. We are guided by Dushan Kumar Singh, and we are from Lovely Professional University from School of Electronics and Communication Engineering. And as a part of a caption project, final year caption project, we are working on aquaculture monitoring system using IIT. Here, let's check out the contents will be presented here. First of all, we'll get into the introduction next, and we'll learn about the objective of a project, and let's look into the block diagram and various components used, and at last the conclusion. Coming to the introduction, as our project named as aquaculture monitoring system. Here, aquaculture, the term itself means cultivation and harvesting of aquatic organisms under a controlled environment. And here, the controlled environment means nothing but the we can say that like tanks, fish ponds, and etc., where we closely monitor the fish health and the habitat they are growing in. So we, for an aquaculture, the main important aspect is the water, because the water is the base thing for the fish or aquatic organisms which they live in. So the water should be well enough to promote the fish life. So we'll take the we'll closely monitor the water quality. So in this, there are various parameters which contribute to the water quality, like the pH, temperature, turbidity, or the oxygen levels, and etc. will contribute the water quality. So nowadays, in our India, the aquaculture, we can say that the is like a growing industry, because on daily basis the consumption of fish or fish related products are growing drastically increasing day by day, so which is in turn demanding the supply of, which also affecting the supply of the fish and the all other aquatic organisms. So we can say that by growing the healthy food like healthy fish, we can contribute the much to the growing market also. So nowadays, the farmers or the aquaculturists who are doing the aquaculture, they are manually testing the water quality. So here the manually testing the water quality is a very much time consuming process, because by the time the results may come, like the results, for the result the time will be taken for a long time, right? So by the time with the time changes, the water quality also changes, so which further delays the results, and also there might be clash afterwards. So therefore we need a system which can do the things by itself, and there will be no any interference of human, like the testing and manual testing and everything. So we need a system with and system to be automated. So here comes the play IoT, because the nowadays, from if we can see from the past few years, we can say that the IoT has been took a very drastic turn, which is growing rapidly, and also which might grow into further in the coming future also. So we can say that due to these recent developments or recent increase in the IoT applications, it became easy to automate any system surrounding us. So the IoT's main aim is to connect the system. I mean, they connect the things like sensors, actuators, everything to the internet, and also pass the information through the internet. Okay, so that's the main aim of the IoT. So using as IoT, and here the internet as the main medium, we can control the system from anywhere, from everywhere, or any corner of the globe. Okay, so here the main aspect in IoT is that the sensor unit, the main sensor unit, it collects the data, or takes the sensor information, and it can process it, and also it uploads on the cloud. From there, from cloud, we can access the required information. Now, as we get into the objective of a project, here the main aim is to implement a system to monitor the aquaculture, and also the closely monitor the various water quality parameters like pH, temperature, and turbidity, so that we can ensure that the stable habitat for our fish life. So here and also the collected sensor data from the pH sensor or temperature or turbidity, all this data has been sent to the cloud, so which it can be accessed by the farmers from anywhere at the place of their comfort. Now, if we look into the block diagram of our system, here we are using the Arduino Uno as a controller unit, and also the sensors like temperature, pH, and turbidity, and the actuators like DC motor, aerator, and also we are using a Wi-Fi module to send the data over the internet. Okay. Now, if we look into the components, here we are using the Arduino Uno, which is a open source, a cost-effective and open source platform, and it features an 8-bit microcontroller called 8MEGA328, which offers us 13 digital I/O pins and also 6 input analog pins. And coming to the pH, here we are measuring the pH as the first water quality parameter, because in aquaculture, the pH of the water changes time to time because of the bodily fluids like excretion by the fishes, which affect the pH of the water very pretty much. Because here, for optimal fish growth, the pH should be around the pH should be around 6 to 7, which is an optimum pH for the fish growth. So to ensure this pH, we should be monitoring the pH of the water from time to time, which is nothing but in real time. So we are using a sensor called SCN0161 sensor, which has a range from 0 to 14 pH, and also with an accuracy of 0.1 plus or minus 0.1. And coming to the temperature, same as that, the temperature also affects the fish growth, so it should be also monitored. And the optimal temperature for a fish growth varies from 20 to 30 degrees. This is optimal temperature for the fish growth. So here we are also using DS1FB20 as a temperature sensor, which is range from minus 55 to plus 125 degrees centigrade. Next, coming to the turbidity. Here the turbidity is nothing, we can frame it as the cleanliness of, the clearness of the water, like how much transparent is the water. For a clear water, it has an turbidity of less than 0.5. If the turbidity increase more than 0.5, we need to change the water and we need to recycle the water so that we can ensure so that we can maintain the clear and healthy water for the fish. Okay, here the turbidity sensor we are using is SEN0189, and from coming to the next component, we are using the Wi-Fi module, which is Node MCU, nothing but ESP8266 module, and which is a Wi-Fi module, and it hosts a processor called it works on the processor Tensilka L106 processor, and its Wi-Fi frequency is about 2.4 gigahertz and offers a clock speed of 160 megahertz. Next, for this, till now we discussed about the hardware. Now let's see the software. In this, we are using the ThinkSpeak server, which is an IoT analytical platform, which is used to analyze and visualize the data gathered. Using this ThinkSpeak, we can visualize the data pretty much clear, and also it can send the alerts to the user. Like if as I said, the pH, temperature, and turbidity are the main three components for the water quality, right? If there is any changes or if the values of these three parameters increase or decrease, then the optimal if these three parameters change drastically, or if they change increase or decrease from the threshold thing, then the ThinkSpeak can alert the farmers about the changes done. And coming to the programming part, we are using Arduino IDE for programming the Arduino Uno and also the ESP8266. At last, coming to the conclusion, in this proposed system, we enable the system to analyze the required parameters, and also which implements the real-time monitoring of the aquaculture system. Here, both the Wi-Fi is used. Wi-Fi and the internet are combined in this system for the convenience, and this works find a way to give a better result with low cost, and also the aqua farmers can avoid time-consuming manual testing, and this will help the aqua farmers to produce a great number of fishes, and also they increase the productivity and etc. Thank you. And these are the references we used for the project. And thank you for this opportunity.
Yes, in your project, you are only focusing for only fishes.
Not only fishes, sir. We can say we can include fish and shrimps and everything, sir.
Okay. What are the things you are monitoring actually?
Actually, we are focused on three main parameters, which are pH, which measures acidity, and next the turbidity, and the third one is called temperature.
Okay, only three parameters you're checking.
Yes, sir. Because we can also monitor other parameters, but compared to those, all other parameters were interrelated with these three parameters. So mainly the temperature and the pH are like interlinked with the oxygen also. If these two parameters are stable, everything else, everything else will be also stable, sir.
Okay. You mentioned about the pH value of the water.
Yes, sir.
So only the fishes can survive only within this pH value?
Yes, sir. Because this is the optimal, the required pH for the better fish growth, sir. Whether they
you get any data regarding this? How you are telling this?
Sir, this is a theory only, sir. In practice, we have to much elaborate, sir. We are starting on it, sir.
Okay, fine. Do think all those things and you can do better. Thank you. Fine.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Fine. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, sir.
Yes. Next, please.
So the next person that I would like to invite for the paper presentation is Mr. Surya Sharma, research on error correction signal in wireless communication by AWGN. Surya Sharma, please go ahead. So do we have Surya Sharma? Okay, moving on. Next, I would like to invite Bhavna K. Pancholi, a retrospective on filtering techniques for noise reduction in MRI images. So Bhavna Pancholi was previously also not present for her presentation. So moving on from her, and next I would like to invite Mr. J. Vikram for his presentation on an efficient and secure framework for face recognition system using LBP, PCA, and FLD. Mr. Vikram? All right, moving on. Next, I would like to call Ms. Devadarshini for her work on traffic signs recognition using convolution neural network. Ms. Devadarshini? All right, moving on. Next, I would like to call is Subiksha attendance management system using face recognition with voice assistance. Ms. Subiksha? All right. Next, on that case, I would like to invite Ms. Bhagyeshri once more to do her presentation. Now she has sorted out her issues and she is ready to present now. So Bhagyeshri will be presenting on analysis of optical modulation in fiber optic communication. Bhagyeshri, please go ahead.
Ma'am, is my screen visible now?
Yes, it is visible.
Shall I start the presentation now?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. My topic is regarding analysis of optical modulation in fiber optic communications and biography. Myself, Bhagyashri. I'm doing my PG Communication Systems in Utkarsh Engineering College, and it's my PG project now. Abstract. The project goal is to compare different types of optical modulation techniques and how they transmit data using fiber optic communications. I'm going to analyze and compare different types of modulation techniques. Modulation, as we know, it's a process of converting a data signal into radio waves by adding information to an electronic or optical carrier signal, whereas carrier signal is nothing but a steady waveform with constant height, amplitude, and frequencies. It can be done by varying one or more properties of the carrier signal, that is the amplitude or frequencies, etc. What is the necessities of modulations? In the case, we have to reduce the antenna height when modulation takes place, and to avoid the message signal mixing with some other signals, and communication region is also increased, and due to modulation it reduces the noise and improves the quality of the signal. um, let's move on to the electrical modulation. Electrical modulation, it converts the data into an electrical signal, whereas the modulating signal is given as input and a carrier signal to a modulator. Then we get electrical modulated output as an output. Whereas in the optical modulation, it uses the light beam properties for the carrier signal. That's why the properties are takes place as phase modulation, polarization, etc. So from this, we get the electrical modulated signal as input and an optical carrier signal. Then we get an optical modulated output. Optical modulation is mainly of two types, whereas direct modulation uses the normal light source such as lasers, the LEDs, etc. And external modulation needs an external optical modulator carrier signal to change the waveform. Moving on to the intensity modulation, it is one of the types of the modulation, and it's the basic modulation technique. In this, the modulation technique is cost effectively and is the most using indoor communication, which is nothing but an on-off system. This is the layout of intensity modulation and the results and the spectrum of intensity modulation. OO keying, on-off keying, this is nothing but the one of the simplest form of intensity modulation. It uses the binary ones and zeros values. When the binary one value, then the light is present, and the binary zero value, the light is absent, and it's mainly used for gate keys. Likewise, the small applications, the on-off keying is used. And next, the pulse amplitude modulation. It is the amplitude of carrier pulse. The signal is varied. It just uses the analog modulation signals based on the different power levels or amplitude levels. Only the demodulation is done. It is using the power levels and the optical design of the PAM signal and the output obtained. Now the QAM is the most widely used for communication systems and used to carry two signals at a time. In this, the carrier waves are orthogonal to each other. It is same as the pulse amplitude modulation, but it's being developed when pulse amplitude modulation can carry up to one signal. It can carry two signals, and that was improvement. And QAM signals electrical design and output, and the optical design for the QAM and the output. These all are done using the OptiSystem softwares. And now move on to the phase shift keying. The first is the binary phase shift keying. It uses the phase. It used the modulation by changing the phase of the carrier wave. In this, the cosine wave or sine wave is used as the carrier signals. In binary phase shift keying, there are only 2 degrees of phase shift, that is 0 degree and 180 degree. The binary phase shift keying design and the expected output with noise and without noise condition. In this phase shift keying, the noise plays the major role. Due to that, the signals are being corrupted. And it's a quadrature phase shift keying. It is same as that of binary phase shift keying, but the difference is it can use the 4 degrees of phase shift, that is 0 degree, 90 degree, 270 degree, and 180 degree. It allows to carry twice such information of ordinary phase shift keying with the same bandwidth. The design using noise and without noise conditions. Now move on to the WDM. Till now we have seen the basic modulation techniques, and now it's a WDM, wavelength division multiplexing. Wavelength division multiplexing, it can use to carry n number of signals into a single optical fiber. N number of signals into a single optical fiber of different wavelengths, like lambda 1, lambda 2, lambda 3. Likewise, n number of signals are can use to pass. This is developed from the basic modulation techniques. Like you can see in this design, here each modulation techniques, lambda 1, lambda 2, are combined using the WDMX, and the signals are passed to a single optical fiber cable, and the output is obtained. You can see it for the different wavelengths. You can get the spectrum and the BR analysis. We can show the eye diagram analysis also. Then developing from the WDM, we can carry on with the SEM system, that is subcarrier multiplexing. It is developed from WDM. In this, the number of WDM systems, that is n number of signals, are combined as a single subsystem, and the single subsystem is being modulated again, and these signals are used to carry to a single optical fiber cable. From this, we can carry more than m members, that is 2 per n number of signals through a single fiber optical. This is the circuit design of a SCM system. You can see a single subsystem. In this single subsystem, there are n number of ranges, that is n number of signals, and these n number of signals are again modulated. That is the two modulation. One is electrical modulation, and this is optical modulation. And two modulation, after two modulation, they are combined using the mux and passes to a single optical fiber cable, and this you rectified at the receiver side. This is the single expanded view of single transmitter. That is the subsystem in the transmitter side is being expanded in this. You can see the n number of signals here, and at the same time the n number of receivers, single receivers, where is in this system there is a receiver side. You can see the receiver side subsystem. This is being expanded in this slide, and the result, whatever you give in the input side, whatever I get in the input side is I have obtained at the output side. That was my analysis and comparison on comparing all the modulation techniques. From this conclusion, each one have its own advantages and disadvantages, but from this I can conclude that SEM has the more advantages than other systems, since its bandwidth efficiency is high, and it can main advantage, it can carry n number of systems or signals at the time. So SEM is more than other modulation techniques. Conclusion, that was my, I have concluded basic modulation techniques, and SEM is more efficient than other modulation techniques since it's being employed in 5G technology development. So that's all. These are my references. Thank you.
Okay. As you concluded with SEM, there are some more other modulation techniques also there.
Yes, still I'm working with it.
Okay. So which is the advanced one for the fiber optic communication?
Now I am working with digital image pattern modulation. It's not yet completed, but I'm still working from this. From still now, I have just concluded SEM is better and it's more useful in 5G technology. But DIBM is not yet developed.
Okay.
It's not practically used. But SEM is in practically it's being used.
Okay. What about QFDM?
Sir, pardon?
What about QFDM?
QFDM.
Have you analyzed that?
No, sir.
Okay.
I have just taken that.
Okay, I think I suggest you please work for that also. Maybe in future.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Yes, fine. Other than that, fine. Very good.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Moving on, I'd like to call the next presenter. The next presenter is Dharun Prasant. His presentation on preloaded leaf diseases, recognition through image processing. Sorry, sir. All right, moving on from Dharun Prasant. So session chair, we have a presenter from technical session 1, Mr. Raju Vishwakarma, who wishes to present in this session. So could he present now? Okay, so his topic is on thermal analysis of laser cutting P using ANC yes by yes. Mr. Raju, please go ahead with your presentation. Mr. Raju, we are waiting for your presentation. Mr. Raju? Okay, on that note, as we have had all our presenters, let us give our session chair as well as some time. So let us take a 10-minute break, short break, and we'll come back to the sessions where we will be announcing. So where we'll be announcing the best paper and awards that will be happening. So Mr. Raju Vishwakarma has asked for 2 minutes of time. So he's trying to connect. Let us give him the 2 minutes of time and then let us go for a break. So session chair, we have a presenter who's ready to present now. So Surya Sharma, kindly please go ahead with your presentation. So Mr. Surya Sharma, go ahead with your presentation. You're on mute, Surya. Kindly unmute yourself. You're on mute.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, we can hear you now, Surya. Go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Surya Sharma. I am going to give a presentation on errors correction signal in wireless communication by AWGN. My research topic is research on error correction signal in wireless communication by AWGN. My guide is Professor Neha Singh, which is in Department of Electronics and Communication. Next. When MTech is electronics university. Abstract. Let me describe abstract. This study focuses on three basic digital modulation techniques: ASK, FSK, and PSK. The
Ms. Surya, you can cut your video. Yeah. You can stop your video and share via audio. Your voice is going in and out.
Okay, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Bandwidth efficiency implementation. Hello.
Yes, Surya, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The bit error rate is an important statistic for evaluating systems that transmit location to another. The SNR is a well-known metric for comparing signal and noise power. It has a direct impact on a system's.
Surya, we are not able to see your presentation.
Hello.
We are not able to see your presentation.
I continue. Hello. Used construct QAM in this factor in this work. Bit of QPSK, BPSK, QAM introduction. Hello.
Surya, we can hear you.
Ma'am. Introduction. Information day in today's world. Important form of communication. Of good and noise should be as a result, reliable measures meeting and receiving signals are required. Of the received signal could be affected digital modulation schemes that are utilized in digital modulation so that signal across vast distance using existing schemes uses has been used scheme is an acronym for BPSK. In this, the keying is modified, but the amplitude maintains the same. Here is the zero value, and S1T is equal to A cos omega t plus pi represents value 1. Here is a some diagram represent binary data. Input is given as binary data. Binary data is given as input. NRZ encoder encoded it, and the output is obtained. AWGN channel between the transmitter and the receiver. A radio channel is just an problem formulation and objectives. Era is highly required.
I think your screen is not visible. Excuse me. Are you sharing the screen?
Yes, sir.
It's not visible.
Okay.
Dear organizers.
Okay, sir.
Visible.
I'm trying. Is this visible?
No, it is
Hello.
not visible.
Sir, is this visible?
No, it is not visible.
Is this? Hello, sir.
Yes, we are waiting for the screen presence. Yeah, now okay.
Yes.
Screen.
No, okay.
Now it is okay.
Okay.
Okay, so let us give Surya a few minutes as we try to establish contact with her. In the meantime, I would like to proceed ahead and conclude the session that we've been having. So let us give our session chair a few minutes of time so that he can gather his thoughts and decide on who would be the best presenter and the best paper of technical session 2. And so we will be having a break of about 5 minutes. So it is 5:10 right now. So at 5:15, we will join back. We will be giving the vote of thanks as well as we will be concluding the conference on that note. As we are in the break, I would like to post a poster about seed funding, which was mentioned by Mr. Sid Kumar Shajar and earlier in the day. So everyone, you could have a look of this. So it is about the seed funding project. It is being uploaded into the chat box. So you can have a look at the poster. So please have a look at the poster as well. So we will be proceeding with announcing the awardees as well as concluding the conference. So thank you to all the presenters for giving us your presentation and for sharing with us your work and your contribution. So thank you so much to that. On that note, I would like to announce the awardees first. So the awardees from technical session 1 is for the best paper goes to Dr. Amudan for the best paper on technical session 1. His paper was on effectiveness of artificial intelligence based recruitment. So Dr. Amudan, for him goes the best presentation award and the best paper award, and the best presentation award goes to Mohan B.S. for his paper on a review on DC distribution for residential distribution network, performance enhancement of hybrid AC-DC distribution network. So I would like to congratulate all the winners of technical session 1 for the awardees, and for technical session 2, the awardees are the following. So the best paper award goes to Shri Darshini Saravanan on her paper of a review on electric vehicle based on space compatible conventional scooter. A round of applause to Shri Darshini Saravanan for her paper. And the best presentation goes to Dr. Kavita, who presented on optimized self-supportive architecture of networked microgrids. Microgrids using differential evolution algorithm. So a round of applause and a round of congratulations to all the awardees and the winners. Everyone has put in their best efforts into the conference, and we thank you for your efforts and energy. On that note, I would like to move on to the vote of thanks. So on behalf of IFERP, I would like to heartily thank all the delegates and all the participants who have contributed to the conference's success. We would like to I also appreciate the speakers as well as the keynote addresses that were given. You have made this conference a huge success, and the knowledge that has been imparted has been really well received, and it's a huge contribution to the society. And a gratitude for the generous response and the active engagement of the organizing committee members and the editorial board members as well. Once again, congratulations to the best paper and best paper presentation awardees. We appreciate all the participants for their hard work and time. And we also want to give a special mention and thank you to the session chairs for chairing the session wonderfully and presiding with fairness and judging the session so well. Now, on that note, I would like to mark the end of the conference. Thank you once again from IFERP to all the delegates, participants, session chairs, and keynote speakers for gracing this conference with your pleasure. And it was an honor for me as your host to host the conference. So please stay tuned with us for furthermore conference updates from IFERP as well. And you could always download your certificates from the dashboard that is available. And please feel free to put in the chat box your thank you or anything that you would like to put into that. So on that note, thank you everyone. Until the next time.
Thanks IFERP for the wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for presiding over the session.
Yes, thank you.
Mm.